You got a dog too.
Two of them, and one of them is a
Two.
yap.
Mine hasn't learned to yap yet.
All right, that was the official intro, and welcome to Citizen Science Podcast. And I am one of your hosts, Rebecca Benningfield, and I am here with three other co-hosts today, which is we have Gillian Watson with us and Leighandra Gordley. She helps me a lot over on the Facebook page. She's one of my co-admin. And we have Samuel Hofman with us again today, which is always a treat for sure. So it's great always to have his input on what we're talking about since he knows pretty much all of it.
Present.
So anyway, I want to say hello to everybody. Yeah, I'm happy that you all could join us today. And we have a nice show lined up for everybody, some new pictures and videos to share. We have a lot of content to talk about. So let's go ahead and get the ball rolling and check in on everybody. Let's ask Gillian. How are you today, Gillian? What's going on over in Scotland?
Lots of rain. Lots and lots of rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't ride. I got a new e-bike and I couldn't ride home tonight because the water is overpowering the drains. And it's just lying there in big floods. And when the cars come past, they just go whoosh, and this great big tide swamps you. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
good excuse to go and get somebody to take you home.
Right. No, not bicycle weather. What about you, Leighandra? You're in California.
It's been weird weather. It was hot. It was like in the mid 80s. This past week, and now it's back to high 60s. So, completely normal stuff, right?
Actually, well, Sam keeps reminding me that it's about 15 degrees warmer worldwide right now. So, actually, it's beautiful here. I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it's in the 70s. It'll be close to 80. Mm-hmm. Nice. It's really nice.
For all that it was raining, the temperature fluctuated here between 8 degrees and 11 degrees Celsius. So I think that's in your 70s.
What we're enjoying now is going to end up hurting us later. We have to take into account that this isn't normal and we're way warmer than we're supposed to be all around the world. Right. And this, of course, is also affecting boil off and weather and high pressures and low pressure systems and larger rotational storms. And, an example is what's going to go over the East Coast today and tomorrow. And it's going to be a joining system. And there's also the hurricane off the Baja, and that moisture is about to break up and go over the Rocky Mountains like it never used to do ever since the change of the Gulf Stream in 2010, 2011, and the axis tip and all of this of all the planets, our jet streams have changed. So there's going to be a whole new moisture situation where the Baja breakup of this hurricane, which is about to turn into a tropical storm, is going to break up on the tip of like Cabo, and then head into the Mexican mainland, and then over the Rockies, and then dump into Texas and Louisiana, and give them hopefully some much needed rain. But it's also going to create a system that'll run all the way up to the East Coast.
Yep. They can't take too much rain down there. They're already sinking.
And this will be a repeated pattern that we're going to start to see the East Coast with these tropical rotational storms that keep running off the ocean edge, and then it's going to meet in with the cross jet stream of normal dual winter patterns over the from the west to the east in the northern United States areas. And when those two systems continue to meet, they're going to create nothing but never-ending, unusually heavy rains for the whole East Coast throughout the winter.
Yeah, it's just going to get more and more intense. It sounds
it's going to be a very interesting winter and year. We're going to be, I think, transitional. From what I understand from the projection models, is that the Pacific Northwest, or literally the west half of the United States, is going to be warmer than normal, and the east half is going to be much more wet and possibly with more higher level of snow conditions and freeze above their normal. And then, of course, you've got the Great Lakes snow effects and everything therein within the adjoining states surrounding the Great Lakes and everything. So it could be a nasty one for Maine and New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, and who knows.
What do you think about temperature-wise? Do you think it's going to be colder or this winter, or warmer?
Now, I'm gonna reference a movie, and I don't usually do a lot of that. Like it was like, I think the movie was called like 2012 or something like this, where they talk about these polar open vortexes, where the temperature just massively, vastly drops inside the rotational core. And I think we're going to see some of those events where we see extreme, excruciatingly deep drops in sub-temperature, 40, 50 below, 60 below possibilities. I hopefully I'm wrong. But I do see these polar vortexes, and I haven't looked at it recently because I've been paying attention to other things. But we know that the Antarctic polar vortex, the base core of the south part of our planet, has expanded in size and volume, and has now expanded out to a rotational scenario all the way enveloping Australia now. So their weather is being drastically changed as well from their past. But I expect something similar to go on in the North Pole region, and I haven't really studied it recently because I'm still dealing with the fall weather, and I was paying a lot more attention to China and India and the Libya thing and all of that. I've been paying attention to the other side of the planet, including Gillian's area and Mark's area, and those other guys, and there's some extreme weather going on in Europe right now that's barely making the news. And I was earlier this morning looking some of that up. So there's some excruciating extreme storms that people are not getting the information that it's going on. And it's like Gillian saying, well, it's raining, but around you there's also catastrophes and emergencies and people losing their lives, and that's apparently not making your news, is it, Gillian? Because
I don't have a TV right now, so I wasn't watching it.
Well, I was looking up that there's deaths in your area and in Ireland.
There was 3, and we heard on the news today on the radio, because I was working in the kitchen at the care home, so that's what it said on the radio. That there was a guy who had decided he wasn't leaving his house. The flooding, that's in Aviemore, though. That's away to where's that? It's about 27 miles from us. They're flooding because their rivers have burst their banks, and they were telling us anyone near rivers, it's a red warning tonight again. So everybody was told just to go home and be safe rather than be out and about.
We also have to, talk about how the rivers are drying up in certain areas, and then they're getting too much water in other areas. Like China's flooded repeatedly this year again, and then that goes back to the cycles of the reminder of the Great Flood of China and the passing of the asteroid groups, and all of this is where the legend of the dragon came from in the first place. And we know that to be, a celestial event that looked like the shape of the dragon, which we have, of course, documented for the last 8, 9, almost 10 years, because we didn't really get to up close view of the object cluster group / asteroids, the asteroid region around the gas giants. So we didn't get to watch that up close for a long time. There you go. And the legend of the dragon has to do with the asteroids coming in, and the ionized tail, there's a really good example of that as well. And you're looking at this base onset group of asteroid that exists underneath Uri and Attu. And the patterns that we've watched over the decades, that's a spiral pattern of those when the asteroid groups were really small. And this is like, I believe this is like a picture that comes from maybe 2015, 2016, when they were that small. And they leave this dispersal illuminated pattern of accelerated particles from being the South Pole. And these are the pathways of these rotational planets. And that's why it spins and spins and spins. Right. There's another example of the object cluster group. And then an ion bleed off between bodies, where they're connected in this electrical connection as well as gaseous transition, because that's like an ion drop tail from underneath Attu's moon and lead asteroid and the red asteroid, little sister, and I believe the spiral included. And
you said to us that there's lots of space water, and I think that if you look up and you see like the debris fields passing between us, you see the rainbowing effect a lot.
That's refractive particles, dust, gases. Only space light only is visible when it gets refracted down, and it has to pass through something and becomes, like when we're kids, we learn about prisms, and you put the light into it, and then it breaks down into those colors. Only in space, when they are refracted through debris and gases and moisture, will we see the visible illumination. Now, this picture that Rebecca is showing now is an self-illuminated thing. That's because it is the electron particles, all the bodies and the dust and the debris that's traveling along with these larger objects that are pretty much in a usual semi-close orbit to each other. It gets accelerated from a distance charge between the larger body and the smaller body, and they're like the receptor module, like Frankenstein movies, that big round ball that goes in the lightning jumps from space A to space B. There's an example of what it could be, the dragon. So these asteroids,
kind of like the sprites.
The particles accelerate and then they give off light. They illuminate from the gases that they're enveloped in, because they're actually in space. They're not in our atmosphere. They're above our atmosphere, and self-illumination. Anyway, you guys talk. I'm going to drink water.
We're not, I think Sam said we're not sure about this one. I need to remove it.
Yeah, it could be CGI, that one.
Right.
Yeah,
it's almost too perfect.
The tail end of that looks like it was pretty tightly drawn in. It doesn't look like clouds. It looks sort of like somebody drew that in. Now, there's a better example of, and these patterns, we see the illuminated bottoms of them. And that's a light angle thing. And as if you look in this picture in the dark in the clouds and that dark blue area in the upper left corner, that is a planet. And the light, we know the light illumination is coming from the lower right in this picture. And so it shows you the angle of light. And that means that this cloud is up in space above Earth because it's sunset or past sunset. But it being above us is being illuminated. And if you look in the back middle behind this almost dragon of clouds is the green asteroid. And we know that because we've cited it for 8 years now. And of course, these transitional patterns change. And if you look at, there's two other little sisters up in the upper left, and all of these things are asteroids. They're way, way above us, and that's why they're illuminated after sunset, because the light angle is showing you that these are objects that are way above Earth. And you have to remember that, even though it's a fine line between what we're looking at is our atmosphere, and then you have to think to yourself, okay, the tops of the cumulus nimbus clouds are normal Earth clouds that make rain and have all these nice little cotton ball thing. And above that is thinner clouds. So everything above that is not our atmosphere. And once you understand that, your eyeballs will start to grab on what is ours, what is not ours.
I was going to pull your drawing up, the asteroid drawing, if I can, because I notice how they let's just look at this one, but they tend to travel in clusters. Like if you see one, you're going to see several because they're kind of bunched together to the left of our sun, lower left, and it just drags. You know, if you're looking to the left and you're panning around and you keep turning, like far left is where all the asteroids are, just above the horizon level. You'll start seeing this OCG.
In this
like
drawing,
this.
we've got a really bad circle of Earth, a really bad drawing early in the morning. Obviously, I can't reach around whatever I drew around. But anyway, I laugh at that every time I look at it.
It looks like a wee button. It looks like a button.
Now that it's this big on my screen, I can see it.
What we've done is we've moved inside this group. We're below this drawing because this is in January, February, March, April. Brian didn't know what April was month for. Anyway, at the count. We're underneath them now. And of course, Saru and Nibiru and Yuri are so big that they're not represented well in this drawing.
I've checked that one too.
Yeah. And what's going on? I saw last night's sunset was unbelievable. I'll remember it until the day I die. But they've moved above us, and so we are literally underneath and in the middle of all of this now, and we're starting to see a lot more of Saru, and we're seeing a lot and literally tonight Isatum, the entire huge massive very close planet Isatum is going to be over the top of your head, and Isatum's yellow moon will be doing some really cool stuff just at sunset. And Nibiru will be behind them, literally from the western sky all the way to the eastern sky in the north. And it's unbelievable what's happening. I sat there. I walked outside last night for about 45 minutes, although I only saw about 10, 12 minutes of the side illumination of the planets at that angled sunset. I watched it turn to, a darker gray and black, and you couldn't really tell what was what unless you knew what you were looking for. And then I realized, holy Christ, Isatum is so much bigger than I could even possibly imagine. And yet here we are. It's doing it, and it's real, and it's like, oh my God. And, I could bang on doors and go, oh my God, look at that, neighbors. And they'd all laugh at me. But I mean, it's the coolest freaking show that ever was. And if you know what you're looking at, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, a minute to find Nibiru.
Yeah, like this picture right here from Andy. It before that though, it was totally brilliant, absolutely red, and Isatum's yellow moon was directly over the top of me in the north middle sky. While I'm looking northeast and northwest to the north, and it was just so huge over the top of me. And I'm sitting here looking at the ion trail, the winged trail around Isatum's yellow moon, and it went all the way to the far east, and it was huge. It was just massive, and I went, and had I not known that was there, I wouldn't have attributed it as easily and looked at it with such reverence as awe, as like, oh my God, look at the size of that ion tail stretching all the way to the far east from directly over my head. And it's just like, wow. So it was an awesome show yesterday.
Cool.
I'll never forget it as long as I live.
Gillian took this picture a few days ago. And
there's
see, Gillian, I put Montana Skywatcher by accident. Oh boy.
That's all right.
And you can see the ion tail reaching off. And it's actually above that is the lead asteroid crossing over to the right.
Okay.
You see it? That's where the little ion tail is actually.
Yeah, I do. Just that little squiggle, like a.
Squiggle, yeah, it's right in the middle, like almost in the middle.
You can see the stripes of the lead asteroid, and green asteroid is over to the middle above the first doorway, little dormer roof on the right.
Yeah.
That's green. It's dark, but it's around.
That was right above my new house, like right above it.
Wow. So just for people that are not sure what we're talking about, basically that entire blue area, how it's slanted, those are the shadows of Isatum in front of Nibiru. It's like this.
Right, and Nibiru is on that picture is actually a lot lighter blue, And I believe that the backlit crescent flare in that shot is more of a halo and very possibly one of the moons of Nibiru.
Yeah.
Okay, and in this shot here is also that hourglass thing that's going on with the sun right now because it's refracting off of the bottom of Nepesi and Attu. In this angle, in the out view angle, because we've gone and moved under Nibiru and Asatum, and now we're side viewing over to our left as we stare to the left of the sun. We're seeing Uri and Attu's moon predominantly going above Earth now. And yet in this outlook, we're still affected by that. And Saru's in the background as well, creating that huge dome orange open core effect up at the horizon level.
And it looks so little. It's like a little.
Yeah. What looks little?
The golden in my picture, it just looks really little, like that little piece of sky that's open, and then underneath already is something else happening.
And the rest is happening. Like in this shot that we're looking at here, we're seeing that's the side of Nibiru. Everything that's cloudy, illuminated at sundown, and you can see the red. See that red illumination off at the distance? That's not our sun. That's the Saturn illumination, probably off of the yellow moon. Go back to that bit. Go back.
Okay.
Okay. Now, see at the left horizon level, you see that illuminated base that's you've got this stretch of black clouds. That's Saru.
Okay. I
at
see
the
it
angle. It's the out view angle because we're looking at the side of Nibiru up close, where Saru is over to the left, but she's so big that she'd fill the sky. And over to, if you were to turn at 15 or 45 degrees over to the side, you'd be looking at Uri and Attu above you.
So it's kind of like that.
Yeah.
Kind of like that, peeking out.
But yes,
just to the left of our sun.
Yeah, this almost gives it justice, but Saru is actually now stacked farther behind because Nibiru is closer to us on the right than this drawing.
So you kind of have to take
it must
the drawing.
Do your head. It must do your head in seeing all these big planets and trying to figure out. Where they all are.
Then try to cross-reference Australia and New Zealand and Europe into the mix, and your head goes splat. Like trying to figure out all this rotation.
I just want to throw something out really quick. We'll go back to this in a second. But if you're on here and you're commenting, and it just says Facebook user, and you want to reveal your name, you just go to that website real quick, and you have to approve StreamYard to access your Facebook profile, and then we can see your name and your picture and all that, just so everybody knows. That's all I had to say. So
you have to give it permission.
Give it permission, and I think once you do it, you're good from that point forward, anytime you're on here. So I just see a few Facebook users saying hi, and I'm not sure who they are, but
I know. We want to know.
Say hi back.
You're a number. You're just a number. Especially, I notice I'm using the two phones, and the other phone I'm commenting on, but this one I can't comment on and watch you guys. So I'll have to invest in a laptop now in my new house.
Yeah, you will. That's next.
I'd like to encourage everybody that is listening or watching or new or even old members, do get involved and type in and call in and become, part of the show. Because, we really need to hear from your voices because, you guys hear from us all the time. So we want to hear your points of view, and we want to hear, get your drift of what you saw this week, or if you follow us, or if you need a little help with this, that, and the other thing. Because, the whole idea is, of course, citizen science, that we're all trying to get out and connect and enhance and then move to the forward of the point of view where other people see this and understand it as well, because it is happening.
Totally.
So Sam, You know how
Go ahead.
it seems like the storms are just rotating and rotating over Britain just now. It seems to dump on one area and then it seems to move a bit and then it dumps on the other area. Everybody's like asking me, how does this work? How is it moving?
I watched your weather last week, and what was going on over Spain and France was a high pressure system, and then off your north coast was a high pressure system coming in, being pushed forward down from Iceland and Greenland. That was pretty stable. It was a very slow moving dual set of pushing high pressure systems, and then you got the remnants of tropical storm Lee, which was a former hurricane. And all of that moisture got pushed over across the pond to you guys. And that all got siphoned and filtered in between those two highs. And it literally went all the way to Sweden through this tight eddy. And it was also affecting the southern Irish coast with strong oceanic waves and storms, etc. Now, this week, that series of high pressure systems have moved, and now it's undercutting all the way to Spain and then the south area. So your weather has moved from the south, and then you're also getting a different colder front from Greenland and Iceland off the North Sea. So you're having
because it had a bite in it and then it would stop and then there would be a bite in it.
Right. What you're witnessing is that moisture ratio coming from across of our area all the way across the Atlantic, and there's going to be some more what they call fish storms. There's going to be another hurricane going off into the middle of the Atlantic that you guys are going to eventually get the moisture from as well. And there's these rotational storms, even though they become tropical storm status and no longer hurricane. That doesn't mean that moisture region, that patch of clouds, is going to dissipate. It moves, and then you guys are getting that because you're getting the brunt of it's the hot and the cold regions. When they meet, all of a sudden they create the major storms.
Yeah.
It's been going on. Like, I mean, when was the first? I know they arrived in 2009, but what was the first superstorm? Because I don't remember the term superstorms prior to like Hurricane Sandy. I know Katrina was massive, hurricane. Like, when did those superstorms start?
Atmospheric rivers.
It depends on how, your point of view. There were events. We had the 2009 grab on the planet, where that huge tsunami killed 250,000 people. And that was when the system first got close to us. And then there was the tsunami, the 2011 major quakes in Japan in 2011. And then we've had predominantly, there was Joplin, Missouri, got a superstorm. And then literally 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, and 23, we're going to see these electrical superstorms. And this is, of course, what I'm talking about, the 10 asteroids and the passing overhead of Uri and the close proximity of these asteroids. But we also have to take into account the fact that we're at solar boilover, and we're at planetary trip ratio. Excuse me, not trip, but tip, where we're not geographically located where we used to be. So our jet streams and everything are now different, and plus boil off and the change in temperature of the planet overall, being that 15-degree change, is also going to create more lows and high pressure systems, more rotational storms, heavier storms, more rain, more cold, more dry. It's going to be an acceleration of all of the conditions. So
where do you think we'll be like in 2 years? Like, what do you think in that time frame?
I'm still worried about the majorly hot Earth. And we're going to have superstorms, and we're going to have areas of extreme drought and extreme flooding, and hit and miss all over on some this, that, and the other things. We could watch societal extremes where, look at China. They're going to have a whole lot of rebuilding to do after this year, even though it's not publicly talked about. There was a lot of loss, and India had flooding, and there's flooding all over the world that people aren't taking into account that the mass amounts of money that we're going to have to dump into reloading and rebuilding everything. Hawaii is an example, Spain is an example, France, etc., and all these major flood out places where we're going to have to rebuild, and that's going to curb our major economies. So that's going to be a stent into our economic well-being, as well as weather continuing to get worse and scarier and scarier.
Yeah, I see the price of food really going, it's already pretty high, but I think it's going to just be out of this,
Our overall worldwide ability to grow crops has been drastically hampered for the last 5 years, and people aren't taking that into account either. Our production is way less than normal worldwide. China, a few years ago, bought every stitch of every grain, seed, corn they could get their hands on worldwide. They just bought everything they could get their hands on. That's part of what their economy is now crashing over, because they base their entire economy on the housing market, and they've overbuilt, and the people that live there can't afford to live there.
Yeah.
Right.
Just like us, we're all suffering from economic,
right. I was going to say, a lot of people can't afford to live where they were born.
And that's suffering from the economic blast of the COVID sequestration. Once we sequestered our normal economic flow and our purchasing power, unfortunately, our system's built on a 3-year replacement system, which is really a bad idea in my opinion. But anyway, we should build stuff to last, not to break down in 3 years and rebuy a new one. But anyway, if we built stuff to last and stuff lasted better, our economic base, back when the United States used to make things that lasted forever instead of buying from China. But anyway, once we hit the COVID breakdown in our economic normal flow and jobs and money and going to McDonald's and buying at the mall and everything and going to movies and have out to dinner, we kicked the bucket down the road. And then most of the world economies have suffered from that, or trying to climb back from that. The United States is currently at the lowest rate of inflation because of that. But we're hitting an inflationary period because of the money that was given and handed out by the governments all around the world. So it's affected our economy as well as the petrodollar and everything else. It's a cycle that we're going to crawl out of, but not as well as anybody. But see, I remember this 1976 gas crisis and all that too. So
I vaguely remember that. I was 7 years old, but I do remember.
And when did you say?
It was like
1978.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter was in the presidency and all of that. And we went through this because of the boycotts, because of the hostage crisis and all of that. And the Saudi Arabia's cut production, and then all of a sudden nobody had any gas, even though everybody had the gas. It's just that the facilities that were producing it, etc. So, and that has a lot to do with it as well as how many production facilities, not the amount of oil that is available. And I digress off topic.
You're fine.
1972, I wasn't even thought of yet.
Oh, when was that?
Know, right.
1972, he said.
Oh. Yeah, I was a baby.
I was 11 in 72. But I remember when we went to the moon, I remember I remember John F. Kennedy's funeral. So, if you really want to go back,
I think 1972 was when we left here and went to South Africa. So, yeah.
I remember Eisenhower. Jesus, Ike, wow.
Ike.
Yeah.
Ike.
Well, my parents are post World War II immigrants. They came into the United States just after World War II. So,
seen a lot.
Okay. I'm just gonna acknowledge. I got a message from Sherry Monday, and she's trying to get back into your group, Sam. So she's put in a request for your group, and she
I'm
really
looking for
wants
a sheet
to
of
get
paper
back in.
here.
Yeah, write her name down. Sherry Monday.
Does she have people are more likely to get into my groups if they put their actual name and their actual real face. When there's doubt and people don't or they show this cosmic picture or the picture of a skull or an ET or what. I'm a little less inclined to allow them in the group because I'd like to have people that are on Facebook with their real face, so hint, not okay. Sherry Monday.
Yeah, she does have a real picture though. So, and that might be her real name. I don't know.
Does. Okay. All right. I see her now.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember her per se. There's a lot of people that I talk to. I'm sorry. If there was an issue with Lucinda, that did happen. And Lucinda had a little bit faster on the boot than I do. But Lucinda did a very good job, although she was a very strict hall monitor. But
we miss Lucinda.
Yes, and she worked really hard, and she kept things going. And I mean, she made my job so much easier. And for those of you who are trying to get in the group, it's become harder because I have to devote a great deal of time to look at 1,000+ membership requests all the time. So, and I haven't been adding a lot of people because I've been trying to sort of just step a little bit away from. I got stuck out in the yard work of this fall moreover than
just going to step away for a minute.
Bye.
Excuse me.
So I've been trying to do more research and study than actually talking to everybody because it's been busy and really busy. Yeah, Sunday Storm. When was that? May 14th. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going through some of my folders and
Rebecca, that is so crazy. Wait.
What? This one?
Wait.
That's Atu and Nepestity.
Wait, these are mine.
Oh.
I'm like, how do you have the same picture?
Wait, okay.
So I think you have to play them.
I guess
I don't
I
think
do.
that I can. Yeah. Okay.
You can do it. No, you can. You can control it.
Once you pull it up, then I can do it.
Okay.
But that's how it works.
I was just looking for something to show people. I was like, well, we'll talk.
I know we have a lot of the same
That's your
pictures,
show.
I put those
together. I do have some new comparisons that from this past few days that most people haven't seen yet. So this one was just yesterday, and you see that curve in the upper left corner. That is the leading asteroid.
Oh, you can see the skull inside there. Look, it looks like a skull inside there.
It's massive. It's just massive.
Oh, I have a question.
So,
is that craft that's in the drawing? Is it in front of the sun, Sam?
It could be. I was thinking. You got your eyes good. I was just wondering. I was just wondering that very second where it was, and you're right. There it is.
Crazy. That's
that weird triangle craft. It when you look at it, it looks like something you pulled off a tomato. Like it's a try. It's got
it's that little thing like that.
One tall center tower, just like sort of drawn. I have a close up of it that I don't post a lot of it, but we have one major close up of that craft, and it's been in front of the lead asteroid for years. And it's just weird.
So that's a craft. Like, what kind of craft is that?
We don't have any pictures other than that one, and it's kind of like it's not like the Dark Knight.
I was just going to say, it kind of reminds you of the Dark Knight satellite that they say has been up there for like 5,000 years or something.
Well, it's the only one that looks like that, and it's always been, I can't say always, but in many captures, it's always been that direct run, wait out in front of it. There it is. And then we got a couple of close-ups of it over time. And that's when I finally said, okay, I guess this is real, because now we've got some close-ups of it. And I went, whoa, because I drew it in because I kept seeing it. And then when, I draw stuff when I'm told to draw stuff, and that's how it kind of works to me. I mean, I disconnect myself from what I'm drawing and I just do it. And that's how this stuff comes out, and it works.
Right.
But yeah, we've had so many sightings of it that when I'm doing a close-up of this or a close-up of that, and I feel like doing a new one of Yuri and the Tan Asteroid group together, but that's going to be a very large picture where I'm going to have to make, the Tan Asteroid group smaller. I've been thinking about it anyway, which is what this reddish picture is, and that's also this week. And if you look, something wicked this way comes.
It's been a lot of bright skies this week, but then look at the weather. I always assume after you've seen a sky like that you're going to be dumped on by like a whole lot of rain.
I'm reading here. It says it's Audrey from South Africa. Any predicted approximate date, year when the major floods will start? Well, they have been. Ask China. They've been flooded for the last 3 years. There was flooding. There's been flooding all over the world. In Colorado flooded last year before. We had floods up here. There's a current flood going on in California right now, but they don't realize it because they've only been sponging it up. But they're, the lakes in the middle of California are filling up, and they used to just do agriculture because they drained all of those lakes for agriculture in the early 1900s. And everybody's forgotten that. And that area is about to fill up with water again because the whole southern United States is about to change more water than they're used to in certain ways. Things are going to change. We're going to see different patterns of storms that no one has seen before. And you just watch, it's coming, and yeah, I don't give dates because we're seeing it all around the world right now. And even Jesus was saying this on a couple of shows ago, where you have to actually go out and look for this information because it's there, it's happening. I mean, my God, Germany flooded, France flooded. And then literally the next year, none of the rivers. I saw another major. Oh, yeah, the Amazon. Currently, the Amazon is almost dry. Hey, the Amazon, guys, that's the weather for the world.
The biggest river in the world, or what?
Yeah, well, the Amazon causes a huge percentage of the entire effect of our entire planet. I'm not kidding. The Amazon is one of the linchpins to our entire planetary weather. If the Amazon is running dry, hello,
and that's because it's so hot.
Hello.
Yeah, and we're 15 or so degrees too warm right now.
So it's hotter and it's drying out the rivers. Yeah.
And all that moisture is going up in the air.
Sucking it out.
And then it's going to come down all at once. And this is why we're getting a year's worth of rain in 3 hours. I mean, look at New Hampshire, look at eastern Pennsylvania all last month. Look at Canada. We don't get Canadian weather anymore. But I guarantee you that the whole East Coast is about to flood all over and over and over again. So, because the weather has changed, our weather patterns have changed, and this is all planet tip, moisten, boil off, too much sun. So,
yeah.
I wanted to say something really quickly.
Yeah. Do you all see that shadow? I'm just over here. I'm listening and I'm taking care of all kinds of things, but I just love this one because the shadow is so undeniable. You see how it's, where I drew it in, and, first you don't really see it, but then you look at how it's drawn in, and then you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely there. I mean, that's a massive, massive planet, side view of a planet. I don't know. I love it.
No, it's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm like tilting my head.
They do your head in because that looks like different things to me. There's like a real darkness on the left, a real darkness, and then there's like a misty one, but it's got that Uri thing with the thing through it.
The back one is Uri. The second one, the darker blue one, is Attu, and over to the side you're seeing Attu's moon, and below that is Lead asteroid.
Yes, it's phenomenal. They're all there. You can see
right
them
there.
all.
And you got to remember that the stripes on Attu are at like a 35 degree, and then we're seeing a lot of the full base ring of Attu. I saw pictures the other day where it went all the way across the sky. It was Attu's ring, and then inside, of course, is Attu's moon in that. And I'm going, and it was so beautiful and illuminated. And I could stand there and try to describe that to people, but they're going to go, Attu has a ring. Yeah,
well, I always thought that Attu had a ring because when I started seeing it in South Africa, I called it the belly band because it looked like it was somewhere lower of the middle, but it almost had like shapes that it presses into our atmosphere.
Right, and it
Shapes,
has a
like
ring
it's raised or
of
something.
debris,
Yeah.
and it goes over the face, including Attu's moon, inside, and it's outside Attu's moon, and it's enveloped in it, just depending on your out view
Wow.
of the axis tip. Sometimes you see it, but right now it's moved over where they're going over us, and so the axis tip is over in the far left again. So you're seeing it from a different axis tip, and then we are, of course, side seeing that illuminated, very notable ring of Attu.
Okay. I'll pull this. There was a question about why can you see the halo from Imaru through Uri? What's causing the halo to, you see how it's
Imaru to Uri? Well, some, now that rolls back to the sundog thing again, and I always hate to, because the first thing sky watchers learn is sundog, and that's a sky condition of crystals in the atmosphere and smokes and gases. And yes, and that's if the halo goes below the horizon line of the picture that you're taking on the camera. If it goes below and it's like there it's on the grass and there it's on the trees and there it's on the house, and you're seeing that full circle, that is a sundog. But if you see the halo go behind the horizon and not in front on the picture, then you're seeing a halo either of illumination or the actual Imaru shape. And if it's usually a brownish orange, then that's what you're seeing.
okay. That's helpful. Another question.
Now Uri is also a gas giant, because it does say at the end, it says Uri. You can see through the side of Uri's atmosphere in certain ring levels. There are certain areas that are open and have a more see-through side of Uri. And we've got, going back in the 2013 close pass captures, we've proven that, where the open ring is always the same, even all the way up to 2018, 1920, etc.
This
Anyway,
we have
sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to mention this next person's question. He's asking, do you know how many years Nibiru will be amongst our planets before it starts going out again? Someone said 300 years, but is that correct?
No. So far we're thinking that we've already gone just past the halfway point, because from arrival below us to passing away from us, above us, from our lower left to our upper right as we face our star, or we go through them, point of view. Well, I think it's like, you could call it a cycle somewhere like 13 or 11 to a 13 to a 15. I can't, it's all subject to point of view. If where is close. So I think we're going to see, oh God, okay, we're here in 2023. I think we're going to see this, literally the planets close to us at least till 2030. And that's the first.
Okay.
See them, or be able to see them on telescopes and other equipment, depending on availability, because we've known that information has been retracted from us with each passing step. Everything we figure out, they figure out a way to stop us. So it's always playing catch up.
Right. Yeah, they definitely controlling, what we share. I had that happen to me earlier today. I just created a random Facebook post, and I was talking about how TikTok is growing. I mean, it just is. We reached 40,000 followers today, and so I was just remarking on that, and within, I don't know, I say 10 seconds, probably less, I got a notice from Facebook saying, we removed your post, but I was
But did they restrict you as well?
No, thank goodness they didn't do anything like that, right? But they said I was sharing stuff trying to get likes, and what I was sharing,
How do they know anything that why
I'm going to be very interested to see what happens in the next 3 to 4 years on our out view. When they go, the thing is, I think they'll end up in our northern sky above Earth, and I don't know. I mean, after yesterday's show, I mean, holy cow, how can anyone miss that damn huge ass red planet? But it was so unbelievably red, and yet it was so close to us. It was, if you didn't know what you were looking at, you just thought, holy shit, look at this, and wow, and wow, I can't even describe. I'm going to look again tonight. I can't even describe to you what I saw yesterday, and what it's going to be in the next 3 or 4 years. Holy cow! So let's just hope and pray. That people get on. There's that term, get on board with this again, and actually you can watch them go away, because they'll actually be mostly more illuminated than they ever were. Because all we ever usually saw was the back sides of them. And we got only when they came in for a side glimpse did we get the coloration and stuff. Of course, we got to watch them when they were way smaller, so we understood what we were staring at, and then understood from right to left to right to left the transition of the cycles over, a 13-year process. So we got to understand them in a different way that it's really, you can't just immediately jump on board with. But then we took the time to prove all of this shit, and we're totally not talking out our noses. So, Anyway, somebody else talk. I'm going back for my cough drop.
Yeah.
I wanted to say something really quickly. So on Nibiru Followers Anonymous #2 on Facebook, I let everybody know that we were live. And Zanny said that she has hearing impairment and can't usually follow webinars or Zooms very well. So I suggested to her to still put it on mute, and then enable the sub captioning, because it works pretty well, and there's so many pictures, you can still follow along with it. So she said she did
every other word or so, but
it's working. No, it's really good, because I have it on my phone so that I can see the comments on Facebook. It works really good.
Yeah, I can see words as well on my other phone. I can see it, and I can see the comments where people are asking some questions.
I don't have a cell phone, so I don't know how they work.
So she said it's great to tune in and watch the videos because of all the pictures that go up during. Oh no, I said that. She said, I'm watching the subtitles. They're great. I already see one photo of mine that has been used in the screening. So that was cool.
Oh, cool. That's nice. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice picture. That's a really, we've seen this in the last 2 weeks again. This is the debris field underneath the planet Uri and her asteroids, and they're at sunset, and that's why you're seeing the refracted illumination of the bottom of onset Uri is what we refer to it as. And if you look in the upper left corner, that is literally the salamander group base that is off the side of planet Uri. And when it comes in, it completely changes their skies, and it'll run by within an hour or two. I haven't timed it recently because it's constantly changing. So, but that's onset Uri, and we're seeing that right now. And this is part of the end of the 180-day cycle. And why I warn about it, because we are so drastically close to so many asteroids that Lord knows what it's going to do. And we've seen the 2018 Boxing Day event where there was massive storms that really affected a lot of people. And then it's predominantly happened in San Francisco. It happened in South Dakota. It's happened across Ohio and these derecho storms and all of this. So, and then they used to name these storms, and then once they got so numerous, they stopped doing that because they got worse, and they didn't want to warn people. And they didn't want to tell people, excuse me, but these are on land Northern Hemisphere hurricanes, which don't normally exist because hurricanes don't exist on land. And then they don't exist in the Northern Hemisphere, but now they do. So this is the point these are passing events, and sometimes they're close enough to cause these unusual, huge discrepancies at 50 and 60 and 70,000 feet in our upper hemispheres. So, which are normal.
Everybody, it looks closer. It does. It looks so much closer, but I can't imagine how big they really are if they look this big in our sky.
Yeah, and we've seen events where the lead asteroid was so unbelievably big, everybody thought it was a planet, and this is just the lead asteroid. And we know from close passes that at what it looks like, it's not a moon because it's smooth. and shaven, and there's no debris pock marks or anything on it, so we know it's an asteroid. And of course, I believe it to be metal.
That last picture that you showed of Uri's asteroid debris field, I have a really good match to it, but it was probably a year or so ago, at least now, and Uri was overhead. So the sun was here and it was shining through, and I was like, what is that? It was early in the morning, and it was
because it's cyclic. It did this last year. It did it the year before, and we're at the end of the 180-day cycle, and this is when
to get a pen and paper quick.
Uri and the debris field are closing and above us, and I'm not sure if they've risen too much higher above us, so it's going to be lesser effect. But I also believe that we're going to see definite effect, and we're seeing it already now. Earlier, Rebecca sent me a video of a lightning storm that happened 2 weeks ago, and I don't know if you have that available or not.
Where was it? Where did it happen?
You talking about the lightning?
Yeah, that lightning video that's 2 weeks old, the one that you sent me, and I.
Right.
That was the purple lightning. The purple lightning one.
Where was it though? Where did it happen at?
Texas, I believe, wasn't it?
Texas. Big Texas.
Let me look and see if I can get it. Hang on.
They're always getting the cool storms.
I'll be thankful.
I know. I am thankful because for it. The way Nepicity comes through there sometimes, woo wee.
Yeah, well,
I'll get it. Just give me a moment. We'll talk about.
Yes, it's
we'll
on YouTube.
Talk about something else. I'll get that video.
On YouTube, it's listed as Beautiful Texas Lightning Show.
Yeah, they do get a lot of storms there, don't they? I mean, they get that a lot.
Now they're gonna have to contend with Uri. I'm like, ooh wee.
I've got a question as well about just the other day. It's obviously this time of year when things become visible again, or just more closer, or whatever it is on their orbit. But about 3 years ago, I first started seeing one that was get my book onto the screen. I hate this.
I saw a circle with a line through it. Real quick.
Yeah.
You gotta do it the opposite direction that you want it to go in, I think. So it's like
I know. There we go. There. Like that. That.
Yeah. Let's add to it, or are we talking about which side of the sun we're talking about?
Now that was right of the sun. It had gone over and it was sunset when I seen it the first time.
Then you're looking at Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail. And then there's the crossover, but the green asteroid leaves a trail, and then lead asteroid is embarking on the face in some shots, depending on where you are on the planet and your out view. And then, which has been mind-boggling again, because it's doing how the three-sided asteroid orbitation under Attu's moon has always been diagrammed in left and right and middle models. And it depends on, part of the cycle, and they change places all the time, which messes with me. And that's why I got to be very careful when I make a call. But yeah, that one, wow. That's tan asteroid. All right.
Yeah. It looks just like it. I mean, it's identical, really, when you start looking at it. It's like, the shape, it's there it is, Really
your brain starts to like fill it in.
Well, you're looking at the back dark shadow of it, because the sun is on the right hand side and and deeper away, and then you're looking at this black. It's showing you it's there, but it's deep blue. But that's pretty
there's no denying that curvature, though. It's like,
but that deep blue just damages your sanity, because everything is this darkness, and then you take a picture with your phone, then you get like a flare color, and like, damn, last week my flare colors were red. Now this week they're either blue or a blue green, or but they're different colors, and it's like your camera seeing something else that your eyes not seeing. It's just amazing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Sherry was just asking. She wants to know if the different colors are from gas or oils. What causes these rainbow colors?
Well, we've got most of the colors are from planetary natural color refraction, but then when anything gets close to Earth, we're looking at it through our blue atmosphere, because our atmosphere is full of water, and anything that gets close turns a major blue, especially if we're seeing the dark side shadow, because our out view is blue. Now, like for instance, last night's sunset everything was red because Saturn was over the top of us, and the refractive light between Earth and the close passing planet changed our color because it was very intense at that moment of prism angle. So it was just not like, watch the sunset tonight. I hope to God people get to see it, because it's going to be an unbelievable show.
I think so too.
Yeah, there's direct refractive colors one direction or another, and it all has to do with the angle of light from the sun. And when it's like when the sun is going down in your area, you're on the equinox of the prism color changes. And so there's direct, and everybody's been showing those circular weird on the ground leaf patterns through the sunlight on the pavement, and they look really weird. Well, that's because we have two sets of light.
Oh, wow. Okay. So what about when you see like 4 or 5 rainbows? Like they're just rainbow in front of rainbow. What's going on there?
Well, then you've obviously got many layers of something you're refracting through. And that, we've talked about backlit crescent flares. If you hold a circular crystal in your hand and you shine a flashlight and you look at it between you and that flashlight, there's going to be a central focal flare out the back of that globe at the center. And I believe that when you're seeing multiple, those white rainbows and stuff that we've seen numerous times, and double rainbows that are white, not rainbow normal color, and they do weird things. And that, I believe, is the backfocaling of our planet, because if the sun is at your back and you're seeing a really illuminated weird rainbow, it's a backlit crescent flare focal. And we see that in some of the out bodies in some of our captures, where we see the backside, the dark side of these smaller planets or moons or asteroids. And then we see this centralized rainbow halo focaling out the center of this dark circle. And that's a backlit crescent flare. And I hope
I had a picture. I was going to try to find it, see if I can.
The long box cube. And side orb. And ship.
There it is.
Usually there's a couple of ships parked next to them. If you look, those little triangles are ships. And they're hiding there.
It's like I see it. It's hard. It's like, do I believe it? Yeah, I believe it because I see it, but it's still hard to believe. It's just
but when you're looking at 150 sightings, I mean, excuse me, you can't magically create that same cloud pattern over and over around the world for what, 8 years? The long box got here in 2017, I believe. I could be wrong. Could be 2016. Maybe we didn't see it. I don't know.
Okay.
But the long box reports started in 2017, I believe.
I remember seeing the cube for the first time in the morning once in South Africa. I got up really early. It was, I don't know, 6 in the morning or something. That's really early. And out of the clouds came this square, and it just dropped right down like that and just went back up. And when I took a picture of it, even with the old phone, it looked like it had a crystal bubble next to it.
Yeah, they have.
I wonder what the crystal bubble was.
It's a side orb, and that's where it's the receptor module for the electrical intake. That thing gets hit by lightning, and then they draw the shaft of electricity into the main ship off the side orb.
The side orb and the drag off that you can see in almost all the pictures. That's what gets me, because it's just like,
wow.
Oh, I've got dozens of discharge pictures of in the nighttime where that thing is being zapped by all the surrounding lightning, and then you can see a direct shaft going from the side orb into the main body of the ship.
I have a few good videos of that. and you can only see it when the lightning starts, and then it's like, what is that? Oh, it's a craft. It's absorbing.
And I wondered once when we seen 3 different colors of lightning.
It's unbelievably moon-sized big.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not
Look
the
at
Borg.
that.
No, it's not the Borg, but it is square. And it's literally, it's like they've numbed our brains. And then we're going to look at that and go, no, it's not the Borg. You know, and Star Trek has given us stuff, and Star Wars has given us stuff, and Dune. And all these
why
other,
would they both have the same thing, like squares and circles? There's no way that it isn't like they're trying to, hello,
right?
We're rubbing your nose in it, you know. Don't go back to sleep. There you go, nice person.
Yeah, no, especially the drawing on the right. You know, both are great, but it just shows even the right location for the side orb, you know, down at the very corner.
Down at the
and
bottom
I've seen
there.
the side orb. Yeah. One thing I have seen, because I see on Sam's drawing, it looks like an eye, you know, and I have so many pictures of that. You know, it looks like an eye to the right of our sun. It's round with an eye in the middle. I'll have to go back and like put them together. There's several.
The Empire orb looks like that too, and that's the big, big circular orb, and it has lights on it, and it has a segmented area that turns on as the blue eye. I have seen that by eye. I watched it happen, and otherwise I wouldn't to this day have ever believed that the Empire orb was real. Now we of course we did watch the Norway Spiral happen live. Literally the week that it happened, I think the day that it happened, and we talked about it for the next week, and everybody was wondering what it was, but it was definitely, in my opinion, it was an opening wormhole from another galaxy, and I do believe that the Empire orb came out of it into ours. So then I'm reaching on to some dangerous ground with that, and then I'll change the subject.
Next.
Yeah, and you know, here you go. I mean, hello.
Really? How can they all have straight lines like that?
No.
Well, we've seen numerous star destroyers in 8 years, and they came out of hiding in plain as day. And I watched them out from my yard by eye in April of 2019, and that's when I started screaming, "Come on, guys!" I mean. And to this day, I'm absolutely wondering how the hell this has not gone viral. I mean, doesn't everybody claim to really want to know? Don't you guys want to know about the alien spacecraft that are here? I mean, my God, we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sightings for how many years now? And we've given drawings of them. We've set locations. We've said, okay, if you go out in your window and you look here, boom, there they are. And then, of course, people around the world send in these pictures year after year. And we've collected all of these things. We've documented it. And yet why? Even, BBB 333 and other people have reported it, and yet they haven't put the puzzle pieces together. And I'm going, when? When?
Right. They seem to want to stay unbiased to any one idea, and I've noticed that too.
Maybe it's just that they don't want to get you don't want to get lifted, uh-oh. And then you get, look what's happened to yourself.
The average American is not going to be lifted up by aliens or affected.
No, I don't mean that kind of lifted. I mean, no, that was just my own word for a minute. I mean,
woke.
If you get hit on, Mr. MRBB.
Yeah.
It's all right, Sam. I was trying to say it.
Afraid to be wrong. So if you play in the middle and you never label it, you never say it's this or that, and you just talk about it, nobody can come back to you and say, hey, you're wrong. So
there's also you can't get restricted then, you see. I mean, these guys, they don't want to get restricted because maybe they're all getting money for their work, and if you get restricted, then you can't.
Right. And then, they're selling products and survival food sources and, compasses and camping gear. Yeah. So, and we of course have avoided that. I've avoided that. If we have other shooting branches so that we can help pay for more, that's a different story.
Right.
But the reports are so numerous and so repetitive, and that we're not doing speculation. Hello, car. Somebody had a car
That's
drive by.
me.
Okay.
I'm on the porch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Now I
I'm
know you're on the
outside.
porch. I'm ready.
I'm outside. It's
Hi,
just so
outside.
nice.
Hi,
I know, it's
Oklahoma.
great.
Yeah. So with all of these collaborating reports, and that boils down to we're talking about our citizen science, and we're not guessing. We don't go off of, oh, hey, look what I got a picture of this today. What we're running off of is over a decade's worth of combined information, and these topics that we post and we use and we talk about regularly are time proven information, and we are not pulling this out of a hat. So to the new people
Right.
and even to the old people, this is long documented, and this is why we're doing what we're doing.
Right. We're finally at a point to where we can, take all of the proof to all of this and present it to where it's just anybody watching it, whether they have a lot of knowledge on this or not, anybody can see it. So that's the nice part, is we're past the part where we're trying to, accumulate enough proof, because that's already happened. There's more than enough proof. So now we can enjoy just sharing it. So one thing, let's see, we had a couple of questions. I'm trying to stay caught up. Karina was asking about cubes. Are they crafts or satellites? And yes, they are crafts. They're alien operated crafts, and Sam believes they are essentially parking garages used to store and transport other types of alien crafts, like the crafts that they would come down to Earth in a lander craft, he says.
They were first sighted really early out in deep space on Google Space. And then after a short period of time of watching stuff like that, Google Space went into this weird blackout mode where there was a part of space they did not share. They didn't let you see. And older members will remember that. And during that period of time, and right before that time, I gathered a couple of pictures of the cube.
Ooh, I haven't seen that one.
And smaller pictures, or pictures of smaller craft in front of the cube in deep space. And that was like 2008, 2009. And I'd have to really research. I've never found those pictures back. I have one or two of them. And then we know that the cube came in over the live feed. That's why it's called the Texas cube, because it appeared through a wormhole out over Texas in 2015, I believe. Hello, Magpie. And
Well, that woke my cat up.
Right. Oh boy.
So then we sighted the Texas cube, and it is really large, and it's literally got the construction just like the Borg cube. You could see the exterior of it is constructed with internal visual inside pieces. And after that, after 2019, we saw it offload all the Star Destroyers. We saw a few smaller Star Destroyers prior. I mean, and the Star Destroyers are just like in Star Wars. And I'm not kidding. We've seen enough of them. We've got hundreds of close-up pictures of them from around the world for 8 years, 9 years, 7 years, whatever. And so that we're not talking out our noses going, oh, it's this, oh, it's this. No, this is what we've cited. This is not conjecture. This is not opinion. This is what we've cited. And we know that once the cubes got in place and came out from in front of the sun, which they sat for a while in hiding, and once they came out of hiding, all of a sudden, like that picture that Rebecca showed a few minutes ago, we saw hundreds of Star Destroyers in space. And I watched them offloading by eye one day from my yard for a long time. I mean, well over an hour, where the angle of light was just right. It was just earlier than sunset, and lo and behold, there they were. And we tried to, communicate that to people, but nobody wants to grab onto it. They don't dare think that this is really happening. They don't want to know it. They don't want to know it because nobody comments and it doesn't get out. But that's that picture. And
that's something else. That thing. Look at all those squid things. That's got to be something.
And look at the other items behind it that are one could be definitely the cube, and the other could be passing asteroid, because we know that they hide the Texas cube underneath Attu's moon in between some of the asteroids, and they've been there since 2019, and they're still there.
Well, you watch all the movies, and they're always trying to hide in asteroids anyway, aren't they?
And the long box cube is always hiding in the face of very flame-like, illustriously energetic Saturn's yellow moon ion trail, and it sits in front of that and just below it. And we always know it's there. It's just, it moves around a little bit, but not much. And then up in the right-hand side, the space tube has been on the right-hand side of the sun, up between and in front of Nibiru for a couple of years now. Is that somebody's fire alarm talking? They saying battery? I heard a chirp.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Not mine.
Not mine. Because it went beep. And it was like, what? Anyway, I digress.
It might be me.
Okay.
Admit it.
I'm on fire.
Hey, your smoke alarm needs a new battery. Yeah, I hate that.
Sometimes things occur in this kitchen, so I just took it
I finally bought smoke alarms that I could do with a standard battery instead of those really expensive ones that they tell you are supposed to last for 8 years, but last for 6 months. So,
I just had an experience with these things when I moved in here. I didn't realize that they were going to do the same thing as the care homes, only worse.
Yeah,
so
I bought the newer ones that take a regular AA battery.
Yeah, well, this thing went.
I'd rather buy new ones than paying for those mega $8 ones that only last for a year. When they tell you, they're warranted for 8 years. Yeah, right. How long have they been on the shelf? Anyway, digress. Off topic. What do we got? Oh, there it is. There's that storm.
Oh, stunning! Look at that.
That is the onset of Uri and the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group coming in at the end of the 180-day cycle. Yeah, there's the cross right there.
Yeah, let's play it again. I sped it up because I don't want copyright stuff, but that's what it's like.
That is the repetitive storm.
Oh, look at it. Look at it. You can see.
Yeah. And you can see the Tan asteroid dead center.
Yeah, it's got craters and everything.
Talk about
people call them faces.
And if you look at that illuminated shelf over to the right when it swings right, that is the bottom of planet Uri.
Yeah.
And it's base cloud.
Yeah, because you can see like a big darkness, like a solid, and then
if you look above that into the dark area, there's actually this is the tail of the salamander. If you look at the whole planet, which they don't show, there's the rest of the salamander. Yeah, up in that dark blue right there when they just swung. There's the rest of that facial asteroid pattern. And that's why we call it the Salamander asteroid group, and the centrally bottom located Tan asteroid.
Do y'all know how long I would be outside recording if this was outside of my house? This video would be 2 hours long. All the angles.
Yeah, you will be able to download that thing for a while.
I would try because I don't know. That's a lot of electricity.
We've seen this pattern over and over and over again, and there it is. And I drew it a month ago, and I've drawn it for 5 years, and the same shape and the same shape, and here it is. And then we even got those illumination pictures where everybody says, oh, it's the second sun. No, this is the asteroid group being illuminated at that side angle because Uri's coming in, and Uri has been on the left-hand side for literally 2019 on, or no, maybe it was 20. Yeah, it was moving over because in 2018 it went over us, and then it literally ended up on the left-hand side.
Yeah, because I remember I was in South Africa, and you said to me, "Oh, look at that! The salamander's over your house." And all right, what's that? Oh, it's the Uri asteroids or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's the thing on Uri. You said then you didn't know if it was blended into it, if it was a moon or what it was, because it was still unclear.
It's asteroids that are slightly submerged in the outer
Yeah.
gaseous form of, Uri's a gas giant, and it has its main atmosphere, but these guys are right on the edge, and they're always right there. They don't really move away from their placement unless the planet itself rotates, and which it does, and then we see changes of that in the outview pattern over certain months and weeks normally as well, which also makes it tricky to identify what's what, because they're like twisting into each other into the center face, and it's just weird.
So sometimes we won't see the salamander pack then because it's actually in its orbit and moved.
Well, sometimes it's we see it, but it's just at the angle at which it moves changes. Sometimes it goes, semi-horizontally to the left, and then we sometimes see it vertically going down underneath the passing planets, and then other times we see it going vertical to the semi-horizontal downward to the left, and the pattern changes. That's why I put out that one drawing where there are different orbit models of the rotation of the asteroids below the planets, because our out view of them does change, and then they go back to their normal cycle, and then they come around again, and we see them normally, and then it's just your out view of where, like that, usually from normal, and then sometimes they're going straight down, and then sometimes they're headed from the right down to the left. And
because they're set in their pattern, they don't really move.
They're orbiting under these planets, and when these planets themselves spin, they stay in their placement and orbit around them, and that's why we see them every day instead of them traveling in the large oval orbit where Earth is, because they're not in our orbit, they're in their orbit. And that's why everybody says, well, why won't they hit us? Well, they're not, their orbit isn't coming crashing into ours, because anywhere that they get close, these larger planets have such electrical body powers. They're so electrically charged in their own static ability of mass that we have repulsive storms and retractive storms and bubbling and all sorts of stuff occurs, but the planets don't crash into each other, but they do affect each other in close paths.
So
especially electrical.
One of the listeners was asking about there being moisture and water on these other planets. He was asking about cloud formations. Is there water on these other planets as their clouds are evaporated moisture?
Well, we know that there are two water-type planets in the system, and that's Nibiru and Saru. And yes, they have water and they have oceans, and they're massive. Our Earth is a rock-type, smaller rock-type planet. You need to look up the size and proportions of true actual planets, because modern man has a tendency to disbelieve that smaller things than Earth should not be considered planets when they're and actually do have magnetospheres and liquid cores. And they're even that comes to the debate on even Mars and Venus, because their cores are not powerful enough to can't contain atmospheres, and yet they actually do have an atmosphere. It's just not what Earthlings or humans would consider an atmosphere. Same thing goes for the passing planets. They all have their own atmospheres because they're rotating, spinning planets, and they're electrical, and they hold their inner atmosphere separate of space from whatever prototype of compounding that they exist off of. Certain kind of gases around Venus, certain kind of gases are filling a majority of Mars's atmosphere, but I imagine there's an amount of oxygen on Mars. Anyway, and the pigmentation and the planet type and what it's made of can affect the gaseous and the decay of the rock, etc. from time. Like Nepacity, for instance, we believe to be like it's green, so we think it's possibly copper, and we know it's highly volcanic because it has these really weird puffy atmospheric conditions, like volcanoes are blowing little bombs into their upper atmosphere and opening up little puff holes, and we've seen repeated patterns of that. And So each planet has its own atmosphere depending on what's within the atmosphere, and that there are different effects from oxygen, different colorations from other gases that cause other colors. So, and then we've documented the colors of the planets, etc. And what, yeah, now you have a picture of the green asteroid. And to this day, I couldn't tell you what makes up the green asteroid because it has its own little glowing balls around it. And I just sat there and wondered what the hell makes that. And that one argues with my level of science as well. And I chuckle every time I look at the green asteroid to this day. And it's currently over on the lower horizon right of the sun.
You said there was missing places on the periodic chart. Maybe this is one of those missing elements.
Oh, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of stuff that we humans do not know. And I think we're arrogantly missing it because it's far simpler. And then they give it credit for it. And this is, of course, what the government yelled at me for, because, I just told them, well, we have to have 2 stars because. And they thought, well, how dare you think that, and they got mad at me over this. And it's like, okay, well, here we are today, and how do you go into detail over that? I think we lost Leighandra. Where'd she go?
I'm here.
She stepped away for a second. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I wasn't.
You guys can step away because of all your pretty pictures.
No,
I don't want to hog the whole show. I want you guys to.
No, you're fine. Rebecca Stallard said that it's 91 here. Where is here?
Oh, wow. That's pretty warm. Let's see what it is where I am.
It's hot.
Everybody in the comments, if you would type in the comments what the approximate temperature is, where you're located, and about how warm or cool is it where you are.
Yeah, we have 67 on my computer right now, and which is probably 15 degrees too warm.
What did you say, Sam?
67.
67. I got 65.
Yeah, and we should be in the 50s or 40s right now because we're we're in fall.
For Northern California.
Now next week there's a cold front coming to Montana. We're going to drop in temperature, which is normal. Yeah. And we might see snow on the upper hemispheres of the U.S. all the way across to Pennsylvania. Even there's a snowstorm coming, folks.
I want some snow in Tahoe. That's what I want.
It's 82 where I am right now.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be 82 where you're at. It's not this time of year.
I thought we were going to have similar weather today. It ended up not being.
I know. Well, I'm trying to access. I'll pull up a couple of the pictures I shared or I took this morning. I'll share them with y'all. Give me a second. It was remarkable.
On a side note, I'm chuckling at my picture here that everybody who doesn't know me. This is about 10 years old, guys. I've cut my hair shorter. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm
also much more grayed and elderly because of having to deal with all you. I'm joking. I've earned every gray hair on my chin, thank to you. I'm teasing, but this was the only picture of my older pictures that would fit because my HD camera picture is too big to fit on this format. So I had to use an old picture. So I was chuckling over looking at that again. I just had to say something. It was like, this is not me. I'm 10 years older.
I know. I was showing my neighbor one of my pictures from I don't know, maybe almost 20 years ago. I've changed a little bit, but we all do. So it's normal.
Yeah, I got to figure out a way to make a farther away picture for next time.
Look at all these temperatures in places. 63 in New Jersey, 54 in Wisconsin, 61 in MD is Maryland, right?
Yeah, so. News reports have talked about how we are way too warm for seasonal. They're still saying record highs.
They call it an Indian summer here, but I'm like, when I was younger, I don't remember it being this warm in October, basically leading into November. So
they're calling for a tornado season in November for the East Coast.
Oh,
for the north, for Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, etc., and maybe even more west. So they're hinting at something that's coming.
You told us a long time ago that Tornado Alley has shifted upwards, and it seems like it's continuing.
Our weather has definitely drastically changed from everything. I used to record weather on VHS, or so. Yes, our weather has drastically changed, and anyone who doesn't believe climate change exists, well, whoa, okay, good luck
Proof
with
is
that.
in the pudding.
Wow.
Go outside and look and feel it, because it's happening for sure.
Yeah, and well, what's amazing is the asteroids and the fact that you'd think somebody would have reported this stuff by now to even get people. I mean, do they not want people to know? Wow, would everybody freak out every time they go by? Yeah.
Certain movies have suggested that is the reason that they lie and conceal. So,
well, like I was telling you all earlier about that post Facebook removed. I mean, that's what I was saying. I was like, not only will people discover the truth about there being this other solar system, but that just, scratches the surface.
Right.
Then you realize, well, wow, if they're going to lie about an entire other solar system, then what else are they lying about? Which is most everything.
Life, aliens.
Yeah,
we are not the only race, and we are not even. You see, they're embarrassed about them not being the top of the food chain because they've achieved power, and I hate to say it that way, but unfortunately, the powerful seek more power. And it's I understand the judgment call on both sides of the issue. I understand how you cannot tell some people some things. And then we could go back all the way back to 1980 when I told my brain that I felt everybody had the right to know this information in real earnest, basic, absolute yes. And this is of course why when my non-disclosure ended as of 2010, I started talking in three-quarter fashion. There's still a lot of stuff I don't say. But I'm not trying to smear on the epic fear ratio, fear porn thing. But there's so much going on, and it is intermixed with why they don't tell us a lot of stuff. But I think being aware of what's coming and being aware of the presences and being aware of the full information is important, whether or not we can do anything about it. Being informed and being able to teach the future the correct. Because I mean, we're living in 1880s science right now still. And there's been so many more discoveries in science that aren't even being generally talked about, practiced, or looked at, and everything's being hidden and secret and this and that and the other thing. And there's so much more that we could openly know if information was shared, because once you have a larger, reading one book versus stepping into a library, and I know that you guys have learned more because you stepped into a bigger library over time and you understand more, and it's answered a whole lot of other things for you. And that's what happens even in our technology, our society, even in our discoveries of tomorrow.
I was just going to mention that Leighandra, Rebecca Stallard responded. She's in Texas, so it's 91, I believe she said, in Texas.
It's burning up.
That's warm, right?
Yeah, and if you look at the bottom, go ahead.
It's 48 degrees here. 48.2. It says 9 degrees Celsius is 48 too.
Okay, yeah, that is chilly. You said you were freezing earlier.
I believe that orange bottom glow, the last horizontal orange yellow, is probably illuminated base cloud of Saru.
Okay. Boy, it reminds me so much of Nepicity. Saru, it seems like it does a lot of the same.
Yeah, but it's got a really thick illuminated base cloud. It has to do with that's literally the illuminating pole of that planet, and it glows and it's very thick. And Nepicity and Isatum look like BBs laying next to a giant dump truck compared to how big Saru is versus these smaller planets. And, you could have a tennis ball and you could have a pool ball, a golf ball and a tennis ball sitting next to a dump truck. Literally, that's the size difference. Saru is huge. So is Nibiru. Nibiru is even bigger than Saru. And that's what,
Really?
A standard water type normal solar system is, with a standard red star where we have a dwarf yellow and all our planets are spread out and our gas giants are hanging out in the middle where they shouldn't be, and yet they are. And then we've got this really weird Oort cloud of asteroid debris in between Mars and Saturn and Jupiter and et cetera, et cetera. And then we've got another field of debris out by the other gas giant, Neptune and Uranus and all of that. And there's all the other stuff out there that they don't count. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff in there that they don't talk about as well, including very close to us that they don't discuss. So, Sirius, Make, and some of the other smaller planetoid body count thing. And not body count as in dead people, but as in body that count.
Yeah. Something you told me earlier this summer that I did not know, but it changes my perspective a little, is how it's actually our solar system passing through the twin solar system, and that's why we got planets in all directions, because they are,
that too is point of view. Ships passing in the night. Theirs is a bigger system. Their planets are locked in a closer spiral together. I don't understand that, but then they're attached to a larger star. So that perhaps could be the explanation for that. I don't have the math or the physics for it, but nor have I even tried. No, I haven't tried to calculate circumference and sphere and mass ratio, even though I used to know how to do stuff like that. I mean, I have some examples that I've used in recent math, but I'm not trying to do that because I don't have any way to really actually judge it per se with the secondary size comparative in trigonometry and all of that, geometry, etc. I don't have one of the ways to say, well, this is this compared to that, and so I can't give you mass, the size, etc. Are we okay, or did we just fall off the table?
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I went with it.
Oh gosh.
Like, hello.
Sorry.
So I haven't been able to give you a size, or I mean, we're running off a handful of rumor here, and of course we've got some base information, and we've got visual information and documentation since 2011, 2012, 2013, 14, 15, when they were smaller and more visible, and we could actually see them overall at a larger percentage of their overall planet size in one view. And now
that's what I wanted to ask you about, because I know we have pictures of Uri and some of the other planets, and you could see the whole thing, but because of Saru's size, do you have any pictures from the earlier days where you can see her?
Yeah, I have on this computer, I have about 7 or 8. And that goes back to when we lost all of those pictures on the earlier computers, number 15.
That's what I figured.
Today, yeah, we lost a lot of pictures. I have, like I said, 7 or 8 really good pictures of Saru, but she didn't really stick around for too long. She went close past on us right away about 2013, 2014, 2015, and then in came Uri and blocked the out view, and Nibiru went up and did this, and then we did. It was when they first arrived, it was a spiral. I think there was 4 or 5 spirals in the out bottom view, and then they went right, left as they approached from up underneath, and I can't remember exactly what year did they stop spiraling and started doing the right or left, but mainly after the second sun arrival, or us going past through closer to their star, did everything change, and that's when the sunrise went to the northeast sky, and why our arc of our sun is now in the south, and the Earth tipped, and all the other planets tipped.
Right.
And then they went from the left to the right to the left to the right, and that was literally. And then during that process, Saru stepped back, and so we got very few pictures of her after that, other than these horizontal really bright, illuminated yellow, orange base cloud of her going off back in the distance as she backed up, because Nibiru backed up as well within 2013, 14, and 15, and then went bye-bye into the back distance above the sun. So our angle of light never showed that Nibiru was basically there. And then we at the same time saw Saru, or excuse me, Saturn drift back and then cross over the top of the sun in 2018. And that's where we saw the winged tail over the top of the sun in 2017, 18, 19. And then they came back around again. So our view of them changed. But it takes a couple of years, and yet they've switched in this 8 to 13 year process. They've switched sides like 3-4 times, from right to left.
Yeah, that was a question I wondered: is do you have an idea when the planets could flop the sides of the sun? Like, Saturn might be on the left side.
Well, we know they're going rotationally at an axis. Away from us, in front of us, above us, away from us, in front of us, above us.
Okay.
And they rotate in that same axis, and then we get 1 or 2 days where they're really hard to see. So I don't know what happens during that. There's the blue days where you hardly even see them at all.
Yeah.
And then
usually about 3 of them.
I anticipate that we're going to see some sort of solar event, and where they're going to start going beyond us, where the larger star would move off in our view to the north. I would imagine maybe the more central north than northeast direction. I don't know exactly how it would appear or which direction the sun's going to pull away, because they are there. I think it's us passing through them. So our out view would be, and that's, I'm trying to like plot that in my head. So, I believe that when they pull away, we'll probably be able to see illuminated faces of them now and then going on for a couple of years when they become illuminated past Earth, and probably in our north by northeast sky, smaller and smaller and smaller. I don't know. I'm guessing that's total hypothesis. That's what I think will happen, because what I saw last night is Saturn was right over the top of us and massive, just whoa. And usually it had been off in the distance at an angle away from us and got bigger and bigger and bigger. But that was the first time I'd ever seen or fully noticed how unbelievably red everything was. And I looked straight up, and there's the Saturn's yellow moon with the fire-like cloud pattern, and the faceplate, the big circular funky flat faceplate, and then this big red everything above that, and you could see the full facial illumination coming from the west, and then there was a lighter blue thing behind that up in the north sky by northwest, and that was a lighter blue, and I knew that to be Nibiru behind. Massive is Saturn, and that's why everything was so unbelievably red and so close, and it was like I was looking down a tunnel to the west underneath this just huge gigantic planet. It was awesome.
Hey Sam, we have a user on Facebook would like for you to say each of the names of the planets. How are they pronounced?
Imaru, Nibiru, Saru, Uri, Atu's moon, Nepesity, and did I say Saturn? And her yellow moon, and we believe Saturn has 3 moons, and then Nibiru has 2 moons, Nana and Amelsaru, and they're concentric moons and tidal locked, and the smaller one, Nana, orbits Amelsaru. And then there's the asteroids, the lead object, Casper, Spiral, Red, Tan, Big 3, Skull asteroid group. There's all kinds of wonderful things out there. Yeah. And we talk about it when they become topic and when we've cited them. And earlier we were talking about the funky little weird triangular, odd, lonely ship that we see that flies in front of the lead asteroid on many occasions. And we were talking about another sighting today. And we haven't really fully identified that, and we don't talk about it a lot because we don't have a lot of information, but we do occasionally share it. So, there's a lot of stuff going on that we've proven for God, I don't know how many years now. And we just keep at it. And this is why all of us, including our sister sites, have been getting together and trying to reach out to other YouTubers to share and reach out to other people to further all of this.
Somebody said Matim.
One of our listeners reminded us, Matim.
God, we always forget about poor old Matim.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, I mean,
out of sight, out of mind.
I apologize, Matim. Bright blue, very tiny Matim. And I believe Matim orbits underneath and over Saru and all the way to Uri and then back. And it has completely, it's in one of the drawings that somebody has. It's rare. And we saw it in the first original arrival for, about a year. And then she went away. She, whatever you want to call this planet, tiny little bright blue Matim. And I have one picture I think is it, but I haven't been able to prove it, so I've never used it. I have a couple of pictures that I think is it. And if I have no way to really back up with multiple sightings that have the facial markings match here, then I can't, attribute it as being tagged. It could be another body, a picture from somebody else that sent it in that said it was this and wasn't, don't want to go there. And we're already reaching in so many ways, trying to, cross-reference tag the Sumerian texts and everything, you gather some science as you may, and they're little, life preservers in this ocean of misinformation, but you got to hold the ones that fit. And we've been trying to do that for well over a decade now. And I think we've done an excellent job.
I would agree.
Just considering like where things have gone since like 2020 is when I really started making the comparisons and the videos. And about that time, like my group on Facebook had about 3,000 followers, so in 3 years it's grown over 65,000 people, so that's really significant.
The picture you have up on the screen now, it's a basic example. Everybody goes, I wonder what causes that, and then they say, it's some sort of celestial cloud event. No, this is light shining at sunset underneath Nibiru, and this is the light shafts that are being broken up and trying to sneak up underneath this planet that's right in front of your eyes, because this hole illuminated everything blue from the second tree, or from the tree on the right all the way to the tree on the left all the way to the right upper corner is planet. And there's two actually there, and you can see the little bubbly fiery Saturn's yellow moon as well. And if you really look over next to the middle of the right hand side, you will see the long box cube and side orb.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all in this picture. And Nibiru.
Yeah, you would never. Sorry, I was going to say you would never think about. I know most people would see it's just a blue sky, but it's really the blue sky of another planet.
This cut light refraction that you're looking at is light underneath the edge of Nibiru at sunset.
Yeah.
I wish you could see this. That was on one of our shows.
Nibiru is so huge now that it's literally half the sky when it's moving on everything on the right hand side. And of course we're seeing it Saturn and it's Saturn's yellow moon as well, and the ion tail, and then of course the Texas cube, the long box cube on the right hand side. And it's literally from due east to our western sky. As we see the sun come up in the morning, we're seeing that whole effect of it's all right there. I mean, everything is there. It just turns as the day goes by, we get different angled view of the light. So we can see the side faces and the bottoms at different times. And they're so huge. Now we know that core pattern. That red area, go back.
Hang on 1 second. Sorry.
It's a good second next.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that core pattern right there. Everything red there is the bottom of Nepenthe, and that white sideline and the bubbly presence of this shot is the side of Nepenthe in close pass overhead.
So what's the gray blue area?
That's green.
Okay, so it's all Nepenthe.
Yeah, and you're seeing the back side of it, so it's dark. That's the bubbly side of bubbly Nepenthe. And we're looking at a core. That's the red, which shows you the light is shining from up underneath, but it's refracting off the right-hand side of the color of his Saturn, which we know is on the right-hand side of the sun. So we know there's refractive colors coming from it, which is causing the red, and why our skies are turning yellow.
Like kind of like that. I mean, see how yellow it is?
Yeah, and that. Yeah, that cutoff is Saru cutting off the sun, and then in front of you here is Uri.
Huge.
I was getting more pictures pulled up.
That's all I said. Huge.
And you can see the light blue, green blue of Saru because we know Saru's back there. And that's causing that light cutoff effect. And we know this big blue thing with the puffy clouds here is the side of Uri, and that white orangey thing was one of the asteroids coming out off the side, and that one is that's oh boy. I'm going to tell you that is Attu's moon.
That's what. Yeah, you told me that once before, so that's what I was going with since then. So I'm sure.
Yeah, and then the lead asteroid, and then it's
crazy.
Probably the Texas cube and up above, and the lead asteroid in the middle.
Like behind it, the dark blue up in the top left-hand corner would be Attu.
Uri.
Uri. Okay.
Yeah, this is an older picture, right?
It is.
Yeah. Okay. Attu would be above Attu's moon. That's that first. That's that first white-sided illumination at the top left, and then you see two other rings. One is a ring up a Uri behind it, and another one is the base cloud.
Left.
See what else.
Yeah, there's different colors in that picture. It's amazing.
Uri and Attu are always connected with a line of clouds between Attu's base cloud and Uri's base cloud. There's always a connection.
I love these pictures like this, where it's the shadows of the planets. I can look at these over and over.
Yeah, that's the side of Uri, and you can see the stripes, and we see the empty spots, and that one main center. You can see the stripes, and they match all of the early pictures as well. And over on the right-hand side, we're looking at the side of is Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon, and then bluish in the background is Nibiru, lighter blue. But
I love it.
Same thing.
Yeah.
But, Uri on one side, Nibiru on the other.
It makes it so obvious.
This is the date on this is 2017. So yeah, that's
right.
That's Uri on the left and Nibiru on the right in 2017.
And this just helps prove it all so much more is when it's not just happening in one picture, but it's over and over, across many years. Right. These pictures.
And then when you match the asteroids going across the faces from the drawings as well,
right?
You see that they're actually there, right in front of these big dark blobs that we document in the travel, So over and over, when they match time after time, we know that that's the stripes of Uri, because we've seen it, by that month, whatever date this picture was taken, we'd seen it, 18 times in that month because it happens over and over and over and over again. And, there's another cutoff illumination, that flaring that shows you the line of light is being shaft angled around the planet cutting into the sun, which is why it's flaring out bigger than normal. And you can see refracted parts of that on the camera lens itself, showing that the light is refracting. Same thing. You got Saturn on the right, and you got Uri on the left, and
the
date on this picture I think is 2018, and there's more stripes on the left and an ion tail on the right, and the Saturn's yellow moon, which was much smaller in this shot, while you're seeing the ion tail going from center of the sun to the right. Can't make that stuff up. And look,
no, I was just thinking, I wonder what their explanation would be for something like that. You know,
yeah,
you
and
just
that's a repetitive pattern that, you know, since we've been documenting since 2019, since I was drawing, here's another example. Since I was drawing that the illumination and the ion tail of a Saturn, and you can actually see the ion tail of a Saturn right here, just above that cloud on the right-hand side. In front of is Saturn.
Talking about that streak to the right of our sun.
Yep.
Being
that cloud. It's an ion tail, and that's the winged planet that everybody was calling Nibiru the winged planet, and everybody thought Nibiru was red. No, Saturn is red, and it has a yellow moon, and that yellow moon is so close spatially to Saturn that it puts off a trail that leads, and we think it has two other smaller side moons that those tails ionize around the planet from proximity or path or space or electrons or God only knows. But we know because we've watched it for 8 years that the Saturn has the ion tail around it, in front of it, in hundreds and hundreds of captures, and so we came to this conclusion. And it also fits the early documentation from off-world information. So
yeah, I'm curious, like, is this the information that you got from the Pleiadian?
No, a lot of this comes from that Pleiadian message, which was 2008, 2009 on the internet, which we cross-referenced, and we waited on that one for years and never took the science behind it until it was proven. And then when we were comfortable with the names, a lot of people ask, well, where do the names come from? That matched a bunch of information that I got in the 80s directly from contact with an extraterrestrial life form. So, and when it matched, we've come through sort of wearing a pair of socks in this shoe to get here that says, yes, this is correct. So we can wear the shoe comfortably. That is the information that has set up the basis for our documentation, and it has fallen into place all these years. So, and this is where, we're completely comfortable in our science, is why we share it the way we do. And when we say we're not guessing, is because we're not guessing.
I love that part, because it's right here. You can see it. Anybody can see it. Shannon was asking which of the planets are inhabited. She says, I see beings, flying objects, or am I losing it? I don't think she's losing it, no.
Well, we don't even have to talk about well, we can start with, yes, there's supposedly 2 to 3 races living on this solar system, our twin system. Always will be attached to us, always was. There's 2 other races, or 3. And I don't have a lot of information. That is verbal information, but I don't have any way to back that up. But there are other factions here of other races as well during this process. So, and we know that also factually as well. So, there's a lot more going on, and there are a lot bigger groups, and it's not just 8 guys in a little flying saucer with windows. So there's a lot more going on.
All right. Let's see. We had another question. This person was asking, would the moons from Nibiru orbit close to us?
In 2012, I got to sit and watch them for quite a few weeks. And I was first trying to tell people, and they just laughed at me. I don't think we'd get that close to Nibiru per se. I think we'd be in a whole lot of trouble. Tiny little Earth went next to that, close next to. I think Nibiru's closest pass, I believe, was probably around one of the right to lefts. I know in 2012 we had a real close one. And then she went off bye-bye for a while. And then Nibiru's been sort of elusive because we went to the other side of their solar system. There's two sides to their central. Nibiru and Saturn are on one side, and then Saru, Uri, Atu, Matim, and Nepesity are on another chain of their connective orbit. So we've been pretty much mostly face to face with the Uri side and everything. So the close pass, I don't know what's going to happen. We might be really, really close. I mean, we are now. We are far closer now to Nibiru than we've ever been. I would have to say, if you spit, you're probably looking up, and you're probably on anything on the right hand side of the sun is definitely Nibiru, and it depends on your point of view during the day and your illumination. It's up there. It's, as far as the eye can see, it's huge. And that's the part everybody forgets.
How close is the Melsaru? How close are her moons to her? To her? To Nibiru?
Oh God!
Yeah.
I watched them off the side of this large planet, and they're tiny little, orbiting tennis balls on the side of this big, massive thing. And one's bigger than the other. And I watched them for, like a week, 2 weeks. It wasn't every day, but when the clouds allowed, you could actually see them, and you could watch them orbit each other, which was really
What
cool.
did they look like?
Well, they looked like moons that, as if they were way far away. And first original Nibiru would take up a quarter of the sky of what it does now. So, back then they were smaller, and you could see them at certain times of day better. And it was literally like when you look at midday, if you look down south, it was like looking sort of down a tunnel, and you could see all these planets in the heavens, and it was just awesome. And I sat up here in Montana and did that when I drive into town. And that was 2010, 2011, 2012. And there were certain times a day, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there they were. And they were just unbelievable. And I tried to describe that to people, and they just thought I was out of my mind. And I was seeing in some sort of mystical technicolor. I don't know, but there they were. And you could see all of them, the whole panoramic view of these cool planets standing there, and they were much smaller. And the big ones were big, but the smaller ones were smaller. And you could see tiny little green Nepesity and bright red Isatum and Matim, and Atu was purple as all get out. And once we started watching the purple planet, I mean, okay, all right, this is right. Didn't expect a purple planet, and lo and behold, there it is. And it matches the information, and that's what really pushed me over the edge, is when Atu purple matched all of that. I just went, holy shit, this is right. Oh my God. And then we went with it. And that, before we were calling it the purple planet or the striped gray planet, and we were calling it the green blue planet and the big blue planet. And so we were, and then we watched smaller Isatum and smaller Nepesity come in, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And, at some point I thought, okay, these are asteroids or whatever. But then we found out they were planets come 2014 and 15 and 16 when they got close, and there they were. And wow, they're big, and they've got moons, and, et cetera. And they're here, and they're here, and they're here. So, and then we saw the pattern, and then we saw Isatum go over the top of the sun and cause all that crazy split tail sun stuff. Hi, Michael Stewart.
Yeah, Mike is a friend of mine, and I talked to him yesterday. Hi, Mike. I talked to him and his friend Terry yesterday, and they said they'd be tuning in. So, how are you? Happy you made it. Do you have any certain questions that you would like to ask Sam? I told him I could possibly bring him on for a minute if he wanted to say hello to you. He's like an admirer. He watches all our videos. So, but hi, Mike. Let me know if you have any questions.
That was me clanking my water glass.
Yeah. I'm trying to download my video from this morning to show you all. Here it is. We're getting close. I'll be able to show you in just a moment what I saw this morning, and it was so great. I'm kind of heartbroken though, because I live just outside downtown Tulsa, and there's buildings and trees everywhere. About 2 blocks away is 2 big open fields, and that's where I always go to take pictures. Well, they started construction. Like, they have big old trucks out there now, and they're jackhammering. And anyway, I'm sad. I don't know where else I'm going to find a spot like that. I really don't know. I'm going to be looking around. So, but
Oh, see. Can you see that?
I can't see you at all, Gillian. You're in the square behind Michael Stewart's picture.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
No, we can't see you at all. I can't see you at all.
yeah.
I would have to remove the sun picture.
give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. I'm labeling this file. Okay, good. I'm back.
Oh,
Okay.
Lynn Anderson's in Aberdeen, and Aberdeen's getting hit pretty badly, but she's seeing the sunset a couple of hours ago, and what she saw looks like just amazing. It looks like, obviously, it's Nipissity, isn't it? I mean,
What was it, Gillian? I didn't get to see it.
Put the picture up again. Opposite direction.
Oh, yeah. Are those yours or?
no, they come from Aberdeen tonight, a couple of hours ago.
And purple and orange.
Yeah, and foam. They've said that the ocean is so high it's touching her window and it's foaming.
So where exactly is Aberdeen on the continent?
It's east of me, but they were saying that east was getting
Aberdeen is in Scotland.
Yeah. Aberdeen.
Okay, so it's on the eastern shore of Scotland. Yeah, that's the Iceland Greenland front I was talking about.
They're getting hit really badly.
Yeah, there's Arctic downplay coming from all around the pole. We're going to experience that here tomorrow. We're going to or this week sometime, and we're going to.
They're talking about wading waist deep on their streets. I kid you not, waist deep in foam off the sea.
Okay, yeah. Well, I did watch the planet go over last night, and man, the moon. God, I should talk about that too. Our moon was due south, and I did see both of them. The crescent behind the crescent again.
I seen it last night. It looked orange. It was in clouds, and the purple was just going all over it, like purple clouds all over it.
Oh, I saw the coolest red, and then I saw our moon right there in due south, and I just sat there knowing that, there's this larger planet way over the top of our moon. I was like, wow, it totally messes with your head knowing all of this stuff is right there, really, because I'm gonna go out, for sure tonight, and watch the sunset again.
Yeah, let me show you my video.
What do you think? Sam? Oh, go ahead, Rebecca. I can ask
No, go ahead.
Well, I want to pick his brain a little bit about our, dare I say, second moon. Like, does it belong to us? Does it belong to this binary solar system?
NASA announced a few years ago we had a second moon. They didn't say where it was. Mm-hmm. There's also the possibility, because we've only seen this for about 6 or 7 years now, because I kept seeing it up here in Montana. I was like, God, there is something yellow behind our white moon. And then they've been talking about the super moons all for how many years now? And then they added that, and everybody became used to that term. And so super moons, and why do we have 3-day long full moons? Well, that's because I believe there's a larger object. Now, it could be the Empire orb actually hiding behind our moon. I could be wrong, because we occasionally see the Empire orb, which is in front of our sun as the black dot. So I'm wondering, is this a secondary celestial body that did arrive and is larger and behind our moon that NASA has sort of announced, but is not giving us information about? or is this a temporary body behind? But we know there. I mean, visually, there is a second larger object behind the moon because I'm seeing two crescents. I'm seeing two fulls. One is yellow behind and our white moon. And I see it up here every month for years now. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I cannot argue with my eyes any longer. There's two objects there. And I also remind people to look up UAE, United Arab Emirates, 2 Moon Project. And you will see visual video from them seeing their point of out view from the middle hemispheres of Earth, where I am on the northern latitudes, where they see it differently as 2 separate full objects.
I remember when that video first was doing its rounds on Telegram and TikTok and everywhere else, and we were like, what is that? I think that we, at that time, it was a couple years ago, we were like, okay, we identified it as.
And they actually, and if you want, ask why all these countries are now on the moon. India landed something on the southern pole of the moon. The United Arab Emirates set up a 2 Moon Project. China, everybody else is sending out all these rockets up to the moon. Wonder why? There's probably another larger object they're trying to identify, and we can see it from here. I can see it. So,
right. I was trying to pull your picture up, your drawing.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yep.
You guys are gonna have me using my phone.
Yeah. I haven't got everything. I'll get there.
I have everything on my phone, nicely organized, but yeah.
And I've started collecting a file on those pictures now. So I've got 6 or 8 of them. And
I'll get those added for the next show. We can look through because there's several that I've shared on the Facebook.
They're very rare to actually get a capture of because I mean I'd look through binoculars at the moon and I didn't see it, and then I look by eye, and there it is. And you know, so I don't know who's capturing it on camera, but I definitely see a larger yellow object behind our moon, which is why we have these super moons all the time, and it could even be affecting eastern Scotland right now with a higher tide than normal. Have your friend check tide level versus annual tide level going back 4 or 5 years. See if this is above normal or what, because we know there was freak waves in South Africa last week. Got a phone call. I apologize. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Do your thing. Hello. Robocall. Robocall again. Somebody said Sam, and I hung up on him. So it went boop. You know that sound that says it's a robocall.
Yeah, they really want something. They'll call back.
Every time my phone ever rings,
they don't even call me by my right name. Those robocalls. They go, "Hello, is this Natalie?"
The disrespect. They couldn't even get your name right.
No, it's Natalie. I'm always Natalie. I don't know why I'm Natalie. Maybe Natalie has a number.
Did she have your number previously?
Maybe that's like Mary in some other country, you know, like standard name. Pardon me, Miss, or pardon Sheila, you know, Australian. Hey,
Natalie.
Right. Oh, Natalie. Careful.
Now they always want me to buy another O2 product, and I've reached my limit with O2 products. There's 3 of them sitting on this table right now. That's enough products. Until I want my laptop.
So you all want to see my video from this morning?
I was.
Yeah, let's see.
Here we go. It's like I have a drum roll effect if I had one. Hang on. Okay, here we are.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, this was about 9 o'clock this morning. Yes.
Wow.
And that's Yuri on set right there. And there's Salamander Group. And the bottom of you going past us and over us, and then Atu is the other direction.
Yeah, that looks like somebody dropped a great big ball in, and it's like.
Notice how it's rising higher now.
Yeah.
Off the horizon. Where before we would only see it at the horizon. Now it's above the horizon.
Oh, and look at that halo thing. Oh, look at the shape in there.
Yeah, that's lead asteroid and red asteroid underneath Attu and Attu's moon.
Okay, I see it.
Look at them. I see the little dudes in there. Ah.
And that's where they, in that out view, they're literally going vertical in the out view. Whereas this is probably Nepacity on depends on where you're pointing it. I one point thought it was Jury, but it's not necessarily.
It looked.
That's probably Nepacity.
Well, okay, cool.
See the axis?
I do. I did actually. I was watching it when I was filming it.
And then if you look close to the sun,
look, there's a blue. There's one. There's one. There's one.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. And of course, now a half hour, an hour from now, this is going to all be transitional and different. But yeah, that's them over the top of us, and you can see all those wispy lines. Those dots are all asteroids. And when I'm warning people that we're in for close pass time, this is what this is close pass because there they are.
You can tell it just dragging by. What else would cause all of that streaks? It's you could just
look at that straight line. Is that also one of the asteroids doing that, or are they busy with
probably a trail?
Yeah,
one of those sea trails. Where all you have to do is one or two or three of them every couple of hours, and it fills up the sky and mixes in and makes a mess, and it cuts off. And sometimes I wonder if they're trying to actually highlight it so they can see it better themselves. I mean, they're doing such a good job half the time of actually.
I know, you just put one up and you're ready with your camera. You see one of them things.
Yeah. Okay. They're trying to hide them. Here we go. Or they're or they're trying to illuminate them for their own research by now.
They crack me up because they're always too late anyways. It's like, hello, the planet is already above and moving overhead by the time they come out with their one plane and their one little trail. I'm like, I think I see something else.
Right. They're trying their best.
They're trying their best.
They are.
Give it to them.
But what I remember Sam telling me, they're also spraying to keep the earth cooler, and I didn't really ever think about anything like that. I just pictured it was all, nefarious. But there is.
Yeah, we all think it's all bad, but obviously it's not, because to have two suns means more heat. So.
Yeah. That's what I was looking at here. Is the pictures, that show the two suns. A lot of people think that the two suns look like this. But really, it looks like that. This. Where'd it go? Because the second sun is behind our sun, not off to itself, fully visible. So
and we saw the early transition of that happen, and that happened in 2011 and 2012, because there used to be pictures where they were separate, and that was 2010, 11, and 12. But we didn't get good pictures in the northern hemisphere of this until literally 11 and 12. It was going on, below us, and we have captures from Antarctica of a star and planetoids, and yet it wasn't our star, because if you go back in the historical records, in Antarctica, it's supposed to be pitch black for certain amounts of time during the winter, or their winter, I should say. I don't remember exactly the dates of when it's supposed to be pure dark. Lost track of that, but we used to watch that too. And in the early days, all of a sudden it wasn't dark when it was supposed to be, and that also proves that the second star came from below us, and how we perceive this transitory change, and how the star is now has been completely almost missed this whole cycle of what occurred. It was really cool when it happened.
I mean, I can verify that, because I seen it come up. It was in February, March each year since I've been listening to you. When I stayed in South Africa, things would pop up kind of like that and go down, and you would only see them at a certain time of the day, like usually in the evening, and it would go like up and down, because obviously we were seeing some kind of weird angle of their orbit.
And that's when we were doing the first original studies from Neumeyer Station, live cams and everything else. Looking at, I was looking at every live cam around the world, trying to get a collective of information, because at that time it took literally 2 weeks to get anything published, and half the videos were 2 years old. And so there was no way to compare what I see in the sky here, knowing that they're way far above us, and had to prove somehow. And that's how Montana Skywatcher 1 got originally formed. And there were very few sky watching sites out there. There was, Montana Clouds and this and that and the other thing. There were cloud sites, but there weren't any real sky astronomical sites, unless it was these hardcore clubs where they were dealing with information from satellites, and there was a big void in between. And that's how we formed what we formed. And we just,
because I remember just after I started watching, thinking, what is that thing next to the sun? There was a definite ball, like a mustard ball, and it had like layers. It looked like it had layers around it. It was a mustard colored, honest to God, ball. It was right there next to the sun. And
our main higher hemisphere captures, it started coming in, and it was this bright thing with it had a shaft light that was going horizontally, and it had a bunch of little black dots around it, and it started showing up in our pictures. And it was there, and it was there for the first year, and I kept looking at it and going, what am I missing about? What the hell is that? And then literally that turned out to be the second system visibly in the northern hemisphere, but it was so light robbed that you couldn't really see it until you could. And then all of a sudden, wham, it was here, and they were here in our south. And there was a missing period where I was spending more time on the world live cams, like the Mexico webcams and the South America webcams and the Antarctic webcams, getting our information. And then all of a sudden it became in the northern hemisphere, and then that on went the identification of the individual bodies as well, because at first we didn't even know Atu had a moon, and then in 2014 and 15 we found that out, blah blah blah. And and if you look back,
I first started seeing it in the southern hemisphere. That's why I was lucky to see them small and their perfect shapes, and then everything expanding to where they're so enormous now. You
got to see them before anybody up here in the northern hemisphere got to see them. And we were, documenting it. And I, then like I said, I sat and watched Nibiru in the south sky, and it was so big and then I could see the moon.
But you also said to me you couldn't. It kind of damaged your sanity, the angle I was seeing it from, because you said, I see Saturn, but it can't possibly be. And where are you? And that's how I met you.
Well, there's the red blob too, which was Nibiru behind it as well. It made an orange glow that.
Yeah, because I thought it was two suns I was seeing.
Well, in the old pictures, when it got larger and larger and larger, everybody discounts the big brownish orange blob behind all the planets.
Yeah, this thing was a brown mustard. It was weird.
Yeah,
it was like a
mustard brown orange, right? And that is the color of Nibiru.
So of it, maybe I've seen Nibiru then.
It's a big orange brown gas giant, and that's why it's orange brown. And the second star is quite a distance away from it, and our star is away from the second star, and then our planet is away from our star. And people are wondering if it's closer. No, our planet is not closer to the sun than normal. It's normal where it has to be because it's attached, and the whole system is pushed out away from us, and we're currently crossing through some sort of electrical tidal lock for now, upon passing and then separation. I can't even fathom the rules behind that.
Yeah.
So I didn't expect them to tidal lock together in the two stars the way they have been since 2012, which this has been a decade. And we know that the sun is way too big. No, it's way too bright. We know that because we see in visual representations of pictures all over the place that there are 2 and 3 bands colored, which do match our older information. So it matches over and over, year after year. So we have to surmise that this is still placement of the second star. So what happens to separation? Couldn't tell you. Wow, here we we go. You know, and we're traveling in unknown. I mean, we're pilgrims in a foreign land at that point. So
That's going to be interesting.
yeah, and I hope we don't cry on the way out. You know, when it goes by,
Yeah.
because then we would have double amplification rather than 3/4. Because part of that second star is blocked by our star, and that's why the weird our solar output of coronal mass ejections and everything was off for so many years, is because most of the material from our star was being back eddied into that other star. But that's not
So it's
happening.
sucking all our energy, like
Well,
pulling it all
some
back.
of the activity, it was still normally behaving, but a lot of the activity suddenly went off the charts and they couldn't understand it. And what was going, it was back eddying some of our star. But then we have seen transitionary change where now our star has started having similar backblows like it did at joining in 2011 and 12, the backblows of 2012, CMEs. And you can look that up. We're
Yeah.
seeing evidence of that again and other solar changes. So I assume that we're in right separation.
It begs the question: are we separating? Yeah,
that's an
has it
excellent.
begun?
Our sun is smaller, their sun is larger, and at some point they're going to separate. I imagine. I couldn't tell you
That
300
slingshot
years.
thing happening will get.
You know, I mean, what if they're here for 300 years? Wow. Yeah, I'd never thought of it that way, but I don't assume that's the case.
Right.
But we don't even know like how long years are meant to be anyway, because
right, we have
relative,
no written records from Zechariah Sitchin, for example, how long. There's no documentation that we can look up that says how long they're going to be here right next to us, or us next to them, or however you want to view it. But we like I saw evidence in other YouTube videos this week. I watched Heavy D Sparks from Sparks Motor, the Diesel Brothers. They have a great video. I watch them all the time, and I watched their videos, and lo and behold, in their videos, there's the planets. You can't freaking argue with it. Period. Big, huge, dark things on both sides of the sun. You know, there sits the Saturn's yellow moon, ion tail. Oh yeah, there's the asteroid. Yeah, in their movies, just plain as day.
Yeah.
And I just sit here and go, how do the people miss this?
I think they put the cool sky videos on them and all the regular shows as well. Like I just seen a couple of year old one called Sanctuary, and the whole sky is just
drone
full
footage everywhere. Everybody's taking these drone shots. You know, they turn and you go, "Oh, look, there's a planet. How did you miss that?" And then they pan by like nothing. You know, and it's like, "Oh my God, there it is. Oh, there it is. There it is." And yeah,
flying over their heads. Mm-hmm.
Why does the sun look weird? It's kind of funky and shadowy, all weird looking. Yeah.
The one I get the most is, why is it so large? Why is it so large? And it's like, well.
Yeah, how does it spread like that suddenly? It spreads like that.
Because
it just kind of spread.
Because there's two huge objects on either side and above the sun, so it's pinching, refracting, and it's becoming this flare.
There's a lot going on.
Huge refractive flare because it's being interrupted in our view path. It's like somebody parked a car in front of another car and the car behind has the headlights on.
Somebody says they noticed it in kids' movies, but it does distract you, takes your attention away from the actual show because the sky can be so busy, Yeah. Hey, Leighandra, do you want to go through your file?
Yeah.
Pictures. You want to see I'm not sure how much control you have on your end. So
let's just test it out. I think once you pull it up, I'll be able to click through it at leisure.
Okay.
Yep. There it is.
Check it and see.
Oh,
good. It is going to work for you.
Look at those things. They're cool.
So I think.
Hey, Lynn, I got to step away for just a minute.
Sure.
Sorry.
I'm trying to adjust it because I have this dated. I have all of them dated, but I guess you can't see the date. But
I don't need to. I can tell you exactly what.
We know you don't need to, Sam.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can tell you the date of this.
I'm sorry. That was really presumptuous of me. I apologize.
No, but I can tell you the date of this one too, because this was my aha moment. Like, oh shit. There really is a whole nother solar system in the sky. So this was 8/9/2020. I had just joined Rebecca's group maybe 3 or 4 months prior. And it was just another day of, okay, I'm going to go take pictures of the sky. There's these amazing colors. I went back on Facebook later that day, and there were several matches, and they just happened to be within a couple of scrolls of where I first posted this, and it was just, it all came together. So
I was wondering why Lead Asteroid was so small in this picture.
Back in 2020.
This picture is when it was during the epitome of the close pass of Attu's moon. I mean, it was sky filling over, and it was beautiful and beautiful. We got like a year and a half's worth of pictures of it.
Yeah.
And here it is. You're looking at Attu's moon, very, very big. And then the slight white behind its lower base is Attu behind it. And then over to the left, of course, would be Uri. But then you also have Lead Asteroid and Red Asteroid. And I imagine the Texas Cube is dead center, just above the base cloud. You see the padded, pockmarked moon face in the upper center of the picture.
Yep, right there, the darker spot.
Yeah,
you're always able to pick up so much more. I saw eventually, because even when I took the picture, I didn't know what I was looking at. I just knew it was a planet because the curvature was insane. The colors were insane. The texture, you could feel it.
Well, I also remember where everything was. I have most of the stuff, the events laid in my head still. I can still see where I can look at a picture and pretty much tell you when and where it was taken. And this was a really nice period of time when Attu's moon was absolutely you couldn't deny it. Oh my God, there it is. And we have hundreds of really, really good ones. And I think that's like a forgotten time period of Attu's moon, because overall we have way more pictures of Attu and Attu's moon than any of the other planets combined.
It was.
Yeah, I got fed up with you telling me all the time, oh, it's Attu and Attu's moon. I'm like, what about the other ones?
Where were you to see the other guys?
Yeah.
Well, we have to take into account proximity of where we are versus where the other planets are. Well, we don't get to say, okay, move out of the way. I want to see a Saturn.
Remember when I first joined and I was looking for Saru? I was like, when are we going to see her? Are we going to see her this month? And then I was like,
yeah, we're going to see the big one.
That's not how it works.
In this picture, you are seeing Saru in this picture.
On the horizon?
See that little yellow band at the bottom with the base cloud?
Yeah.
That's Saru, because she's directly behind Attu and Uri.
I would have never knew it.
They follow her.
Right.
And it's a two-arm spinning wheel, or two blades on the propeller, if you want to call it, with being the sun being the center and the blade being Nibiru and the Saturn on one side on one blade, and then Saru, Uri, Attu, Nepesity, and Matim on the other, etc. I believe that's correct. And then they follow in a rotational circle, where Saru is doing this back pedal as Nibiru is coming forward toward us in the right currently. So she's off in the distance behind these guys, but she's there.
So Nibiru is going to get closer, and Saru is going to get farther away.
Well, no, Saru is going to turn the corner and be in our face.
Okay.
She's going to go to the left and sort of away from us, but then come right at us as they spiral in their next rotation, because they're rotating above us as well. See, we're rotating and they're rotating, and so they're doing this twist in front of us as they rise and on this axis. Yeah, it's mind-boggling. I know, it drives me nuts.
Oh, it most certainly is. And you try to put it in your head and
And every time you think you've just got the idea of it, then it blasts you and it goes another way.
Yeah.
I think back to one of my earlier videos when I was doing the Understanding the Sky series, and I was filming myself, and I'm raising my hands to the ceiling, and I'm talking, and this is what one of those captures that trolls took a picture of, and some corrected my face and put poop hats on, telling everybody I eat crayons and all of that stuff. Yeah, they use that against me pretty bad, but I mean that's the basic description. Is like you really have to sit and actually sort of stare at the ceiling to try to understand all of this shit in your head. And then once in a while you get a really bad headache from trying to ponder it all. But
Oh yeah.
I had that after the last show that we did. That we talked for 5 hours, and afterwards I had a headache from hell. It was like, oh my god, I talked too long.
So what I eventually ended up picking up on this, because I surely didn't know what I was looking at first, was like, okay, that's Atu's moon, and that's Nepicity behind it. That's all I got. That's all I got. So now seeing other things, I'm like, there's even more in this picture.
Oh, well, yeah, everywhere. I mean, God, we haven't even documented the little stuff. There's so many little sisters flying around with them. I figured we might start handing out numbers instead of names. Don't want to confuse people. Asteroid Group 3AB.
Yeah. Seriously.
And I'm totally in awe that we haven't gotten any NASA deployment of any real information when we can document them every day, and it's not being passed down. I mean, God, we've said this 50 times. I wonder what they see. Oh my God.
I do wonder. I want to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah. Well,
in one of their meetings or one of their disclosure whatevers or whatever they call it, I want to be around.
Well, there is credence to the old saying that ignorance is bliss. Believe me.
Oh,
if you know too much, it'll drive you insane. And I'm there.
Heavy.
I'm there.
Me too.
Yeah,
I boarded the crazy train a long time ago. So
if I was going to do a biography right now, I'd start with that, statement. Yeah, hi, welcome. I know shit, and now I'm crazy.
I know too much.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting here trying to hold drastically between that line's edge of being too far and being just on the other side of it.
Yeah, it's a balance always. You don't want to go too far, but when I
catch myself so easily going off topic into something else because it's physics that says this, and other stuff. Other people go, what?
Let's see. So these are some examples I had that I thought
that's the dance.
Yeah.
Nepicity and Atu being visible like there were balloons floating next to each other. And this is part of the insanity that argues with your brain that says, how can two planets be that close to each other when they're probably not? That's our out view.
Right.
There's probably thousands of miles between these things, if not 50,000 miles or more. I mean, but this is our weird out view, and you'd think it's about to hit the ground, and yet somehow it does discharge on the planet.
Feels like it.
How does this all work? And yet we've seen it over and over, and it happens over it. And there's the base cloud, and there's the color, and there's the texture of the planet. And this one has this kind of base cloud, and this one has that kind of base cloud. And then there's the discharge, and there's the effect on the weather. And we've documented this time after time. So how can we argue with it?
When people ask me about how does all of this work, that's such a broad question, but it's like, okay, let's start first with electric universe. Not flat Earth, not octagon Earth, or whatever other shapes there are out there. Like, let's start with electric universe. And
no firmament. We do not discuss firmament. That's crazy.
Yeah.
These are bodies that are electrically attached to the second star. They closely pass us. We pass them. We're occupying apparently a port in the storm or whatever. Why this happens every 3,654 years, we come on and interact off each other. It might be part of the factory process to reboot the commodities of Earth. with these electrical transferences. I don't know. It might be intentional, might be just how things are. But the planets do not crash into each other, because otherwise we'd have been dead in 2011.
Right.
Yeah. How do
Isn't
we,
that what
you know, we
the
can't
2012 stories were about?
we have thousands of examples, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of examples of electric universe and discharge of bodies, including the asteroids that we cataloged and documented all these years, which is how they all got their names, is by watching them in groups of people from around the world and thousands of members. And all of us, hopefully, are going to be able to talk about that a little more openly and come to the calm realization that yes, this does exist, and there's so much documentation of drawings compared to the matching sky scenes time after time, year after year, that, and which is part of where I get the ability to draw this stuff, is because we've watched it for so long that it's become second nature.
Yeah, it's very provable, all of it. You just have to
So-
take time to study it.
I just had a question about, you said 2011. What was significant about 2011?
Well, that's when the solar planetary tips, all the poles and the planets and all the normal planets in the solar system all tipped. The rival close proximity of the second star and their planetary group became visible from Antarctica, and then running 2011 all the way to 2012 is when all of a sudden the sun started coming up in the northeast sky. And what it was in actuality was the crossing of the second star from the southern hemisphere. Oddly, there was a period of time where I missed some of the information. And then all of a sudden the sun in Montana started coming up in the northeast, and it was much bigger than our star. And so I believe it was washed away, the illumination of our star, for a time where we didn't actually see our star and we saw the second star. And then there were a brief period where we got captures of the two stars, one beside the other. And then we had some jostling over which was which for a while. And then we figured out that the second star was larger. And that was 2011, 2012. And then we found that out when the back below CMEs in 2012 occurred through space photos and everything else.
Do y'all see on the picture on the right where there's the lightning in the middle, right? If you move over like an inch to the left, do you see those lighter colored cylinder shapes in the cloud structure? They're like kind of like a light brownish or tannish.
I see it.
That? Yeah, I just noticed that.
Illumination from,
I don't know.
I don't know. Sometimes
I was wondering if they were crafts, because I'm just like,
I see Nepenthe core over by the left bottom area by the house with the lights. You see the slightly pinkish illuminated core.
Okay, yeah.
So you're seeing a discharge off the bottom of Nepenthe, and her asteroids is that white tucked cloud, and then the lightning bolt coming off on the right hand side is coming off of Attu's moon.
Got you. Yeah. Makes sense.
Cool. That's a really good diagram.
Okay.
That I like it, what you made there.
Oh, the side by side? Yeah.
Yeah, it goes well together, really.
And then we went through like 3 different cycles where the out view of Attu and Nepenthe kept changing places, which was fun. It was annoying, but
it was maddening.
I can't tell, and I goofed up, off and on. I still make mistakes. I do. And
that's the dance of the twins. They just
right, and we called it the dance because they've danced on the other side, and then people would send me screenshots or captures, and then I'd go, oh God, and I'd have to sit and stare at that dang thing for a while, and then I learned to finally just start by looking for the core. Look for Nepenthe's core, and then you'll find out where it is in explanation to where Attu and Attu's moon, and then asteroids orbiting underneath them. And then that became the answer, was to look for the core first. because there's nothing like it. That core pattern shows up even in illuminations in aurora over Earth at night, and you cannot argue with that same pattern over and over and over again, because we've seen huge aurora and clouded core clouds of nepacity for so many years that it just there's no mistakable absolute identification of the bottom of nepacity, because there's no weather in the world like it, and everybody knows that.
Nope.
She's
Like, you know how I'm trying to describe it, but you know the Nepacity drawing that you have that has the swirl base, you know, like we see in the big storms.
Yeah, I
Like,
call it the snorkel, the developing snorkel cloud.
That, yes. Like, I don't recall seeing that as a younger person. I mean, that particular appearance didn't exist till these planets got here, right?
Right.
Mhm.
And we have larger close pass illuminations in I think it was 2017 and 18 when Nepacity was doing her first big pass. We have pictures of 2017 where she's the size of a basketball if you were to hold it out in your arm in front of it. And I love that one picture because you can also see Nibiru really well behind the sun on the same picture. But anyway, sidebar. We saw Nepacity come in, and then she got really big really quick because of one of our yearly transitory orbit changes for Earth and for them. So it was one of the simultaneous pass one way, spin the other way. When they pulled a side change on me and messed with me. Yeah, they did it on purpose. Yeah. So
planets, they're so tricky.
I'm joking, but we've seen the transitions, and Nepacity is absolutely unmistakable. And then she goes through the close path thing, and then starts to lift away and dumps all that water that is gathered up in the snorkel. And sometimes it pulls ocean water or just atmosphere or whatever. But that snorkel is unmistakable. And I think some of the snorkels have been some of these super storms that have gone across the United States where they didn't quite give people the actual information of how big these storms were. And, I could include the derechos. So, I can't tell you for sure that's happening, but it sure looks like it. But when we know that debris is being pulled up 57,000 feet into the upper atmosphere, and then we know that our storm normal atmosphere only goes to 25, 30,000 feet. So therefore, it has to be a planetary or asteroid pass drawing that debris field up to 57,000 feet. So there's nothing else above our weather that can do that unless it's a passing body. And that's the science behind my opinion on that. So the snorkel does weird things when it gets close, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then it goes over the top of us, and we see the open core and all of that. And then it goes by, and then it passes, and then it just rain bombs. So we watched it, and that's what it does. I can't just tell you how it does it. We know it does it.
So where is the water from the rain bombs coming from? Is it from our atmosphere or Nepacity?
Probably, or an interaction of space gases and the polarity between the two planets. Who knows? But we know that there is a definite atmospheric condition that goes on around Nepacity's first close pass, like 218. We got a really good visual. I believe Deb in South Carolina or North. Forgive me, I think she may be in North Carolina. Got some really good close pass visual land masses of Nepacity. I got some. I have a couple on file still.
Yeah.
And we saw that it had this really weird outer atmosphere. It was green, and with these sky poofs like it was volcanic. And you see some land masses, etc. So we know it has different phases, and they might interact and create water, or it might be just them sucking up our parts of our atmosphere and then leaving it and dumping it. Because the base cloud is not necessarily the atmosphere around the planet. Base cloud is the interaction area sucking between these two bodies.
Okay. That's always I get that question a lot, and I didn't know what the answer was, but.
Well, it's an area, a polarity area that which say you could say it's like the blender wake.
Yeah.
Where you when you turn a blender on, the liquid level rises and spins. So in the polarity at the bottom pole, I would imagine the weather and the cloud formations would do the same thing. But like on the bottom, if you flipped it upside down and then it was, or just the pattern there, the strong wave of the pole of the planet. I can't fully explain it, but I know we've watched it. So
Sure, I know. So we have a Deb. She's asking, she wants to know, how old were you when you first discovered this and that you saw it with your own eyes? Like how
I was 17 when I wrote my paper arguing with Einstein. Because I didn't believe in the gravity well, and I didn't believe in our orbitational idiosyncrasies with Neptune. And so I knew there had to be more. And then I started looking with that, and Worlds and Collision came out soon in there and before or after. So I took, pieces of my own knowledge, and I came up with the paper, and I wrote the paper, and then later on I got contacted by other people for it. But as far as seeing the actual planets get here, was roughly 2011 and 12 when I saw them by eye. And then I didn't ever believe that they would be this close. I knew they were coming. I knew they existed. And I was told they existed, but I didn't think they would get this big. And I hope I'm talking loud enough.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just all of a sudden it crossed my mind, like, am I mumbling?
Mm-hmm.
No, nuh-uh.
It just makes you really question how much bigger are they going to get, if we're maybe
I think we're
only halfway
we're
through.
at max. I think we're at max size, right now. And, you can't judge the size of the planet by what they look like when they're close to you. That's the problem. Nepesity looks massive, but I truly believe Nepesity is one of the smallest, with the exception of Matim, which is even smaller.
Yeah.
So, and Nepesity goes over the top of us so close, and that's why I think we're seeing a direct cyclic weather effect from it, because it's actually smaller. It might even be smaller than Earth. I don't know. I don't have any way to judge that. But I know from what we saw when we saw it come in. I know from what we saw when we saw Isatim and Nepesity next to big old huge massive Uri, which showed how small Isatim and Nepesity were compared to Uri, which was small compared to Saru and Nibiru, which still blows me away that those planets are bigger than a gas giant. And also blows me away is a large gas giant and a small gas giant. They're pretty much attached to each other with a cloud basin asteroid group, and that just is weird. So, I mean, we've written it down as best as we've understood it, and watched it and watched it and watched it, and that's where the drawings come from, and this is where we all see stuff. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah.
That had a lot of information packed in there. Really, he covered a lot. And just
sorry, I'm a little dizzy going there. It's like my brain went off.
Right? Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about? Right. What am I mumbling?
I can tell you've said that before. I can tell you've told that story before.
Maybe once or twice.
The thought has crossed my mind whether or not I'm reiterating a once practiced speech without even realizing it. I had questioned that in myself recently. It's like, am I just parodying my own information? It was a little weird thought, passing, fleeting thought. It was like, wow. And, have I got sort of twinning going on after so many, talk shows and interviews, which is, I guess, great,
Right. Yeah, this person, they just said, thank you, Sam. That was a lot. You covered a lot right there. Yeah. So they appreciate that too.
I think there was a couple answers in there. So a couple different things.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I do venture off topic quite easily.
It happens. That's
It's
okay.
a fun way of learning. There's another topic to study, isn't it?
Well, because it connects to something else. Like you're in the middle of something and you're like, well, but it connects to this, and you got to start talking about
an
that.
out view and all of this, trying to describe out view versus actual placement versus solar system versus stars, and then crossing your fingers and watching each fingertip go each to the opposite direction all at the same time. Little hard in the brain. And that's why, looking at all the pictures from around the world over the years, I've gotten real good at just using pictures. And then I go outside and look at it for myself. And then I go, oh, okay, now I got to reboot again, and then I'll have to spend some time reassociating my brain to what I see versus what I've been looking at from around the world. And that it happens. I have to constantly tell myself, okay, yeah, this is real. Oh, okay, now wait a minute, make sure you know what you're doing. Oh, yep, this is real. And we all do this back and forth, like, nah, no, yeah, nah, no, yeah.
Am I crazy or what?
Yeah,
right. Right.
And I don't know how many times that I've walked out there going, oh, come on, and oh shit, there it is. You look up and you go, oh,
sometimes
God,
you don't know why you just went outside. You just know that it's like something's happening with the lights.
Put your car keys back in the pocket. You go back in the house, take your shoes off, going, I'm not going anywhere today. Okay. I'm joking. I'm being silly and parody, but it's like, okay, change my, because you try to just be normal and go in. I mean, how do you go to the truck stop and go, God, did you see that freaking asteroid? Sorry.
I do it just like that. Do you see that right there?
I do all day, every day.
It's awful because you just do it naturally. After a while, you look and you go, oh, check at that. Asteroids. And people look at you like, what? Joe, what have you been smoking?
Oops. Sorry.
Some of our trolls have said that. Some of our trolls have said that nothing changes and everything's the same, and it changes slowly, and you look up and you see that same pattern, and then a week goes by, and then you see how the pattern slightly changed, and you go, oh shit, there it is. And and it's the patterns are so drilled into my brain from watching everybody else's materials, their movies, and their send in pictures, and trying to keep up with all the people that send the stuff into our multiple sites and sites that we're members of, and all our friends that we talk to, and posting and trying to keep up to all of this stuff. But the pattern sets in your head, and then all of a sudden you look up and bing, there it is. And sometimes you got to tiptoe back and forth between it. Am I seeing patterns because I know the pattern, or am I actually seeing that which is real that is matching the pattern, or am I talking myself into this pattern? And you run through all the spectrum of the what ifs,
Yeah. The one that I do a lot is, am I seeing it because I want to see it, or
and you have a harder
really
time
there.
you have a much harder time at sea level. And it's harder. It is harder to see.
I will say, if you are at sea level or the lower levels, do not let that deter you from going out and trying to see what you can see, because I've gotten some amazing shots. Other people have gotten some amazing shots. That first one, that was in Louisiana. For anybody that doesn't know, Louisiana is situated under sea level.
And learn to look at the dark areas first, and learn to look past the sea trails, and then the first layer of clouds. And if you see something beyond that first layer of clouds that's wispy and way farther out there, then you're probably looking at one of the effects of the passing planets. And if you watch it long enough, you'll find out that it goes contrary to the normal next layer down of weather. And when you see two types of weather going on, then the thing higher up can change illumination.
Sometimes you can actually see three like different, everything going in different directions, and
right. And you're seeing rotation. You're seeing rotation of the passing body. You're seeing orbitation of the passing body, and then you're seeing your weather.
Yeah,
it's hard to figure that one out at first because it's like tessellations or something. Yeah,
Well, that's why,
you just
I recommend first starting out by noting that the clouds in front of you are one layer. And then that there's, the small thinner layers of Earth's normal clouds. And then anything that's really going on up in the gray black up above you, that you're actually seeing something, keep watching it for a while. And before you know it, you might get a side illumination that suddenly makes whatever completely pop out for about 2-3 minutes. And you're going to get the best show of your life. And that's how it works. You have to sit and watch the transition of beyond the clouds. In the dark areas, when you see something dark and weird looking, watch it for a few minutes. Watch what happens.
See what happens.
And it does. I saw the Skull asteroid come out from behind Atu in 2015, 16 ish, something like that. I'll never forget that as long as I live. And it was the size of a giant football stadium coming around the back of the gas giant Atu. And, cold and wispy and skeleton in the face from hell. I mean, wow. And that's, otherwise I'd have never believed in the Skull asteroid. And then all of a sudden after that, we started getting sightings and reports of it. And then like 4 years later, NASA announced the Skull asteroid, and then they gave out the wrong orbit and the wrong reoccurrence, of course. So
can't have anybody going there and checking it out.
and we should be seeing it right now, anytime. Because as Yuri is going over us, Atu is attached to it. So we're seeing in between them again. So if you literally look straight up during where Yuri is earlier in the day, I believe, you get a good view. But if you see Atu and Atu's moon and you see Yuri, look in between them up at the top, straight up, and you're going to probably see the Skull asteroid in between them.
So this top picture here, that's above the 8/15/21 dated drawing, is another picture of mine. Now, it doesn't look like a whole lot is going on, but if you look closely, you can really see the different layers of the planets. Now, what really caught my attention was not that. There was a bright green object in the picture in the lower right part of the picture. And I was like, what is this?
And then they tell you flares or lights from your living room or something like that.
Yeah, they definitely weren't going to get me with a flare because
that's an asteroid.
It had detail, right? So I was like, okay, what is this? What is this? I remember I asked them, and then I figured out what it was. I figured out that it was the blue asteroid.
Yeah, you see that little blue one down there? That's my one.
Oh, that's yours?
Yeah. One of my babies.
Oh, okay. Cool.
You win the bingo.
I put some collages.
I tried to make a bell. It didn't work.
I don't mind when they're used. I just remember them when I see them, and I go, oh yeah, I remember when I took that one. What I was doing, I was hanging out one of them skylight windows in the care home, and it was, the middle of the night, and I just knew that something was glowing above the house. It was just different. Usually you can feel like a hum in your belly, and you know that something's happening. And the big sort of dirty peach was like Atu's moon. It's like a dirty peach, and it goes to the one side, and then over to the, I think it was the east, where you see the asteroids coming up. They come up that way. For me, they come up that way. I can see them like the glows. And if you try to expand with the camera on your phone, it looks like it's like a solid thing with a furry ball around it. It's different to a star. And when it's got that incredible different color, there's no disputing it's an object.
For the last few weeks, month or so, the blue asteroid is crossing, depending on where you are on the planet. It's on the right-hand side of the sun, just about 15 degrees down to the right-hand side, and it's showing up in sightings from around the world, including Europe and that. So
I seen something that looked like literally like the Star of David. It was coming up in the east as well. It's like when I was at the caravan park about 2 weeks ago, you could see this thing, and it was this like like that big. It was really big. So when I took the picture, I've got them still. I sent them to Rebecca. They're awesome. I know they're not meant to be awesome.
The green asteroid, the spiral asteroid, the red asteroid, the blue asteroid are all closer to us than in the drawing, which is right in front of us on the right-hand side. Mm-hmm. But they're panned out and they're apart from each other. And they're also in a closer, larger pass now as well. And they illuminate at sunrise, sunset, etc. When the angle of light is different, where everything else is dark, and then then you're not being light robbed or overabundance of light that blacks them out. And we talked about this on the last show, where they're showing up in the pictures at just above the horizon.
It's just above the horizon, yeah.
Right, mm-hmm. And they're closer now because this is that 180-day end of the 180-day cycle, where the horizon and the distance between us and them is far closer than in any given generality of the year, until we come back into the other beginning of the 180-day cycle in March, April, depending. So, I mean, this has been just a ballpark time period.
Yeah, that's why I said it was February, March, and April when I seen the mustard ball down in South Africa. It's like they rise up or they change, and you can see them. It's like, catch me.
It all changes on our summer and winter orbit of planet Earth, and that whole thing changes. And I haven't completely documented it in my brain yet, so I can't fully describe it. But
yeah, it's like a dream, Sam. And when you try to tell people, it's look at that, you can see it. They're like, oh yeah, it's just you because you like the stars so much. And then you try to go and see it. Is it something in the constellation? Is it Venus? Is it Jupiter? Is it Venus and Jupiter with their bums together?
Well,
yeah, a lot of people tried to tell me this was Venus.
At nighttime, we are also facing away from the planets, because people ask that all the time. When we look at the sky at night, we're facing away from the sun. We're on the dark side of the planet. And people go, well, how come we don't see them? Well, because you have to be at sunrise or sunset at the angle in the terminator medium to see these bodies in space, to show any facial light because of where they are. And we're still mostly seeing their backsides until they pass Earth, which is what Uri is doing, and then Atu and Nepesity are doing currently in this part of the rotation, which they did as well in 2018, 19, 20, 21 in different ways.
Something I wanted to note before I go to the next picture is that somebody might look at this and be like, okay, I see the drawings, 8/15/21, October 15th, 2023. You can't see it because it's cut off a little bit with the logo. And they'll look for the blue asteroid and think, okay, well, there's not that much difference. They look like they're in the same position, but they're not. They're in totally different positions. And depending on where you live, your perspective is going to be a lot different. So we're seeing it now.
Yeah, I think 2018 and 2019, the blue and the green were really close to each other. And I think at one point in time, they did a close sun pass above it from.
And they were super close to Nepesity.
Yeah. And they were out extending away from Nepesity. Yeah.
And now we're seeing it super close to the
right. Well, Nepesity's doing a close pass, and that's because we're literally under Isatum, and Nepesity and Atu are close, while Uri is going past our right shoulder now, above us, and they're getting higher up, but they're still doing a weird axis arc over and in front of us and over us. Mm-hmm. It's not exactly horizontal passings; it's actually from below and above.
Yep.
And they onset, and then they move, and then they're here for a little while, and then we don't see them the same evening, unless one's really close, and then that's all we see, like the bottom of Uri Day, where the entire planet, everything's covered in clouds. So, which happens also, and that's what we call that Uri whiteout, which happens. Yeah, that's the blue asteroid, and no matter what color it is, when you see that facial pattern, we know which one it is.
That swirl is just like.
Well, I'm not sure if that's all. I think that might be the asteroid that we have pictures of, an asteroid with a hole in it, and it's not the Empire Orb.
I think you did tell me about that. Yeah.
This could be that asteroid that has the big hole in it.
So the wide hole asteroid.
Right. So, and I often sit and wonder about, some of the identifications and tags that we hand things, and someday maybe being semi-inaccurate about this, that, or the other thing, about the, full catalog names we give them.
Yeah.
But we stuck to, what we originally had seen them as. The blue one, we knew there was a green one. We knew there was a red one. We knew there was a tan yellow one. We knew that the spiral asteroid was very white and bright, and then all the debris and the other stuff that we didn't even catalog. And then there's like the big three, because we watched them early with early necessity close passes. And so they were cataloged and they were cited everywhere. And everybody had pictures of the big three going by, and they all went, "What is that?" And then they thought it was a fleeting thing. And it kind of was, but they didn't really go away. So, and they've just changed orbit group, but they haven't left each other. They've moved in placement and view from time to time, but they're still the big three. And then, of course, back again to the Skull asteroid and onto the moons and the rings. And we were talking earlier about the Attu and Attu's ring, how it extends around Attu and Attu's moon. And then the debris is underneath that. It's all pretty cool shit.
Very.
And we've watched it and watched it.
Extra cool.
And what blows me away is that we see it, daily, and you couldn't even write this in a script that this happens as often as it does. And like I said earlier, I never expected to see the planets this close, or the fact that they're right next to us. You can see in this picture, if you look at the dark areas first, I can see a Saturn on the right, and I can see Nibiru behind it, and I can. When was this picture taken?
I want you to guess.
I would say 2021.
2022. So this was when I was on my Empire Orb hunting on the live cams, and I was like, well, let me just see if I can find her. And then I found her, and then I kept
that
finding
big old
her.
black dot. We have pictures of squares and black dots.
I don't know what happened, but when I was putting this together, I think I made the pictures a little too big, so it cuts off the date on the bottom. But
no worries.
Oh well, we'll do better next time.
It's a good little puzzle to figure out.
Yeah.
Good brain teaser.
Here's another one.
Well, that makes it harder because I got the Nibiru followers in the upper corner, but I definitely see the black dot, and then a planet on either side, which is what the flaring is from, because our sun is not that big.
No. And it was just real fun to watch this during the time that I was super into it, because you could loop it back and see. It was crazy. You could see in some of the frames that the Empire Orb would be elsewhere,
right?
But then it would come and it would arrive dead middle of the sun. Middle of the sun. And it was like, where were you 2 hours ago? What were you doing?
We even watched his placement change over time, where one year it was over here pretty regularly, and then it did. Remember that video that I'm sure Rebecca's got a copy of, the Close Pass Empire Orb movie? And and I don't know if I ever got that. You said you sent that to me, and I looked for it. I never got it.
It probably got buried in other stuff.
Which one is it?
Oh, awesome. It's awesome.
Let me see if I can. I think I have it.
It's exactly the way I saw it. I saw the Empire Orb drop out of the clouds. I was looking south.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about.
And, here's this metallic orb. And it's got, you can see this array of lights on the face and this big, mechanical.
Wait.
Right.
I'm looking at the freaking Death Star.
The array of lights, right? That's
it didn't have any lights on it first. It stopped, it turned, it changed direction, and then it rotated facially where that open face and the light array came forward. And then the central blue light came on, like the eyeball, and it shined my direction. And I just about shit myself, and my knees buckled. And I mean, I sat there and watched it for 20 minutes, and then it sort of faded off into the mist. And I've said this before, had I not seen it personally by eye, I don't think I would have ever believed it. And then I realized that, that was the orb that did come through the Norway spiral. And it wasn't like the one that Radio Wasteland stuck up on the tag on that movie. No, this was a thing with lights. And I have pictures of the ones with lights on it. And
yeah, so this is another live
I don't
cam.
share that very often. That's been what I have. There are pictures. There is information that I do not share. And that is some of it.
You just gotta be that way. But I have a regular
if you
unedited.
Look, there is a square behind that dot.
There's the square, but what really tripped me out was once I started playing with the color settings, I said, this thing has lights around it. It's a rainbow of colors around it. And it was just like you had described it. I said, oh, wow.
Wow, that's amazing, because I drew something that I've seen ages ago. Ages ago. It was, oh God, here we go again. Trying to, yeah.
And we know that everybody for the longest time talked about that, and they were talking, oh, it's a lens. It's a lens anomaly because your camera will do it. Your camera will do that to you. And then we went, wait, wouldn't it be always? Wouldn't that always be there? Oh, you do have the Norway spiral orb picture.
I do.
I rarely ever post that. I'm glad you have a copy of it.
You know I have a copy, Sam.
Well, you know how many times in the last decade I posted that picture?
Not enough.
Probably twice.
I
think maybe 2 times.
Pretty organized just for myself, because I need to go back and look and see. But you cannot make this up. The bottom middle picture with the lights on it.
That's what I saw. That thing. That is what I saw.
It's pitch dark behind it, so the colors are showing up so much more vibrantly. Obviously, this is in front of the sun, but if you look closely, there's lights around it. There's a purple, an orange, a blue, a green light. Can't make it up.
No, you can't make that shit up. Mm-mm.
No. And then on the top picture, that's just how it looked regularly. That was the actual screenshot. And then once I started playing with the colors, that's what it brought out. The picture. There's on the right.
Space pictures from the twin solar arrays where there are orbs next to the sun, very close to the sun, and they have many captures over the years. So we know that if it would always be there if it was cameras, and being that it's intermittent, we know that it's something that moves place. And we also know that we occasionally see the Empire orb up close, and we see it occasionally very far away, and we've seen more than one. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and I'll say it, the 18,000th time. Can't even say the word 18,000th. I'm so shocked this hasn't gone viral. It's unbelievable. Here you have, years and years of proven information that they're here, and and nobody does anything about it. Nobody shares it. Nobody,
But Leighandra and I were talking about that yesterday some, and we have like visions of it really, really becoming more well known. I really see it happening only because I've been, watching how much growth is happening on the different platforms that I share on, and I see how much is being, shared again and again. And it's inevitable that eventually this will just be more and more well known. Really, it has to, because it's not going to stop growing. It's not going to just fizzle out. No, it's just like taking a life of its own at this point.
And we wouldn't be sharing this information had we not cited it for so long. I mean, we're not a flash in the pan here. We're not, we're not going, oh, we saw this, 4 guys in a tin can that somebody threw across the yard. No, this is, we've documented this for so many years, and this is, of course, accurate information, and how all of us have tried to really maintain the membership base, where we correct people repetitively, unfortunately, probably more than they like, and I can promise you more than they like. And
that's why they all drift away and they get
there's a lot of people that complain about how we teach, but we have to break it down into time-proven information, and we can't get distracted off topic with people talking about pie recipes, So, and this is part of why I've always insisted on citizen science, and we have rules of science, and we don't talk about too much mysticism. We do talk about some tidbits of knowledge and mysticism, allowing you to see the planets better and connective in that manner. But we don't talk a lot about religion or politics or this or that or the other thing. We try to stay on topic. And then we lost, unfortunately, we did lose our best hall monitor in the whole world. The topic has gotten a little freer at hand, and I've been fighting more trolls, which reminds me I haven't gone in and looked at the spam count lately. But because stuff does, and I know that the admins that we do have left, or the co-admin, will the monitors will remove a lot of stuff that I don't even see, which is wonderful, and thank you. I got to thank those guys for the work they do still, and Andy and Matthew and Deb and now Linda. We have Linda in Holland now, in the Netherlands.
Oh, you do? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah,
nice.
She's been an old friend for a long time. We talk pretty regular. The time difference makes it harder, but yeah, that video right there. I love this video. I mean, this is what I saw, and they came. The light was off, and then it dropped out of the clouds, and I saw it, and then they turned that light on, and I went, "Oh shit!" Right there. And
there's the blue beam as well.
And then those are a bunch of smaller
crafts.
Yeah, they're fighter craft.
They're going in.
Did you guys see the pictures coming last week with the lead asteroid, and way behind it up in the upper right, or not way behind it, just behind it up in the upper right, there was a tiny little starfighter docking station just above lead asteroid, and I just went, "Oh, look at that! It was perfect." And it matches the drawings and the repeated sightings. There's a small craft that we've seen that exhibit the support craft that hang out outside the cube, and all the star destroyers that are constantly filtering by the cubes, and and they're in the clouds, and you can see it. I saw that on Jesus's Walmart picture. If you look at the Texas cube, you can see the skull, you can see the Texas cube, you can see star destroyers, smaller craft. I just wasn't gonna, and you can see those smaller craft are flying, and they illuminate at this angle. It's right there. They come in, and those are smaller single craft, and there's all sorts of shit flying around, just like in Star Wars. And
so to be clear, everyone, the black dot that we were looking at previously in the middle of the sun is the same thing that we're watching videos of now. It's the Empire orb. Right. I refer to it as the mothership.
They came through the Norway spiral back in 2009 ahead of all the rest.
So where did the name Empire Orb come from?
Me.
All right.
Well, it looks like the Death Star from the Empire.
Yeah, I get it. I know we're always talking about that. I just thought, okay.
It looked like the freaking Death Star, so I ended up calling it the Empire Orb. And we know it's from the Federation, not the Emperor. It should be actually called the Federation Orb. I don't have a lot of information on factions. I know of factions. I don't know for fact of factions. I know of them. And so, that's an unfortunate. You caught me in a perhaps arrogant slur of tag. Maybe because I think about that too. Am I giving the proper information? And here have I misnamed this? It's just out of habit, because it looks like the dang Death Star. It does. It really does. So
well, if they let you do it, then
Well, we could call it, like the middle picture, Norway spiral orb, and that's what we first tagged it, and that is the orb that got here in 2009 through the Norway spiral, which is when that happened. And at that time, the G7 countries were all visiting Germany, and they had a clear view of this on that occasion. And you can look that up on YouTube as well.
Some people get confused on what the name is, if it's the Norris spiral orb or the Empire orb.
I believe it was the arrival of an interstellar, if not intergalactic, craft, and all the G7 countries witnessed that it got here, and that had to get them to prepare to do the shit that they signed up for.
Yeah, I think it's good to clarify that the Norris spiral was an event, a wormhole, a Stargate, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I think
that the Empire orb came through. So
I think we had a direct link in helping it become open. Being that it comes, if you look at that blue beam that heads toward the ground, I believe that and there's more information that I'll discuss with you privately sometime.
Okay.
About how to do that. So
Stargate openings.
Yeah, that's an exact good title right there. Go watch the movie Stargate. There you go.
I have, but I need to watch it with new eyes, you know?
Yeah, and then Locking Chevron 7.
And I also love Arrival, of course, but I need to watch Stargate again with new eyes. Let's see, what do we have next? Oh, more examples.
Yeah, we even discussed that on a Radio Wasteland show where we're talking about Locking Chevron 7, and it's like it has to do with a point marker, and I've talked about
it's the gate addresses. Yeah,
exactly. Thank you for saying it so I didn't have to. And that's embarking on stuff I'm not really shouldn't be talking about.
It's okay.
Oops. Sorry.
We can talk about it for you as much as we know.
Yeah, you guys are allowed to talk about it, but that's stuff that I have to be careful of where I go with it.
Yes. Hey, Gillian, what did you say? A gate access? Is that what I heard?
It's like a key code. Everything's got a unique address. And when the chevrons are all completed, all the right ones, then it opens, the power channels connect. And the two places, that the 2-point references in space or universe are then joined and things can come through.
So she's talking about essentially opening up a Stargate or a
wormhole Stargate.
A wormhole, yeah.
And that's how you travel through space, people.
And there used to be a really, really cool video called The Canadian Spiral. And it was of an actual ship, and you could see it, and it was filmed by an excellent photographer, and there was a huge to-do about it. It went around 18 times where it was bunk, debunk, bunk, debunk, bunk, debunk, and it was huge. And it was definitely absolutely, because you could hear the sonic booms and everything when it broke the sound barrier and everything. I mean, it was phenomenal. And this craft is flying and flying and flying, and it generates a beam off the front of this craft. And then all of a sudden, way, across the sky, you see this formation of this rotational wormhole, exactly like you got in front of you here on these pictures, that generated that in the sky. And then all of a sudden, the wormhole central opened up to an actual, like a lens opening up, circular lens opening up. And that thing just went zwoosh really fast through it. And you heard boom, 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 boom from it breaking the sound barrier as it went zipping into that hole. And then the hole closed. And the guy filmed it.
You called it the Canadian Spiral, as in Canada?
Yeah, it was Canadian. And I believe it came out in 2010, 2011.
Very interesting.
I'm guessing on that date. But I had a copy of it. And
what were you doing?
Yeah, they must have buried it by now, because I've never.
Oh yeah, I mean it was.
It's probably buried down at the bottom of YouTube somewhere.
I've looked for it and looked for it and looked for it, and even like the ion bleed off between the dark bodies thing that I had in Russia. I used to use that all the time. I can't find that anymore.
No.
Even some of the strange sounds in the sky, early videos, 2011, 2012, are hard to get now. And it's just slowly our information's getting lost in, in a non-typable content.
Yeah.
And, look it up unless you stumble across it. And I know Rebecca does a lot of searching, and I do a lot of searching, and I know Jesus does a lot of searching. And you just have to keep looking and, find what YouTube is willing to sneak you for 5 minutes.
Yeah, sometimes if you go in with different things.
Yeah. If you type my name into YouTube, there's a whole bunch of bash videos. I ask that you don't give her any views unless you really have to. Some of them are cool. I like the fact that she's trying to.
No, just don't even give it any attention. No energy needs to go over there.
I like the work effort that goes involved in downing me. I work really hard at that. Nice job.
Unfortunately,
I wish they. The problem is they don't even take the time to view the information that we give.
Not at all.
Not at all, and then they complain.
Mm-hmm.
And wasn't it you earlier that said that some of the people who don't know what they're getting, get some of the best captures?
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that. It's always amazing to me. The ones that are unaware, hardly if they know about this at all, they get the best evidence.
Water, please.
And it's amazing. It's like, wow.
Oh.
What made you go outside at that time? What made you get that perfect angle? Because people will try and they won't come up with much, but somebody that is completely unaware of this other system passing will go outside and take a picture of a bird, and in the background, the big, huge planet. It's like, wait a minute. They'll be plane watching, bird watching, everything else, but
it's not fair, is it? It's not fair.
No, it's not, because we try really hard at this sometimes.
The funny thing, in the early days, in like 2013 and 14, you'd put up a picture on Montana Skywatcher 1, and this is when we had more active people talking. The people barely talk lately. I don't know why. But they go, oh God, look at that bird, and then they spend 52 comments down the page talking about that bird. Mm-hmm. And then we ended up with going through the sea trail issue, and then trying to direct people away from that. And it's been literally having to pull people's head to look up higher and look up deeper the whole time. It's like pushing a rock uphill. It's like, holy cow, people, let's not talk about the bird. And I even did a couple of real fast, quickie drawing Photoshop things about that. Going, oh look, I put some really gnarly planet pictures in, and then I drew cartoons about a guy pointing at a bird, So, thank you.
I hear the birdies.
More
they
water.
Must have heard you talking about them.
Yeah, speak of the wildlife. So
my voice is getting a little raspy, you guys.
I was suffering from the antacid I just took.
I gotta drink some tea, some more.
I just got ice water too. So delivery service, man.
So, question we get all the time is, well, what color is this planet? What color is that planet? Here it is, all nicely laid out for you. A picture of Sam and the most recent.
You forgot on his yellow moon and Matim.
I'm gonna have to edit it, make a new one. It's old.
I was gonna say about 3 years ago, whenever I was still just wrapping my head around things.
Yeah.
So I do need. One of us need to update that.
We need an updated one. So
I agree.
Yeah.
I would love to get some of the older pictures of the asteroid groups and stuff that we used to get. Now I haven't even been able to find those. And there are a couple of real nice guys still hanging around that send me some sun pictures, and every once in a while I'll get a good glimpse off of the corona shots. And I know who you are out there on Skywatcher 2. Keep sending those. I do save some of them when they're eventful. And then, of course, check your magnetosphere pictures, those graphics, and that'll show you a lot of what's going on. And remember, refractive color. Tonight, oh God, we are going to have a sunset here in about 2 hours for everybody, or thereabouts, real sooner, depending on where you are.
Rebecca, your sun should be setting soon, right?
Girl, you should see it. It's totally gray. I don't expect it to, unless it does a surprise. It
Well,
might
you
surprise
might see a
us.
red event. It might be just all of a sudden
Yeah.
for a half hour, just as red as can be.
Okay.
I'm
What I
surprised.
saw yesterday,
Sometimes,
but then we don't know that the same event is going to happen today, but I sort of expect it to.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Right.
awesome. I mean, I was like, wow. I mean, I should
Yeah.
run to the window and actually look for myself because it's 4:30 here. So on the
Go
sun
look
Uh,
and
sets
see,
It's
in the west,
Sam.
11:36 tonight now.
the sun
I'm
sets in
curious
the
if
west,
your
so I
sun
have
is out.
longer light than you guys do. Except you have it
Right.
before I
See
do.
my window a little bit, but it's just a bunch of clouds. Real
Right.
thickly
I'm-
clouded. I don't see
I'm gonna
any
run and
colors,
look. I'll
but
be right back.
Yeah, go look, Sam. Go see.
it's early still. So yeah, I wanted to put this picture in because one, it's good information, and two, it sets up the next picture, which is a capture of mine pretty well. When we talk about colors, this is what we're talking about. And when you see like, I don't know, purple, it might be a mixture of two different planets.
Well, out my north window is nothing but blue sky with two little white dots over to the west. So,
Of course.
and it's dark blue, so that's got to be entirely Nibiru.
Cool. Y'all are gonna make me go run to my window.
I
see
know.
better.
Go look and see.
But all I see is white clouds and light blue.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any clouds except for a couple little ones at the horizon off to the west.
Okay, be right back. I'm gonna go look.
Yeah, go look. I was gonna say
We
my
had all
sky.
your clothes then. We had everybody's clothes today.
My sky is like a blue beige. It's got a weird tan color to it, really. Right now.
12 o'clock at night. Bedtime.
Keep watching it; it'll change. It might go orange red on you and last for a few moments. And as it sets and that angle of light changes, you'll see the bottom of these planets, and they'll be just bright red because Saturn is so close to us right now.
Something interesting going on in my skies. I'm not exactly sure what, but there's tons of cracks and there's light blue, and there's a directly in front of me. It's a little bit of dark blue and some clouds that are like whoosh.
That's probably a Saturn's yellow moon settling in flame-like microclouds.
That's what I'm wondering, but it looks a little small. But
yeah, but it comes in. It gets bigger as it gets bigger as it goes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In the next half hour or so, or an hour, they get increased in size when they come in. And all I have is blue.
That means that I'm likely to see Yuri then at my sunset. If that's Saturn's yellow moon.
Well, yeah, Yuri would be either above you at sunset, or you'd be staring at Atu.
Yeah, I got a couple hours yet.
That's of course on the left-hand side of sunset, which is south by southwest.
Yes. Yeah.
And that would be where Yuri would be, and north by or west by northwest is where Saturn will be, and then literally western sky to all the way the north to eastern sky is where Nibiru is, because it's so big on the rotation side of the right hand side of the sun that's all we see.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this person is asking about, all the colors. Like, I was just thinking how you can't really determine one specific planet, just what color you're seeing, though. It's,
you have to look for like asteroid patterns, the direction that they're going. And then you have to also, this is part of where, we constantly say, look at the site drawing each month. And then you'll have the understanding of what is supposed to be where. And then when they all of a sudden match and you go, oh, okay, I see what that is. And I see what that is. It's just like the picture in front of us right now. Above the center tower where the orange and the yellow is at the horizon line of the central city is the lead asteroid. And if you look over to the right drawing, then you see just below the sun is the lead asteroid, even though this sundown is occurring farther than the drawing. But if you were to make sundown happen, the placement is still the same. And that's why you see Atu's moon is in this blue area with the asteroids which is also in the blue area on the left-hand side. And in this capture, you can see green nepenthe settling down below behind Uri and behind Attu and Attu's moon. Farther deep, why it's green. And you can see the core cloud over the top of the buildings, the taller buildings on to the micro left. So you see placement is always the same. And then up in the right-hand side, you can see the incoming smaller than this drawing Isatum's yellow moon, Isatum and Nibiru. Just like drawn, but different sizes and shapes.
Yeah.
But they're all there, and that's why you have two different kinds of light. You have a dark blue on one side, and you have an orange and pink purple on the other, because it's two separate sets of light blending literally over the top of us together. And it still doesn't make a great deal of sense, but that's what's happening.
A lot of times I watch the sky and it's truly like one of your drawings just comes to life. I mean, I know that sounds kind of corny, but it really is. I mean, that's how accurate they are.
Yeah,
if you look at the
watching
drawings,
the patterns for so long, and then everybody sends me the stuff, so I have an idea generally in my mind how big the yellow moon is currently, or how big lead asteroid. And that's what's weird. Lead asteroid gets big, small, big, small, big, small on me all the time. And, I'm not always accurate on the size versus what everybody else is seeing, and then of course we all know that the spiral asteroid's been doing weird cameos, and the red asteroid has been, for 8 months, a year, has been doing a close-up cameo. And over time we've worked out placement because we see it so often. And that's, a great deal of how this is done.
Right. So let's see.
Got any more pictures?
Oh, I do. I actually had to stop myself because I knew it was getting close to showtime, and I could have just kept adding and putting. I had a good time putting this together. I really did.
Yeah.
I said, well, let me leave some for future shows,
I have pictures though. All right, is that the last one that you have, Leighandra?
No,
go ahead.
I have quite a few more.
Okay, perfect.
Do you want to pop in? You can pop in and put
I'm actually having a good time watching you. So
okay,
you're doing great, really.
So I had set up the last picture just to show you like all the different colors. This day is over the city that I live in, and I don't know, I just had a real good feeling. I'm like, today at sunset,
is it a recent photograph?
This is from, it got cut off again, so I can't see the date, but it's recent-ish. I think it was last year. Hold on.
Okay, easier.
6/22/22.
Yeah, it's still Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon in front of Nibiru is of course farther back than it is now.
Oh, okay. I thought this was Attu and her moon.
Not on that side of the sun.
Makes more sense. Yeah, because the color blue.
Well, look where the sun is. The sun is on the left.
Yeah.
So therefore, you're looking on the right-hand side of the sun, and we know that shape right there. You probably got the long box cube in there too.
Somewhere.
Well, yeah, it's always right there in front of the yellow moon, and they're usually hand in hand. And if you wanted to go to that center white cloud up in the upper middle right, that blue circle in the center, that could be the side orb. And if you find the side orb, you usually find the long box.
Okay, I can see it. That makes more sense though, because the colors were very blue variations and red orange variations.
They're around on the rounded side of an object, and they hide in the shadows, and yet they're right there. They're always right there.
Yeah, this day was crazy. The sky was all colors, and they were so bright and just everybody was looking up that day. Everybody.
Yeah, it's the same pattern over and over again, and then you start to recognize these objects and that object, and we know this is this, and that's how it's panned out. Because when and you look at this one, we've got the blue and the orange, and then somebody else sends one in that's red, and it's almost literally the same, and then somebody in Germany sends you one that's gray, but it's the same, and it all comes from the same day. And you go, that's not our clouds. That are clouds above us, way above us. In order to have the same cloud around the world, it has to be way higher up. It can't be just local clouds.
Yeah.
So that's also how we prove things. Is time after time after time, we see the same pattern here, 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 here.
I think that there was some type of storming or rain coming down. Because I remember it, and then you could see it in the very bottom. So whoever that was releasing some rain. Who named all these planets? Nibiru, Atu, etc.
Facebook user. We just talked about that a few minutes ago.
Sam did.
Right.
I did. They met information that we had.
Right. From like off-world information combined
and from earlier information off the internet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So research plus off-world contact is
plus
how all
other, plus other information. Yeah. Where we got it was, and I hate throwing in and trusting a Pleiadian message on YouTube and calling it legitimate, but that's basically what we got. It was in 2008. 2009, and I found that, and I watched it, and I went, wow. And I saved a copy of it because it matched stuff that I knew about, so that's why I saved it. And then we waited, like I've said before, we waited like 2.5 years of viewing the planets before we actually attached the names to them. Once Atu, purple Atu, got here, we just went, oh shit, this matches. So, and then ever since it's matched and it's panned out, and that's where they got the names.
Are you saying, I just want to make sure I understand right. So the names, the Pleiadian that you interacted with that abducted you told you of the planets, and then you also years and years later found a video on YouTube with those same names that the Pleiadian told you about.
And it was even listed as the video was titled A Pleiadian Message.
A Pleiadian Message. So as two confirmations coming.
Yeah, it stuck out to me as weird, which is why I watched it in the first place. Because, I was having this personal argument like, the Pleiadians post on YouTube, right?
But they did, maybe.
This is like 2008, 2009, back when, shit was barely even, working right, and so Windows 7 and all of that. And so I watched it, and it was like, I remember this shit is vaguely familiar to me. And it was like, it just rang that bell, and I went, oh, crap. So I had to save a copy, and I did. And then we lost, and then it got booted off of YouTube in the United States. And I had sent a copy of it to a friend of mine in Berlin. And then they got it on their lookup list through German YouTube. And then like 3 years later, they sent me back a copy. And I've kept that link ever since through computer.
Yeah, I hope you hid that one.
Well, it's I post it all the time. And probably not often enough, but it's sort of long-winded and droll. But and I don't agree with the orbit model count. They count 1 through 6 through 7, and they give it a number, and I can't quite see how they do that. So I haven't thought about it at all after I watched it a few times, and I just stopped reading their subtitles. But so the information matched, and then we watched the planets come in, and then they matched this information in color type, although the definition of planetary size and everything wasn't depicted accurately either. But I mean, that's almost impossible to get everything to scale. It is. It's truly hard. So, got people yelling.
Was that the girls, Sam?
No, it's not me.
Sorry, guys. It's some person.
Walking by.
Yeah, just walking down the street yelling.
Walking down the street.
Just
Probably watching Atu's moon.
I know. I'm losing it. Dang. Yeah. I was just going to throw in here one thing. I got a message from Andrea Adams, and she was telling me that she just received a 1-hour ban on Facebook for trying to talk to somebody else, one of the other people in the comments. She was talking about Mars and cloning rooms and things like that, and then all of a sudden she got an hour ban.
That'll do it,
Andrea.
That'll do it.
You have to be careful what topic that you share, and if your facts are off, even if you give sizes and things like that, or a number of people injured and things like that, that can get you fact checked into oblivion. And I've seen a lot of people suffer from that, and then they wonder, and then they start, oh, it's the deep state, and it's literally, you got to be careful what you post and what you talk about. And there are only certain forums where credible issues can be safely discussed. And you do have to be careful how you phrase things. You do. You have to.
And honestly, Facebook is not one of those places. It's not.
Oh.
No.
It's not one of those places where you can feel free to talk about whatever, because Big Brother is watching.
The number of times I've been in Facebook jail. Oh, my God.
I'm going to knock on wood. I have been able to escape it so far.
I haven't gotten in trouble in a long time. I am very happily surprised.
I fly under the radar. I think. I like to think I do, but sometimes.
All you have to do is post the wrong meme, and then you end up there for 3 days.
Yeah,
That's happened to me.
That too. Yeah, you have to be careful with if you're playing with the tool, can end up playing with you, and a lot of what people are posting is volatile. And we should all avoid anything really in the fear-based negative. And right now we should all be promoting unity and good heartfelt warm feelings rather than the crap that's out there. And lay off and double check your facts before you do as well. Don't be prejudiced against one person or another. Especially, I saw some posts today where somebody was talking about how grays were actually us from the future and how we're being turned into this. And
I've heard that.
Space going to be space zombies. And that is so negative. And,
space zombies.
If you're going to post something, what if the people above who are actually in charge are paying attention? And do you really want to make some people mad? So I would be a little more kind to the other races, just in case you might have a close encounter that you're going to have to explain later. And I'm not kidding. I mean, careful what you say. And we need to get away from all of the anger and the hate speech. I mean, there used to be a time in the world where people didn't say things, even if they did think it.
Right.
And we need to get back to that where, I say things unknowingly. Sometimes I'm a little rude, or I can hurt people's feelings without realizing it. But that's only because I'm thinking 4 steps ahead of time and not paying attention to what I'm saying now. Because I that's how I think. I'm just always in too big of a hurry. Some of you out there may hear how fast I talk. Anyway.
My friend calls it the art of shutting the F up, and he says that it's a lost art that some humans need to reinvest themselves into, because
I talk too fast and too much. And I love that bird.
I know, he's just yapping away.
It's a territorial.
Whose bird is it?
Yeah, I wonder if he has babies.
There's a bird and there's a cat coming
Maybe
around
it's a mama.
someplace, and the bird's letting the cat know that it's not a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. How's my Parthian skills work? I don't know.
My cat's busy staring at us like she can hear it.
Where's that noise coming from? Right.
Her eyes are like round.
So,
well, we'll do a nice, lovely Om chant that calm the bird.
yes, let's do it.
Oh, my ears just popped. I don't know why.
My ears are
weird, like I changed
clogged.
altitude. That was strange.
My ears are forever clogged, it feels like.
Where are you going?
No matter what I do.
Stop it. Adrian.
So I think we lost Rebecca here.
She disappeared for a while.
I did that a second ago and grabbed some snacks.
I'm just busy watching my animals here. They're wondering why I'm sitting in the kitchen in the middle of the night. So
I shall continue, I suppose.
Yeah, if you have a picture, go ahead, put it up.
Yeah, can you see this picture?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Second
it's a picture of, yep. I was out one night.
The reddish brown haze behind is a very massive body, gas giant / electron cluster that holds our two solar systems together. And it's, 150 million miles away. I don't know how far away it is. I'm guessing they're 200 million or 300 or 400 million miles away. But it's way out there. And
this is one of my favorite personal captures of both suns. You could see the illumination really well. And I also didn't realize until I pulled this up super large on this computer is that there's a dot in the middle of you on our, and I never saw that before. So
yep, I see it now.
Maybe that's the Empire Orb hanging out.
I didn't see it until you mentioned it either. So yeah.
No, and I've had this
amazing.
picture, of course.
It's amazing what's in pictures, and people get lost on one part of the picture and then they don't see the rest of it. And I stumble across pictures I've had for years and see more in them than I used to, and it's like wow. Especially like when we're go back and we start looking for one object out of many.
Right.
And we start talking about it. Well, do you have a picture of this? Do you have a picture of that? And then it's like, yeah, come to think of it, I've got one right here, And we were talking about that weird triangle craft that's in front of the lead asteroid, I mean, once I started looking for more of that, more did I find. And you have to sort of train your eye to go looking for stuff, because otherwise we just miss it.
Yeah. People ask me all the time, well, how do you know? How do you see? I'm like, I'm pretty good with pattern recognition once I know the pattern.
Yeah, but
if you don't know, you don't know. Once I know,
as well,
I can find it.
Oh, someone else is saying pressure in their ears. Katie Job.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, that's me. And
I was traveling in a car or something, and all of a sudden my ears popped.
Yeah, I've tried different things thinking it was me. Maybe I did some damage to my ear.
Yeah, I know. I keep going like that as well. Trying to unpop them, and you think, why is it doing that?
It's the planets. It is being so incredibly close.
I after what I saw last night, it was just like, wow. I
forget when you posted this, but this was probably 2 years ago. Might have been 1 year ago though, and you were just referencing the suns and how.
Well, I started talking about all of the boil off and the low pressure systems, and that were 8 and 10 in any given region when there's supposed to be 2.
Yeah.
And then we hit angle of planet and boil off in the summer, and then that was the year that all the rivers were drying up, and and when major world rivers dry up, that's a kick in the ecosystem circle that's going to just be in trouble.
Yeah, and that's why when people say they haven't seen the second sun for themselves, there's no evidence of it. It's like, are you paying attention to what's going on around the world? The weather? 2 suns.
Yeah, well, ask what tipped all the normal planets. What changed the
That
axis
too.
of
We
all
can
the
start
normal
there.
planets. All
We
the
can start
planets
there.
are heating up. It's not just Earth.
And
we're seeing, we talked about it earlier, we're seeing an example of our weather right now, why we're way warmer than we're supposed to be. Because we're, you know, our orbit, we're about to go into our fall orbit and everything. So, and then we're going to see a drastic swing on low pressure cold systems dropping in from the north. So we'll see where that goes. I mean, you know, we're going to either see freak weather or we're going to see odd, interesting, overly warm weather. I don't know. It's going to be different because it's an El Nino that they can't even plot because they're you know, hemming and hawing over the changing of the jet streams. So they haven't been able to plot that because they don't have prior reference, and the computer models are generating imaginary possibilities, but they haven't been able to, because, you know, that weather that's going over the Mexican Rockies out of the Pacific is not normal. And that's adding a whole new moisture variant, part of why Texas dried up as bad as it did, and part of why when it gets dumped on, it really gets dumped on. So they, you know, and that event could be occurring right now in the next few days, where this hurricane that's downsizing right now, I think, on the western coast of Mexico proper.
Hurricane Norma.
And I didn't know the name of this one. But I did watch a little information about it the last couple of days. And that moisture is going to hit the Mexican Rockies and then go over and then dump into the Gulf in Texas and all of that. So we're going to see them. They'll get some rain. I don't know what's going to happen with it.
Texas, you heard that? You're frying now.
Guys, get your canoes out.
Water. Yeah. Get prepared.
Oh yeah, remember Texas has been occasionally flooding as well.
Yeah,
I feel like have too much water or not enough.
Forget.
Well, that's where everybody's going. You know, China, for instance, or France or Germany. I mean, look what happened in Northern Europe last year. And you know, they had that excruciating extreme floods where, you know, it's washing out houses that have been there for 200 years, which is gone. You know.
Yeah.
And seeing weather events, no one's and they don't get shared very long. People forget really fast. You know, people forgotten how Colorado was flooding just a couple of years ago, and in freak floods where people were losing their homes and roads. And then we had the Yellowstone flood last year here in Montana, where it washed all kinds of roads and people's houses away. So, you know, don't forget that these events happen, and they're quick, and they're coming. We're going to see more of them. And this is what, you know, I'm always saying, you were warned. And, you know, I get mocked over that. Well, because these events happen.
Serious. I'm very serious.
They are serious, and your entire lifetime can go down the toilet, and before you know it, you're looking at kindling and toothpicks.
No, seriously. It's,
you know,
it's not a joke and should not be taken lightly. And I feel like people who experience it even 1 year will have some type of amnesia and think, okay, that was a one-time thing, it's never going to happen again. And it's like, no, it's very likely to happen again next year and be worse.
I watched the tsunamis.
Way worse scale.
I watched the 2011 Japan tsunami over and over and over again. Because I'm in so awe of what that 30-foot plus high, 90 or however many meters it was 30 to, you know, don't put me in Facebook jail. This many meters high tidal wave hit and turned entire cities into kindling, and everybody lost their everything. And if they were up on the hill, they lived, and everything they owned was instantly gone.
Maybe. But they need to think about, okay, if a 30-foot high wall of water comes to my city, do I live high enough to where I'm going to make it? And if I do live high enough or am somehow miraculously able to make it to high enough ground to live and survive, am I going to have access to resources? Because everything below you is going to be gone. It's going to be underwater. It's done. So,
and then
people are going to try and steal what you do have.
Right. Or evacuate, and evacuation corridors are never open because everybody else is trying to evacuate. So you have to plan up and around that and be, you know, systemically safe. And there are certain groups of people that overall say, well, you know, buy these products, buy this, do that, do this. Well, what
No.
you have to do is become self-sustaining and not expect anyone to rescue you.
Yeah.
Rescue yourself and just plan and prepare for things, and change how we live, and because how we live has changed. And you can't sit there in your comfort zone and say, okay, I'll be fine without a solar panel. But if you can get one and you can afford it, I would check into a portable solar unit and build up from there, because that might be the only power source. If we get a Carrington event from the sun, or if we get some natural disaster, well, then you can pull that out if you still have an out to pull it out of, if you still have a house or a roof, or your shit hasn't gotten destroyed by high winds or damaging hail, or tornadoes or whatever.
And if you can't afford it and you don't see it being foreseeable in your near to medium future that you can afford it, then that means you really need to find other like-minded people who know what's going on and
prepare a small resources.
Combine resources.
Essentials, like comb, shampoo, towel, pair of pants, socks, shoes in one bag, food pack or something that doesn't go bad. But that's always something I think you should pack when you need it, not early, because otherwise it goes bad. Think about the things that you would have to exit out the door with it, and have a bug out pile. We have all our camping gear and everything in one place. And if we have to load up and go, well, then we have ways to do that. We have boxes, and we have extra rolls of duct tape to tape those boxes with.
Duct tape is awesome for so many things. So many things.
And you need lots of duct tape, not just
you do,
depending on what you plan to pack. And I've even taken into account the time factor behind Yellowstone, and I would have under 60 minutes.
Ooh, that's me.
Avoid debris falling on me if it did blow up and all of that, and I tried to calculate that, and it could be anywhere from 30 to 62 minutes, and 325 miles an hour through the air, all of that crazy stuff.
I have Yosemite.
I don't know what we have. Not much.
Yellowstone is highly vented. I do not foresee it blowing up.
That's what I've read too, from people that I actually trust.
I'm expecting a new mountain to blow somewhere in Idaho, because I've been watching activity in central Idaho. And and we had that big earthquake from that all the way up here, and it was like a 6-pointer or something like that, or a 5.7 something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but we have a really nasty earthquake up here too, because we're only a few hundred miles away from that.
We just had an earthquake up here in Northern California. It was like a 4 point something. It was
yesterday.
Was that yesterday? No, not yesterday. It was on. It was this week. Can't remember the exact day, but it was within a couple of days.
I think Missouri had a nice, interesting earthquake today.
It was almost a 5, and it was up near Reno. So.
Oh yeah, well we always have earthquakes in our area in the Pacific Northwest. Every day I check the earthquake.
I tell people all the time, like, I feel them weekly, and they're like, "Are you sure?"
with California,
I'm like, "Yes."
You guys shift up and down.
Like this.
Your plate moves up and down. When we're up here in Montana, we move side to side. We're shoved, and it came. The last quake came from the south. We were actually shoved and shook back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, north south for about 10-12 seconds. It was pretty good. It was a pretty interesting earthquake, and there was 3 or 4 major jolts in it, but the rest of the time we were wiggling. But
Rebecca will probably remember this, but I think
California goes up and down moreover, and you guys feel it less.
It feels like water. It feels like if you're in a wave pool, it feels like that. And it's crazy. If it's long enough, strong enough, and you're tapped in enough to feel the movements of Earth.
Runs one wave north or south or south or north. Yeah. I've watched some of the California tectonic plate videos to see how it moves, and it's strange. It is fluid. It's like a waving roll where even the topography changes.
Yeah. There was a strong
in
one.
a wave roll. It's like the people at a football game doing the wave.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of times I can tell that there's been an earthquake. If I don't feel it, which I normally do, I can tell because my TV is mounted on the wall. The TV will be here and it'll have shifted way over here. It's like, okay. All righty. I saw a Facebook comment, but it was from somebody who didn't have a picture or anything. They said something about canning or something.
Oh, yeah. I'm teaching my 29-year-old daughter how to preserve all foods. That one.
Oh, yeah. In the old-fashioned method so that she can survive if and when disaster happens. That's a good idea. We need to relearn all those types of skills.
Today, off the South Shore in Japan, there was a cluster of quakes, and then there was a cluster of quakes in Cuba today.
Mm-hmm.
I checked really quick.
I figured. Let's see what else we got. These are some more of my personal photos of our two sons. Real quick. This is one of my absolute favorites. This was during fire season of 2021. And I said, well, let me just see what I can see. Like, I don't know if I'm really going to be able to get anything of the sun, but I'm like, let me see. And this is the picture.
I think the smoke served you.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, look at that thing.
It's cool. You get the bigger size red.
Right. So. I remember titling the post, "The smoke was quite revealing," or something along the lines of that, because I was like, wow, looking at my captions later, I'm like, there's the two suns. You can see them. And you can see Amaru behind it. You see all of it. Let me go back. Look at that picture. And look at this picture. The drawing on the bottom. Look.
Yeah, I am concerned about the temperature of Earth right now. I really am.
What do you think about warming up internally as well as the heat?
Of course. Well, remember, it's harmonics, because sound equals light equals matter.
Mm-hmm.
And they've even talked about how our liquid core in our Earth has somehow shifted. Gosh, I wonder how.
I wonder what.
Yeah, and you wonder why the ball moved, and yet, people in science don't apparently get to know everything from people above. So, and then of course they're not brave enough to devote any time to looking at what we look at because they have, jobs to do. So, our magnetosphere, our core, it's all, there's never one thing without the other. It's all connected. Electrical, heat, temperature, it's all part of the same experience of our wave and our harmonic and our magnetic. And
kind of like as above, so below type of situation.
Can you guys give me about 2 minutes? I got to do something for the kids.
Sure.
Talk away.
Yammer away.
It's getting really late here. I might need to go soon.
Okay, Gillian. What time is it there?
It's 12:15 at night. I've got to go to work tomorrow.
Rebecca, I can't hear you. I see your lips moving, but I can't hear you.
I'm back. I forgot I muted myself.
Yeah,
there's a helicopter
I'm like, wait a
here.
minute.
Yeah. But yeah, Gillian, I was going to ask you that. I knew it was getting pretty late for you. So
maybe the yawning gave it away.
I understand. But yeah, do what you need to do. And thank you for helping and being here with us.
Absolutely.
I just don't like to miss anything. I'm enjoying myself. But my eyelids are shutting.
I know it. I know. We'll do it again next
Storm
week.
Babette's still outside there. She's being ugly.
Oh, no.
Well, I love that you were on and available to be on for the time that you were.
Yes.
It's this little guy's fault too.
There's Theo.
There's the puppy.
Look at him. Isn't he sweet?
He's so cute. He looks like a little teddy bear.
He does, doesn't he? I love his color and his curls.
He loves his color and his curls. He's busy
Yeah.
sulking with me because I won't give him the dustbin to eat the empty bags out of.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't want to have them on the counter when everybody was talking, but the little bugger keeps going over and getting them.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because they seem to know when we're on the phone and they try to get away with stuff. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, he was scuttling away behind me now, but I can hear him.
Yeah.
Little bugger. If it's that or he's busy trying to eat the wires on the phone charger.
Oh, no.
Or the wires on my electric bike.
You better tell him.
Oh,
be
boy.
careful.
He's
He
in the
gets
chewing
charged
area.
up.
Better call him Magneto. Better call him Magneto.
How is he? How are the kitty cats? What do they think about him?
Oh, they're quite chilled unless he's stealing their dinner, then they're not. Then they just go, yo,
Yeah.
dude.
Right. They are in
Yeah.
charge.
Yeah, Grace is in charge. She just goes,
Yep. A little bat.
That's so good.
yeah, here you are. Are you back? Hey, hairball. Ah, little hairball.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's good to see you with your babies again.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was pretty horrible for months, but
I know.
Yeah.
It's so much better now. It really is.
Yeah.
I'm still happy for you.
yeah, I'm real happy for myself too. But yeah, you get real broke doing these things. But you know what? It's worth it when you look around you and you think, wow, I can shut the door and all the trolls are outside now. Bye, guys.
Right.
And
At
I'm
least
back.
you have your own space. Welcome
Yeah.
back.
To do this, I couldn't do this in other people's
No,
houses.
you couldn't have. But
No,
now,
because-
it's meant to be. Perfect timing, wasn't it? Perfect timing.
Yeah,
You got your place.
it's like everything I've done since I found out about Imaru system. It seems like from the second that I found that out, everything changed forever, and it just
Right.
snowballed from there. It just snowballed, and I met a lot of amazing people like online. And if it hadn't been for them, I wouldn't have realized the danger of staying in South Africa all by myself.
Right.
You know, but at the same time, like Sam says, if you're busy talking to him, it's like something changes in you. You kind of upgrade yourself as if, and it's like, I always thought it was weird. Like in the Bible, they used to say, oh, in my father's house, there's many rooms. And it's almost as if it's talking about your consciousness.
Yeah.
Because there's not really a word for the universal source, really, is there? There's not a word that can describe what it is you're plugging into. And religion
I always
actually
talk about the when you get goosebumps, like when you watch a really good religious movie, or when you watch when you walk into a church and you see the awe of the beautiful construction that probably cost shitloads of money to make and years to build, and that level of awe when you get goosebumps. That when you touch those goosebumps, your body is increasing in electricity, and that is touching source. When you're connecting to the planet, connecting to your magnetosphere and the magnetosphere around you, and there's conditions and if you link into that, that's part of what farseeing is just
it's like part of, like, before I joined the talk now, I was really cold, but now I'm roasting. It's like you can feel the heat in your belly. It's like a core.
Well, it's a level of personal trust. You become you crawl into a space where you're comfortable.
Yeah, it's like I was waiting all day to be here because I just couldn't wait to get home. I just wanted to get home.
I was so excited.
But there's lots of reasons to want to get home now. So home means what I wanted it to mean always.
I know you had to wait all day, or you know, for Leighandra and I, it was like a few hours.
Wake
Not
up,
very long.
mosey around, get ready, set up everything. Showtime.
Right.
No, we
Yep.
definitely appreciate it though, and you staying on
Well,
as
it
long
was just like Babette was really horrible at that rain. It just hammers down. And the care home has like a glass roof in the dining room, and you can just hear it going.
Yeah.
And I looked out into the patio, and it almost felt like for a minute it was going to be like a goldfish bowl, and the water was going to come up the windows.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it did that. Maybe it did that after I left, but I was like, I'll set the tables, I'm out of here, I'm gone. And it's only the trolls that were left there, the females that, well, probably shouldn't say this, maybe they'll end up watching some.
Yeah.
You know, it's just so
Move on.
difficult to yeah. I'm so happy and they're not. And I just want to make them happy for me, but they can't see it. It's like, you're not meant to be happy. Why? It's like we're two different levels of humanity now. I don't know.
Maybe there is a shift, a split of some sort where we just see things.
Isn't that aspect happening as well, Sam? I mean,
well, it has to do with what you focus on. If you're paying attention to bigger things, then the littler things are easier. And if you're caught up in what's at the mall and who's playing football tonight, and gee, I got to work next week, and this is my my pay schedule for how do I pay off my cable TV. Well, then you're probably not caught up in the same things that we're paying attention to. Which does it enlarges, I mean, because you're thinking about bigger things. So of course, you're enhancing, connecting, learning. And when you get comfortable with what you're learning, when it matches, and then it answers some of those huge, and everybody always says this, oh my God, this was like answering a huge riddle for me that I just couldn't put my finger on, and yet it was there. And it gives you a level of comfort knowing things, learning things. You start to trust yourself and your opinion instead of those other people that are saying this, that, and the other thing. And that's important.
yeah, it's like when I walked in the door here, I got a confidence that I hadn't had before for a long time. Yeah. I came here and I was always under somebody else's roof, but now this one's mine. It's what I'm responsible for, and what's going to happen here really matters. And I didn't want a lot of aggro and negative stuff to come in with me, so I've just tried not to focus on that stuff and just be happy with whatever flows around me now. So it just is going right.
And it can be taken where you're talking around people in your local area and you can't say too much, and then you're going to be either uncomfortable or comfortable. But moreover, just being comfortable in what and then that's a stage in itself too.
Trusting yourself, trusting what you know.
Yeah, because we're running on somebody else's science. Well, so and so says this, or so and so says that, or science says this, or especially when it comes to English documented known science. And I got slapped with that in 1980 really bad. And well, how dare you think you're smarter than Einstein and Newton? And I just you guys invited me here, telling me that my paper is what it is, and and yet you guys already know the answer to that question. So it's been an argument with me forever, and I've had people even say, well, why don't you publish your paper, republish it? And a pretty credible, intelligent person that couldn't see the planets, and then he really tried, and then he asked me for it later, and then he blocked me. We've known each other for many years, and so it's fine that he's uncomfortable with it, and it's fine that he can't accept what is proven. And I can't physically turn a paper in that's going to get me in trouble again. Wow. Hello. I mean, I already wrote one paper, and that got me in a lot of trouble. That wasn't comfortable. And if I, here I am sort of verbally publishing, but then this is opinion. And I'm not trying to submit something to a group of scientists that will not even give it the respect that is due. And that's why we use citizen scientists, because we're all open-eyed and we see what we see, and we see it repeatedly every day. And we don't have that big degree piece of paper on the wall that says, if we say the wrong thing, that's going to come off the wall. So we don't have anything to lose by this. And this is why our science has worked as well as it was. And it's free and easy and everybody does it and it keeps matching. So look where we've gotten. We've and I've said this before, some of the greatest scientific inventions came out of somebody's garage.
Yeah.
So something that Lucinda would say often in response to, hey, Sam, where's your paper? Why don't you just publish it again? Why don't you just retype it up and post it? And I think it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, was she would respond and tell them that, hey, number one, why would he do that if he can get in trouble for it? He's trying to, give the information and share in a way that's comfortable for him and his family, keeps them safe. But also, what's the guarantee that you're going to understand that paper? And it wasn't meant in a snobby way at all. It's meant the terminology probably used in that paper is beyond your understanding. But what I can show you is my drawings. What I can show you is years worth of pictures that match, videos that match. What I can encourage you to do is go outside and look at your skies and see this is happening. You don't need a paper to understand this.
Well, it was based on atomic shell structure. And how we know that chemistry has complete, proven time after time mathematical equations that equal chemistry and the joining of two elements to create a compound. And protons, neutron exchange and stuff like that. And I was good at that.
But yeah, we have to be honest with ourselves.
In my mind, I saw. Yeah, go ahead.
And the level of understanding of the general populace. And it is not on that level to understand the word truth, the mathematics, the physics, the astrophysics, chemistry. It's just not there. So,
and the patterning, it's like they're different human beings. They do not see the patterning.
And it's really simple from my point of view. It has to do with shell structure of our solar system. And there was the jog in Neptune and Uranus planetary orbitation, and in the 70s they were talking about how there had to be Planet X out there that was somehow swaying this unseen, unknown jog in that orbit way out there, but yet it was happening. So I started pondering that for myself, as I do many things. And I never believed in Einstein, and I always pondered space a little differently. And so I ended up, once I learned advanced chemistry, it made sense to me. It looked automatically like we had to have two stars. And so I wrote a paper on that. And, it was a simple class term paper, and spoke of a binary solar system. And, come to find out many years later, there were many science studies for all kinds of crazy stuff, that 83.3% of all solar systems have two or more stars. We are not the exception, lone little solar system off sitting here by ourselves. We're part of a larger group in a galaxy, and our galaxy has many, many such solar systems, and those aren't even mentioned. And people don't even have an idea that in damn near every one of those solar systems, there has to be some form of life. One of the Goldilocks zones in their solar systems, depending on how big their star is or how close their planets are, or temperature on here and temperature on there. And I'm sure there's Goldilocks zones in every solar system. We know there's a Goldilocks zone on one of the, like the moon Titan off of, I can't remember, it's Jupiter. Yeah, I believe it's Jupiter. Anyway,
now, what is a Goldilocks zone?
A Goldilocks zone, and that too, is a humanistic, arrogant term where it's the right temperature, not too hot, not too cold. That's why it's called Goldilocks, from eating the porridge, just right. That's where life can develop and grow. But I mean, if you look at the pressures of the deepest oceans, sitting next to little volcanic tubes pumping out acid that has barometric pressure on top of it at 8,000 feet below sea level, that would crush us. and there's these creatures living down there. So your point of view of Goldilocks zone should be largely increased to there's got to be all kinds of life everywhere out there.
Right.
And our human perceptions limit us so badly, like why we think we're going around a dinner plate in our solar system when we're not even on the same axis level with our outer planets, and yet we don't even diagram that in our education system now. I mean, that's the basics, and they don't even teach people this.
I agree with you. The deception is real and it's deep. It's so layered. So
oh yeah, they're so evil, man.
But don't you see how it can easily unravel? I mean, I can see, because once one gets peeled away, it resurfaces another, and then it peels away, and then
yes,
they're all connected. They're connected.
I could definitely see if somebody wants to find the truth, how they can, because it's out there. It's been written, been told over and over again. It's in different ancient texts and books and movies. So that's why I tell people all the time, the ones who are still waiting for disclosure to come from official government sources, like, disclosure has come in many variations.
Yep.
For years and years and decades. So are you paying attention or no?
And that's it exactly, right down in a nutshell.
Yeah, we live with a lot of ostriches that have just got their heads in the sand.
And it has been out. I mean, and I don't know how many times I've said, I haven't said probably this year, but I mean, last year I was going, and you've been where? Under what rock? When the people going, is Nibiru on the way? Wow.
Yeah.
Where have you been?
When is it going to arrive?
Then there's the attitude, well, are you insulting me? No, I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just shocked and amazed that to this day that the masses haven't seen this, and yet we've documented it for we're going on our 14th year come April.
Yeah, people have to understand that for somebody who's known about this for 40 plus years and been able to wasn't allowed to talk about it, and then was able to talk about it for the last 10, 11, 12 years. Yeah, that's going to be my question. Where have you been? Because I've been knowing, been seeing, been documenting all of this. So it's not meant in a rude or down talking way, but you got to catch up. You got to catch up, and you have to start with square one. Electric universe. Square two. Binary solar system. 2 stars. We go from there.
Yeah. Thunderbolts project, etc.
Oh yeah. Real good material. Really, really good. Watch it over and over and over again until you understand it. Turn on the subtitles, slow it down, do whatever is necessary, because it's really good.
And that little video that shows you the stars moving in space, so that you get the idea of how it spirals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the heliocentric model.
Yeah,
at all.
A spiral.
Yeah, the heliacal one, that one that goes like corkscrews.
It needs badly to be updated because it's just not accurate at all.
Well, there's so much about space that we don't even know. And I mean, we watch through the space telescopes and all these, galaxies being born, and oh, what beautiful clouds those are. But no, those are gases. And they're creating things as they tumble through space. They're joining up with other gases. They're illuminating. They're doing electrical dispersals between each other, which is why we can see them. They're breaking down. They're creating, all kinds of stuff. And that's, there's just so much more going on than, and we talked about this in the last show where, galaxies create galaxies because we keep growing and sort of like mushrooms off of this creation of this area. I mean, there's even more. Not everything's the same age.
It makes me think like there's so much that's undiscovered about space, right? So how are people more easily going to the door that says there's no life out there? We're the only life out there. It's like, what about the other door? Wouldn't that be the one you would go to more easily? Doesn't it make more sense that because there's so much that's undiscovered that it's very unlikely, extremely unlikely that we're the only intelligent life forms out there. Like I can't even say it with a straight face because it's crazy. It's ridiculous.
Well, then you get the situation where you talk about the Anunnaki and the Overlord scenario at Factory Planet Earth.
Yeah,
and that's a huge detractor.
Yeah,
but
it is because they get there and then they're stuck.
And they go, oh yeah, then and then you got to go through all the crazy other videos of invasion of planet Earth, and don't forget all the bad things where people are going to come down and eat us,
right,
and rob our babies and sacrifices,
our blood,
shapeshift and move into our neighborhoods,
right.
So yeah,
shapeshift.
It's like when people say stuff like that, I'm like, I quote you a ton. Like, they don't have to invade Earth because it already belongs to them. And there's minty, multiple races that live amongst us already. So, I don't know.
Yeah, some are documented in nighttime forest videos, and
I've seen them. Rebecca, you play too much.
That's the fact. I know. That's the factory. That's the factory.
Oh my goodness. Hi.
They're waving. They're friendly. They're right.
Yeah. Don't they just look so nice? Listen.
Don't forget the big planet in the back there.
Yeah, we need a larger shipment of dipolyethylene, please.
Beep.
Right. Oh gosh, I was lucky to find that picture of the factory. So
I've seen lots of very interesting videos, which I have no way of knowing for sure if they're real or not. But nighttime, little quick views of an alien-looking.
Oh, do you mean that Mexican one?
Oh, I mean, quite a few of them. There's been.
Well, when you see a Star Destroyer hover off the ground about 1,000 feet off the deck, slowly creeping by you, and it doesn't make a sound, except all the forest animals, including a very large moose, go running through your campsite, and all the birds decide to leave the area immediately. And you're standing there and looking up and going, oh my God, that's a freaking Star Destroyer. Then you have seen an alien spacecraft.
Right.
And that happened to me and three of my friends. And we watched that sucker go over the top of us, and it chased everything. I mean, we're talking a 2,000-pound moose goes running through the nighttime forest. They don't go running in the forest at night. They sit still because they're huge. They got big racks, they can't walk through the trees blindly. Of course, they see far better than we do. But
something spooked them.
Yeah, we knew, and then we watched that damn thing go over the top of us, and it was literally like out of the Star Wars movie, and it didn't make a sound. And then there's more to that story, but I'll leave it at that. But I mean, if you see one of these real sightings, you know it, and you never forget it. And there's just a lot going on right now. And you have to believe when you do see what you see, believe it and remember it, write it down, whatever, document it, film it, whatever.
Yeah, seriously. Because the
there's
human
a lot.
Is very short.
We've seen so many, the last month and a half, there's been nothing but long box cube.
That's so funny.
And it's in everything. And of course, Saturn's yellow moon is so prominent right now. Yeah, we're like right there. You've got the square with the bleed off.
That was my next picture. Of course, you would have said it before I put it on the screen.
Wait, well, I do things ahead of time, remember? Yeah, okay. And we see it and we see it and we see it and we see it, and then the light pinch, and then you can see that even in this picture there's a refraction, there's a cutoff of the sun, and it's trying to focal around an object that's cutting into the round. Otherwise, it would be flared. It would
And
just
from
be
that
round through
angle.
the clouds. And then you see, of course, the lead asteroid is in this shot, and so is the yellow moon.
Oh,
Lead
Lovely.
the lead asteroid before.
Lead asteroid
Now
is just to the lower right of the sun.
Right
And
there.
then off on the left-hand side is probably another asteroid on the upper upper left of the sun, probably red, cutting into cut the flare.
Yeah, this is
from the top. And you see,
one of my
if you
favorite.
look close enough, you'll see. And if you look behind lead asteroid, which is just to the lower right of the sun in this shot, you could see probably, well, it looks like the Texas cube. And why it would be there, I don't know, but it looks like the cube.
I'll put back up there.
Okay, maybe that's the long box edge. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the orb is the middle dead center, about 2 inches up.
Another picture taken over the city I live in. I watched it rotate.
And you know, the cubes put off those 3 and 4 straight lines all the time. Those eddy lines off the side of their hull. And we know that the long box cube has open spaces, which causes more of them, which are also inscribed on the inside of some Egyptian tomb. I can't remember exactly which tomb it is, but there are pictures of the long box cube inscribed in Egyptian hieroglyphs.
I know what picture you're talking about. I don't have it up here, but yeah, one of my favorites. And Rebecca has a super, super, super close match to this. It's like you would really have to take a double look on both of them because you think that they're the same picture, but no, they're just darn similar. And I think, these are my last ones. Remember we were talking about Uri's asteroid group.
Yeah, this is the base cloud asteroid field that is below Uri that and you can see in the upper small tiny right corner picture of the rainbow illuminated material, and that is the asteroids underneath Uri, and you can see them illuminated in the other two top pictures, left and middle. And then you can see that in the middle, smaller, you can see the line of Uri where the light is shining inside one of its side rings, and that's why it's rainbow illuminating all the way through around the planet. And then in the bottom right is the debris field as well in rainbow illumination, just like the top right one is. And then, of course, the drawing of the asteroid group and matching the drawing of the illuminated onset of Uri, which if you look is above our regular cloud pattern, because the regular clouds are in the bottom of the picture. And that's the tops of the normal clouds. And there's a few in the way back horizon background are normal clouds, but everything above that is not our weather. Because that picture is elevated very high up.
Yep. And I love this comparison because, you know, you always draw the drawings like Montana. So you have the pine trees and I'm by the water. But
yeah, I just draw in my natural background, and for the longest time.
But I'm by the water, I'm by the ocean, and you're in the mountains, but the pictures, they're the same. They're the same. And then I just have one more. This was just another
there you go.
Oh, look at those guys.
Yeah, y'all probably remember this one.
That I pretty much am pretty sure that's the tan asteroid, and all the little sisters are just underneath the bottom of Uri. And it's taken by Sharon Harbeck. And I remember this picture was taken, I believe, about 2018.
Yeah. I wanted to say really quickly hello to one of the Nibiru Followers Anonymous moderators, Carrie Scott. She was in the chat earlier. I'm not sure if she's still here. And then also hello to, where is he? Is he still here? I don't think he's still here. Well, anyways, hello to Mark.
Yeah, Mark has been listening too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't see on my thing if you're still here, but hello, y'all.
And I just want to, you reminded me, because I always forget to mention our helpers. You know, there's six of us all together for Nibiru Followers Anonymous. There's Leighandra, myself, JD Martinez, Carrie, help me.
Afin.
Oh, Afan. Yeah, Afan. He's in Maldives of all places, you know, like a dream place.
I wonder how far ahead he is. He's probably in bed.
I'm sure.
I'm sure. But
he'll probably watch it tomorrow.
He has like just the.
He'll be chewing pillows when he finds out. Shame.
His view is insane.
Yeah,
his view is amazing.
Balcony overlooking the ocean.
Oh God, I'm jealous.
It's awesome.
Down there on the side
view
of the
in
ball,
Stonehaven if it's not storming.
right in the middle of the ball with the best view, where we're all here in the northern hemisphere. Of course, you being close in California, being closer to the equator, you get a slightly different angle view than me up here. Whereas, being that I'm way higher altitude, I see more.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I keep thinking back how when described earlier, how we talked about the cycle behavior from 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, and that it makes it seem such a small event, and yet it was so many huge, unbelievable, drastic events that just kept going and going and going. And I'm not sure anyone who doesn't really pay attention to and go out and search for the news would even know about a lot of this stuff that's happening around the world with, empty rivers, etc. So I'm amazed that doesn't make the news.
So much. I mean, you only know if you go looking for it, but if you put on mainstream news, I don't have to. You just walk around in the care home and look after the clients, and they've all got their TVs on. And it's not even anything you want to watch. It's these bubblegum people,
Well, yeah, I've noticed that. We've gone to a very scary format of how television has changed. Spooky.
Yeah, it's like programmed.
Well, I mean, we're all programmed because we're handed stuff by auto tune from YouTube and stuff, and our music is chosen for us, and every day is scary. But there's also good in it too. I mean, you have to be careful and self-examining. But
balance.
Learning this is very hard because if you don't start with the dark light versus the light, you're going to go, okay, I see clouds.
Yeah.
And if you don't force your eye to know that there's a second side to the underside of the bread, inside or the other side of the sandwich, depending on how you want your metaphor. But if you don't realize there's more to it, then you're not going to see it. And we all took the time, and then those of us who sat in the back and were a little quiet at first, and then learned it and picked up, and you know who you are. It all of a sudden starts to speak to you, and then before you know it, all of a sudden, boom, there's the asteroids, and they're supposed to be here, and boom, there's that, and we see this, and there's the ion tail of a Saturn, and you see it, and it's like all of a sudden learning to read. You can read. There it is. I can read it. There it is. And
that's exactly what it is, like learning a new language.
Yeah, and the trick is to look at the dark areas first, and that's where the webcams first started gathering me, because I'm sitting here staring at I'm dealing with my children. Back at the time, they were in diapers still when we started this, and I'm sitting here dealing with my kid trying to fold a diaper on a baby, and I'm looking at the side of my eye out of this camera at an Alaskan webcam, and 2 minutes ago there wasn't that big dark object on that side of the screen that I was just watching. And it was much bigger than I expected. And that's kind of what, it's just one of those things out of the side of your eye that you just all of a sudden go, wow, that's there. And you turn your head slowly, and there it is.
Yep.
I was like looking at tessellations You can't see them at first, but if you kind of squint at it.
Yeah, when I paint, and I paint with acrylics, and I've painted a long time.
I thought you painted with crayons.
I eat crayons. Remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, my kids, they use them up before I ever got to them. No, we have tons of crayons. No, and they would use up all my colored pens too regularly. No, I haven't used crayons in very long. Once in a while, I had to steal a red.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't find purple. Where the hell's my purple pencil? So I have stolen a purple crayon in the past, but
been drawing a lot of purples.
I know. And the whole joke behind this is people say, my kindergartner could do your crayon drawings, Mr. Hofman, or less colorful comments, but so yeah. And I always chuckled about the one they did. Somebody made one that said, "I eat crayons," and I'm still laughing about that one. That it's actually funny. It is actually funny.
Guess who is in the chat and watching? Hey,
Zeus.
Hey, Zeus is watching.
Oh, right.
Back. Hiya.
Is already here. He says, "Hi, guys. Hey, yeah."
I didn't see that. Cool.
I just scrolled up.
We're planning Jesus and I are planning our next show for this coming Tuesday night. Yay. Probably around 8:30 Central is the time we usually get started. So I'm really looking forward to that because we're going to be talking about illuminations, and how the planets cut into the sunlight. And I've been working on downloading a whole series of Jesus's time-lapse videos that we'll be going over. So
very informational for people.
Yes.
It's great time lapses. Great captures in general, but his time lapses are just
wonderful. I know. So
he actually helps me learn a lot when I first started, because if you don't know, you don't know. And you can see everything clearly. You can see how they move, how they rotate, how they overlap, how there's opposing clouds going in different directions. And it's like, oh, wow. I see what's going on.
Yeah. A couple of nights ago, I found some new time-lapse video YouTube channels, and I was having the best time because I found one and then one would lead me to another one I didn't know about. So I subscribed, and then I found a third or fourth one. I don't remember. I was filling up my phone. I'm like, I don't have to save all these. I can just go back and watch them again. I'm trying to save them all, but I love watching time-lapse. It might as well take the place of TV, movies, whatever. I just easily, I'll go watch time-lapse videos and so I know it's fun.
That'll be fun.
I sent links to Jesus. Right.
Well, you're almost making me jump to a complete left field plug for a YouTuber. I've been trying to get Rebecca to watch Beard Meets Food, and he's a YouTuber. It's this guy that competition eats from England, and that's what I'm using to distract me lately. It's actually made me really hungry too on many occasions. A couple of times, made me quite ill watching what he eats. But I mean, that's the crazy stuff I've been,
Wait, so does he eat a lot, or is it just like random weird stuff?
Oh, he eats a lot. Unbelievable. I mean, he's a great personal comedian. I like the man. That's why I watch him, because he actually distracts me. And I, I get stressed out doing this because, it scares me a little bit too. And when I get, wound up and have issues, I kind of like to distract myself. And I was trying to do that recently. And, the rest of the time I'm studying Rome or architecture or archaeology or geology or as my youngest daughter calls it, the Ollie-ologies.
All the ologies.
Everything.
She told her friend, "Yeah, my dad, he does the Ollie-ologies." And I was like, "That's perfect, because that's what I do. I study everything I can get my hands on." But no, I mean beard meat, as in meat, MEAT. Beard Meets Food and he's great. He's a great distraction. He's been on YouTube for like 8 years or so, and he drives all over, and he does food challenges where all you can eat in one sitting, and then the meal is free, and get your T-shirt here and your name on the wall of fame, and it's a total distraction for me. That
Yeah.
and playing Star Wars on PlayStation 2. But I get my best drawings out of when I'm playing Star Wars PlayStation 2. It's a game. It's really old. And when I don't know why, I've somehow brain associated it to my monthly drawing and doing this when I'm talking to you guys online and connecting with people. And I go and play Star Wars. And while I'm playing a certain level, all of a sudden, all the pieces fit. And I don't know why it is, but it's just this really crazy distraction spot that somehow has it cyberly linked to my brain. And then some of my best drawings have ever come out of the fact that I just got off Star Wars, and all of a sudden my brain says, "Oh, okay, draw it." But that this is what you see, and I don't know what kind of a different mindset that is, but I occasionally, and yes, I'm completely off topic, but occasionally I have to have some crazy distractions to completely walk away from this in order to understand it better in some cases. And I even chuckle because every time I get done playing Star Wars, I want to come online and talk to you guys.
It makes sense to me because it's a part of your process, so your brain remembers that.
Yeah, you get into a pattern.
Things go together, so
you fall into a pattern of how you look things up and how you do things. And I have over time connected playing that silly game that I love dearly over even the PlayStation 4. I don't even have a PlayStation 4. My daughters do, but I have a PlayStation 2. I'm amazed that thing still turns on. You push the button, it still works, thank God. And I have this old game, and I don't even want to upgrade to the new ones. And I love those, but I want to stick with my old game because I know it well. I'm an ace at it. And then while I'm playing that, I'll get to a certain section, and then it's like everything works in my brain. And then out pops the stuff, and it's just weird. And that's kind of how it works. It's just weird, but now that I'm done talking about distractions, I'm telling two stories instead of one, and I, dive off a topic into elderly dementia.
Uh-oh.
Don't go there.
I know, not yet, Sam.
Well, I'm kidding. I hit 62. Yeah. I put 13 years on since I started talking, and so,
right.
Every earned gray hair.
Yeah.
Is it beard, like mustache, beard, meat?
It depends on which week we're talking about. I shave it off and shave close, and then let it grow for about.
Not you. The YouTuber you're talking about.
The show. I think so. Beard, like the beard.
Beard meets.
Oh, beard I'm sorry.
Meats.
You totally threw me left field. Like, yeah, beard meets food. And he refers to his YouTube followers as the Beard Army. And so I have to definitely claim to be of the Beard Army. Yeah. Sorry, I thought, I was just at the moment you asked, I was just scratching my, week-long stubble here.
Right. I was gonna say, are you qualified to be part of the Beard Army right now?
No, I shave it off too regularly, but I'll let it grow until I can't stand. But in Montana, you have to get ready for your winter face.
Yes, you do.
And you let hair grow on your face come fall and winter in Montana. You need it.
What they call it? No shave November. Something.
Yeah, because you bring in you retain more heat on your face. And if you've ever worn a mustache, and I don't recommend that for any of you ladies here tonight, and then shave it off and walk out the front door in fall or winter, it's literally like walking outside in your underwear. Because if you had a mustache or a beard for years and you shave it off, you can all of a sudden feel air on your face for the first time in forever, and it's weird. It's kind of like
people say that about
for the first time. It's weird.
I know people say that about their scalp.
I was gonna say, if you cut your hair really short, it makes a difference. Like, yeah,
whether it's the cold wind breeze or the sun beaming on your unprotected scalp, it's a big difference. Having hair or no hair.
Don't forget your hat.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, right now the sun is so unbelievably hot. I can't believe people don't know it. It's like, excuse me, but this wasn't the sun I grew up with.
Right.
You know.
It stings. Like it stings your skin in seconds. Yeah.
Right. It's telling you that for a reason. You know, it's like, I'm bigger than I'm supposed to be. Now you can tell. Go in the shade. And this is, I mean, we're 15 degrees warm now. And what's going to do this winter? How are we going to react? What's going to happen? What's going to happen next summer? Oh my God, And I'm considerably alarmed.
Me too,
I am.
to be honest.
That's
the thing that worries me.
when those major rivers around the planet dried up.
Yeah.
Wow. And the Mississippi's doing it right now, and the Amazon is doing it right now. I saw that report last week. Wow.
I think about the animals and the food supply.
It's everybody. It's in the entire linking of the ecosystem of around our planet. It's not just one area or another, because they're all joined. It's all part of the system. And if you break the system, then something else is going to break one way or the other. And the moisture is going up in the air. It's boiling off faster because we're at an angle tip that is closer to this bigger star, and therefore we're boiling off water faster, which is probably why we have all the low pressure and high pressure systems whirling around everywhere, including all the hurricanes, tornadoes, superstorms, whatever, major floods, major droughts. So, here we go. The only thing is earthquakes and volcano.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dennis Glass said, I'm on my 10 year of Chinchilla, aka Alzheimer's dementia, 5 years off pharmaceuticals and feeling great. That is wonderful.
I wasn't.
Well, that's amazing. I always wonder if they would take our clients off some of them meds, they'd be better off than.
Yeah. I on a rant about pharmaceuticals and staying away from them as much as you can. Because
I just went through a bunch of that and found out I had to walk away from a lot of it. And it's just like, I can't take this stuff you want to give me. No, thank you.
You have to. You have to try to.
Yeah, those chemicals are never meant to be in your body, man.
No, they have 1,000,001 side effects.
And I meant no offense to people who have suffered from dementia. I fear that in every elderly person. But I was making a joke about me where I sometimes lose topic a little faster than I used to.
Yeah.
There's so many juicy topics.
Yeah, well, I could sit down and talk for the next 10 hours if my voice would let me, but
I'd sit and do this all night if my body would let me, but I expect I should go to bed because riding an e-bike and all that water tomorrow is not going to be fun.
Let me see your glass. I have the same one, I think. Let me see your glass. Oh, yeah. Same one.
Okay. I was just going to tell you, remember me telling you about Andrea Adams getting a 1 hour restriction? Well, she's messaged me, and that has now turned into a 24-hour restriction. So it went from 1 hour and to now 24.
I got one of those as well, and it was also mysteriously to do with ads as well. I had maybe reposted something.
Yeah.
I'll try to show you.
I reposted something, and I was like, "Geez, man, you guys."
Yeah. Yeah. I'm so careful now after, what happened to me back in April.
This phone, I kid you not, was an hour old, and I just reposted something. So one of your cool sun things, I think it was about the sun, and you said you got restricted about the sun. Come to think of it, I posted something about the sun and a baby, a wee toddler, putting a nappy on his baby brother. Those were the two things that I'd posted. So you tell me which one of them was nude. Probably the baby brother. I don't know. But it's ridiculous.
What was it that you posted about the sun? What was it? As a video? Was it a drawing?
It was that thing about the three suns, one behind the other, the three sources of light.
Yeah, they seem to not like that one. And
they spaz out big time about the three sources of light.
I'm reminded where some of my drawings have been flagged for pornography.
Right.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I got one, but I was talking to one of your old timers before he got blocked as well because he went psycho. He was the dude that said that during the war in Iraq, some giant dude had come out of a cave and they were all laser beaming each other and stuff. That guy.
Well, there is some credibility to part of that story.
I do understand that, and I think that the guy was the chap that I was talking to. Obviously, had been in the army, and he was traumatized severely by whatever he's seen. And what we were talking about got picked up by another guy who is also dormant on the site, but he's also one of the ones from way before it was even me.
He might have been telling the truth, but like you said, he was traumatized from the situation.
Yeah. And then suddenly, bang, we were talking about how society's programmed and we're all on this work wheel. And the next thing I know, I'd posted a hamster picture and then in a wheel. And the next thing I know, the whole site was flagged. And Sam was like, oh my God, what did you do? I was like, I don't know, we were talking about stuff. Obviously a rabbit hole they don't want you to go down.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
That's the one they really don't want you to go down.
Yeah, well, we've been in Facebook jail so many times; it's amazing. So and that's why we melded it down to just so everybody sending in their pictures, and it's limited. A lot of the memes, and it's limited a lot of the side comments, and which has partially honed us into just citizen science that we are, and. It's actually better in some ways that you have to be careful what you put and what your topic is, and then I do consider that we don't want to reach into classified areas and stuff like that, and I do have a level of filtration where I actually remove things that I don't deem as appropriate regularly, and so if and a lot of people say, well, my post disappeared. Well, for a lot of people it's because I took it off. Or somebody else around me, Andy or Deb or Matthew took it off. So, you can't jump to conclusions, but you also everybody needs to be aware of what they're posting and to be careful of it, because this isn't free, even though it's free.
No, you get noticed.
I feel like it's free, but it comes with a cost. If you really are going to go into those subjects and these public and very censored platforms, you have to be prepared for what comes with that, and most people are not. So
yeah, and you can't go standing on the street corner screaming it either.
No, it's probably not a good idea.
Cat just went by me. Great. Cop drop.
Oh no. Poor
It's
Sam,
like
he's allergic to cats. He's allergic. Yeah.
Yeah, I get a really dry throat and then, can't talk and, start sneezing and that kind of thing. My eyes burn and, and she just came into the room rough. And then rubbed up against my leg and then walked out. I was like, okay, bye.
Just enough.
Right, Dad, a tissue.
Domino effect.
Well, I have to leave you. I've got to go to work in a little while.
Sure. Well, good night, Gillian. Thank
awesome
you.
To talk to you all.
We'll chat with you tomorrow.
All right. Let's go see what Babette's doing.
Yeah, go check it out. Get a raft.
Trying to wash all us Scots off our mountains here, and it doesn't work.
Resilient.
Oh man.
Now these dudes are planted solid, that's for sure. They're like, a storm. That's not a storm. They haven't seen a storm yet, these guys.
Now you know why they wear kilts. So they can lift
I
up.
think it's all the better for running.
And then you don't get your pant legs wet.
Can I get what wet?
Pant legs.
You wear a kilt, and that way you don't get your pant legs wet.
Oh, your pant legs. I thought you said your cat legs. I was like, what? All right. You can see I need to go to bed.
Have a good rest, Gillian. Talk to you.
Good night.
Night, everybody. And night out there in YouTube land. Mwah. Night, everybody.
Right. It's been wonderful. Bye.
Bye.
It's fun. Next week.
Oh, God. I have to figure out how to leave here now.
Yeah. We're watching you leave slowly.
Slowly. Maybe just dump me like.
Hey, yeah.
Ever.
That's funny.
She's such a good sport. I didn't realize the time was so drastic, but she hangs in there. Tough.
It's so cool too that she is here with us, because at first, like me and you, at first she really didn't want to. She didn't feel comfortable. Right. It was, it's very intimidating to do this. Yes. But being on here with your friends, makes it easier. It's like we're just having a conversation with other friends, Yep. So like it's not so scary.
Like we're hanging out and talking about our favorite topics. So it's like, when else do you get to do this in depth? Never.
I know. It's so cool that we're finally doing this. Like finally, but it had to play out. Like we talked yesterday, it had to go, through all those phases to get to this point. So the timing is actually perfect.
Yep. The setup is great. I love it. And I think people are enjoying it too.
Yeah. Each week it's going to get better, because each week I'm adding more and more images into those files, so I'll have access to just more and more. I can just, go right to it and get whatever it is. So
I don't know. So do you have an Android phone or do you have an iPhone?
It's Android.
When you go to upload pictures, does it take you to your albums, or do you have to go through all of your pictures? Because you know how you have them like organized, right?
Yeah.
When you go to Google Slides and you go to upload, does it let you upload from certain albums?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Just one individual album at a time.
Okay, yeah. That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Right.
That's good. I didn't know if it was just for the iPhone or whatnot. It's getting dark over here.
I bet it's about 5.
I'm wondering. I'm like, maybe there will be some color showing up, because
I was gonna say I'll show you. Let's see.
It looks a little interesting.
We'll turn this off for a moment. But you can see this is how dark it is here now.
It's dark.
It's dark. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the faceplate and flame-like clouds of the front of a Saturn's yellow moon just starting to come in over in the north by northwest sky.
Oh shoot! Yeah,
just starting in, and you can see all it's like the plate, and then you see a whole bunch of flame-like side regular stuff, and it hasn't fully formed in yet, but it's starting.
Mm-hmm.
But it's white. It's not red at this moment. I mean, I may have missed it. I don't know, but wish I could be sitting in the other room. Hey, give me the chainsaw. I'll cut a window in this room.
Real quick.
Right.
It could be done. There could be a window in this room. But anyway.
It could happen.
not today, though.
Speak of a video that I know automatically is from Tony. I saw a sneak peek of it.
Oh, you want to see it? I did. Yeah. While everybody was talking, I thought, well, I'm going to get some of his videos for some point, because they're so great. But these are about, I think there's 3 or 4 of his clips that are just recent ones. So let's take a look. This is Tony, and I don't know how to say his last name. He's in Switzerland. Oehrli. I can spell it. I'm not sure how to say it, though. So here we go. This is his videos.
Oh, yeah. I remember this one.
With the wind chimes. Oh, my gosh.
So
magical.
It just looks like a slice of heaven. Mm-hmm. I mean, he lives there. That's where he lives. That's where he gets to see every day. I'm blown away.
That's what I always say. I'm like, you really get to wake up and go out to this every day? That's crazy. Yeah. And the wind chimes.
Look at that right there, that above wow. You can just see them.
That orange illumination is the bottom of Uri.
Okay.
And that's that focal. That's the far side away from the sun. That's the backlit crescent flare focal point on the end of Earth because the sun is going around planet Earth.
The end of Earth.
And there's two rainbows because there's two stars.
Oh, okay.
So what's right? Is that Isatum? No. Yep. I can't tell.
See the two bands?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The larger red star behind the dwarf yellow.
Oh, okay.
So Atu's moon. Oh wow! No, I see now. There's the sun.
And there, right there, what's illuminating is the asteroids under Uri, which is on the far left, right before the rainbow. And that's the 10 asteroid group or salamander group, whatever you want to call it.
I wonder what kind of equipment he uses because
it looks slightly filtered, but
yeah,
he only uses his iPhone, and then he does like slight edits, but it's nothing crazy.
Which, like I was saying, the sunset last night was like this red part, just unbelievable. Yeah. I'd never seen it like that before in my life, and it was gloriously beautiful.
So it was a dark red.
Oh yeah, it was blood red. It was violently red. It was unbelievably sky-fillingly red. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna look again real fast.
Look at that.
I know. There are just like moments sometimes where you're like the heart just, yeah, it's just like you kind of takes your breath away at times when you like all of a sudden see something. You're like, wait a minute, you can just see it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and everybody's going, well, these are clouds. We don't understand it. But, we've over time have learned how large these planets are and what the bottoms of them look like and the fact they put off a regular pattern. And, we know, and that's probably right there. It's probably a Saturn's yellow moon, and then it stalled on me, and so I was probably off on the time. But
so was that the long box cube?
Yeah, it was there too. I saw it. I just didn't say anything.
Okay, I'm like, what is that? It looks mighty rectangular.
They've been there. They've been in the same orbit placement since 2019. They haven't really changed.
Good night, Audrey. She said it's 2:20 in the morning where she is, and she's going to bed.
Goodness. Audrey, that's nice of you. I'm just so thankful. I know.
Very, very grateful.
Stuck with us this late.
I'm glad anybody's listening because that helps them. That helps us.
Right.
And seeing the same. What kills me is we've been watching this all these years now, and it always gets better every time.
Mm-hmm.
It never ends.
I know.
It's always better.
Yeah, Jesus and I were talking about how when this other solar system goes to leave and go away, it's just going to be kind of boring. The skies will just be boring after that.
Yeah, well, we probably are going to be busy doing other things, though. Let's
You took it out of my mouth. You took it out of my mouth and out of my head. I'm like, I think we'll have some other things to keep us busy.
Let's hope and pray we're bored. I want to be bored. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I know. That'd be boring. The sky would. Yeah, I know.
Oh, there's been times it's crossed my mind to quit. Just shut up. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
It's crossed my mind. Well, I got trolled many. I'm always trolled, and and some of them, were in the early years, first couple of years, it bothered me, and I get uncomfortable, and I was sweating bullets in the first place just to even talk, just to even tell people what I knew, and then here people are harassing me on top of it, and then I'm really sweating. Because I never wanted to, lead anybody down the wrong path. But and then after a while, it stopped bothering me so bad. And so I never really thought to quit, other than Jesus. There are days, and other than that, I don't think I could, because I'd be wanting to know anyway. So I don't think I could quit. I would be chasing it and talking to people anyway. So might as well be.
You might as well stay with it.
Might as well be pulling the wagon rather than riding in it.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, it's definitely. Sorry, I was gonna say it's definitely easier now than it was even 2 or 3 years ago. I feel like, like I was saying earlier in this podcast, so much information has been shared. I mean, what I'm saying is I don't get trolls in my group like I used to get. I know we keep an eye out for them. All of us are watching, but
knock on wood, yeah,
I don't get the arguments from people like I used to. I don't know. I don't have much resistance.
Yeah, I would agree. The level has dropped off. It truly has. And I thought maybe they just changed gears. And I'm not one to to scream and victory or anything like that. Not, again, knock on wood. I'm glad that they're not bothering me down my aid as much as they used to.
Yeah.
So, and I still get, somebody every day, one way or another, saying, your crayon drawings, whatever, no problem. And I just look at it now that all the years together that we have proven this is, completely beyond reproach. So if they want to miss it, then I guess that's up to them.
Yeah. I think it's important that nobody quits if they really feel drawn to this and feel compelled to learn about it and dive deeper.
Well, I didn't say quit. I just meant quit talking about it.
No, not you.
Because okay. All right. I'll shut up.
I know that you couldn't.
I apologize.
You couldn't quit if you tried. So I'm definitely not talking to you. No, not you, but anybody, even people who, have family members that down them and talk to them and tell them that they're crazy and they don't understand why they're spending so much time investing into this and talking to these people on the internet. Like,
family intervention, my favorite.
Yeah, don't listen to the naysayers. If you've seen it for yourself, then it's real. If you need to take breaks, take breaks.
Yeah,
regroup,
If you start feeling yourself drawn into an emotional scenario where it becomes traumatic for any of the previous listed reasons, do step back, take a break, take a couple of days, and then like I do, go play Star Wars or something, or go watch Beard Meets Food. God, I love that guy. Every time what I call a quality video is when I get to the end of the video and I got a big smile on my face. And then I know I've watched a good video because it's actually changed my mood and I'm comfortable and I'm looking forward to whatever else I'm going to watch. So, distraction. I'm sorry. I went off on that one again. But I mean, if you guys are uncomfortable, if you feel pushed or stressed or family members bother you, take a break, step back.
Because it's a big topic. It's a big topic to try to wrap your mind around and digest. And if you have people on the outside that are not
another thing, nobody is ever late. Nobody's ever late in learning this. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. Your time has come to get to this information, and now it's what you do with it that makes the difference. Because we're not sitting here selling you coupons or monthly subscriptions. So the idea is to get into this available information before it gets removed.
Really and truly, or gets misconstrued into whatever.
Right. I feel like we're fortunate to be able to get as much out as we are getting out at the moment. But just like I said earlier today, just me sharing some simple thoughts of mine,
like and subscribe, punch the like button.
Right. It's important. It's important
to smash that like button. Share it with your friends. If you have somebody that's into this, go to the Radio Wasteland programs. Go to Rebecca's YouTube channel and look up her volumes of short videos that she's made and TikToks. And we have, tons of information and
Yes.
many years of trying to get the word out. And yet, our limited view. And we have seen a level of shadow banning that has been visible in our likes and our numbers and our I saw a post today that 13 people saw, and I went, wow, 13. When
What,
we said
20,000
30
members?
and 40 and 50,000 people saw this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
It doesn't
numbers
add
aren't
up.
the numbers aren't jiving anymore. And it's like, so,
Right.
if not us, then you guys out there have got to pass this shit along so that we beat this limiting. And I mean, I 13 views. Hello,
Out of,
it's crazy.
I know. It's the same for me across, it depends. I have things I share on TikTok that go big, and then I have things that stay next to none. It's like, how can that be? 1 minute is 200,000 and the next minute is 200.
It also has to do with your thumbnail, and if you got a grabber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. But
And a lot of memes are a lot of videos are reposted on YouTube by people from Malaysia and Indonesia, and they're getting the YouTube payoff because they're re-recording stuff that's sent on YouTube and then reposting it. And then you drag across that. So when you before you open a video, see who sent it, because a lot of times you don't even get what's on the thumbnail anymore.
Yes.
And it's got photoshopping in thumbnails has gotten terrible. Oh my God.
really,
And that all started out of Asia, and they started
Do your
doing
due
it.
diligence.
Everybody was doing it.
Do your due diligence when you share things.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
It helps everybody.
Yeah, I don't give I'm not going to try and slam here, but I don't watch anything Fox News puts out.
Well, I do sometimes, because I do think that they have a somewhat kind of balanced output of information when it comes to UFOs/UAPs.
Well, yeah, they're on that in that slot. They're actually functioning. I will give you that. I will give you that.
That's probably about it, though.
Well, and it's because they're trying to break the system to get through the radicalized to get under the lid of this can of paint. And on that premise, I totally agree with it. But you realize, of course, that any trickle down of information is going to probably be the first three will be lies, and the fourth one will be a half truth. Yeah,
it's tainted for sure.
Yeah, and we have the evidence that comes directly from non-tainted sources around the world.
Yeah. Very true. Very true.
And we haven't cast. This is part of why I'm trying not to call factional behavior or talk about lizard people or the Greys, like that earlier post that I saw on newsfeed, where they're downing the Greys, and we can't down other races because we don't have this information to make these political and factional judgment calls. And I strongly recommend that you don't, because someday may occur that you have to defend that comment.
Yeah, to their face.
Yeah, to their
want
face.
To be that person.
So it's like he in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of that's part of the science too. Is we've always tried to be as respectful to everybody, but I mean, there's got to be some things we cannot talk about because, we don't have any premise for this, and we don't have any fact of this, and we can't prove this. And yes, it could be controversial, it could be very scientifically proven, but until we can't carry it as topic.
Yeah,
so we get more proof.
It's dangerous territory to start lumping a whole group, culture, race anything into one thing, and it's like, no.
What really threw it for me when we started hearing, and I hate to even say this, but QAnon stuff where they were rescuing.
We were just talking about this yesterday.
Rescuing children from deep underground military bases that were being destroyed as they exited, and I just said, my head going, oh my God, if you only knew how insane every word of what you just said was. I mean, because there's so many incorrects in that alone is beyond that people would go there and, well, let alone discuss it publicly.
I feel for those people though, because they really wanted to feel and believe in something, and they wanted to believe that those things were really happening, that all the children that are getting abducted, that are disappearing, that okay, there's a light side of this, they're gonna get rescued, they're gonna get help. So they wanted to believe in that. So
how many people drove to Area 51? I have driven past Area 51. It's a very long drive.
I've driven past.
Yeah, so
I had no business going.
I didn't go there on purpose. I drove past it.
Yeah.
And I knew it was beside me the entire time. I was absolutely aware of it. And then later on, I got pulled over by the Arizona or I can't remember, but I got pulled over by Border Patrol. They made us search every inch of our car. Everything had to be unloaded, and it was full. So anyway.
But they say that's why they don't want to release any of the other supposed sites, because people will show up in droves.
Yeah, right. I mean, who wants 1,000 crazies, waving a flag in their underwear,
No.
Right, running around, getting hurt in the desert and then getting their car stuck, and then they got to get a Jeep to get you out. Yeah, no fun. And I don't recommend at all breaching the government for any reason, or going against the government for any reason, or trying to deal with anything classified for any reason, because it's just trouble. And if you're just a normal citizen walking down the street and you find this government document that says classified on it, don't even open the damn thing if you're smart. But I mean, every situation has its extremities of circumstance. But sometimes it is actually better not to know things. But the same thing is with these planets, they are affecting us, and they are affecting our current weather, our current status. We are at climate change. There's drastic weather, and the wind speeds are going to increase and increase. And we already see the temperatures already increasing. And we've got thousands of examples to prove it over the last 13 years.
Because of what you mentioned just a second ago about, knowing things and not saying anything about it, like it's perfectly fine to do that sometimes. It's probably in your best interest, possibly your family's best interest. That's why I don't really believe or am inclined to believe a lot of what people put out about anti-gravity stuff and having this knowledge and stuff. It's like, if you really knew, would you be speaking on that publicly? I just don't think so.
Well, if you have a paid job and you have been entitled to classified information, and what the government threat is if you break that, and believe me, there's even more beyond the laws that they use. So the government threat is massive. And if you have enough good money coming in, and you're doing your job well, then enjoy it and don't look higher, and then don't complain. If you have aspirations of seeking NASA and that sort of thing, well, you're going to take a step down from the truth to a more average, because there's more people there, and because there's more people, the security risk is higher. Therefore, they're not included in a lot of information, and their information, I'm sure, goes up as well. And I don't think the guys on the bottom know what the guys on the top know.
Yeah, so, the compartmentalization is.
And it is trouble. I've been there. I've been handed the deck of cards saying they don't have to do things the way that we think they have to do things.
Right.
And I've experienced how our best interest is not number one in their book. So, and then they'll pull national security on you, and then that's in the best interest of the national security. And then you've got a whole different ball game. And I've experienced that as well.
That's their favorite go-to.
Excuse me?
That's their favorite go-to. They don't want to do this. They don't want to talk about this because it's national security.
And if we can't appeal to your patriotism, then we'll mark it off in the interest of national security. And every episode of the X-Files was exactly that same story.
Yeah.
So, which I still to this day have trouble watching, because believe it or not, I still have abduction syndrome.
Oh, I
And
believe it.
it's not comfortable when you knowingly you're turning on a movie where they're going to most likely get it wrong, and that also makes you uncomfortable when you know that it's being misrepresented. And because
I
I mean,
mean,
so much more is going on, you wouldn't believe it.
it would be hard for me to, if I had those experiences that you had, it would be hard for me to turn on movies, TVs, whatever, and see it be misrepresented because it's very offensive.
Yeah. It's kind of like watching Jason and the Argonauts that was made with claymation back in 1974 or something like that. It's just like,
Have
we're
not
not.
seen that.
Oh yeah, that's where they used the stop motion claymation with the green screen and all of that for the first time. It was the early 70s.
Oh
And then they
my.
had little
Yeah, you
clay
should watch it.
monsters. I mean, it's worth the humor value alone.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's a cultural icon. But yeah, Jason and the Argonauts or any of those older, I can't even think of the director's name off the top. But yeah, some Oscar De Laurentiis or somebody, some of those guys. I probably just butchered the guy's name completely wrong too. Anyway, but yeah, it's like across the street. Go ahead, I'm done. I got lost in the movie.
No,
I was gonna say, go ahead.
Well,
no, you go ahead.
Well, it's just, people doing their job and they think they're doing their job. And then in some cases, the people on top are knowing so much more. And,
Right.
this is like, they're talking about the deep underground military bases, and there's no way in hell that anyone is going to break into that and destroy it. It's not possible. There's so much security around that. It would take 3 armies to get in one, I mean, that on this, and as to the disappearing children and that topic, I don't have any fact, and I have tons of rumors, so therefore I kind of avoid that. So parents, watch your children a little closer. Jesus. So that's both sides of that story, and the crazy stuff that people buy into is what scares me, is the fact that that's exactly why disclosure doesn't reach anywhere. And because the over people know, and then the people who do know, who are in the middle and or on the bottom trying to get it up, the people don't know what to believe because there's so many burritos on the plate, you don't know which to pick from.
Yeah.
And
It's
it
surely
bothers me.
done by design too, just
Well,
to muddy the
I think a
waters.
lot of it has to do with our own education level. I mean, how do we educate
Yes.
ourselves? What do we do? What are we staring at that phone in our palm of our hand all day long?
Yeah.
And not looking up? Because if you looked up, you would have noticed that there's something wrong.
That and what they put in our food, air, and
Oh
water.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. And
So,
I had to change my diet all the way back in the '80s, and I stuck to a diet, and I still am. Although I do suffer from eating occasional frozen foods and things like that, just because it's easier. But generically, you have to eat healthy, and you have to be healthy, and you have to think healthy, and you have to avoid the crap, and you have to also avoid jumping into things that are far-fetched. If it's fit and it's comfortable and it seems likely, then it's most likely true. But if it's complicated and it just doesn't work, but yet you're fearful of it, well, then most likely it's a lie.
It's a setup.
Yeah.
A setup to keep you stuck going around and around and around and around with no answers, no conclusion, no finality, just onwards.
And then some people are pushed over the edge from that. People with mental health issues, or people who get stressed out, and then they just can't take it anymore, and then they get violent and do scary things. And or we also have to take into account the lunar effects of these planets, and geological, and astrological, and zoological.
Yeah.
The oleologies.
It's all connected, like you were saying.
And
it does affect all of that.
Oh, the other day I had such earth rumble that I could feel it in my butt and my feet, and I was literally seasick all day.
Wow.
And it was just like, Jesus, this is insane. And all day long I was just seasick, and I sat there and I went, I know that tomorrow, and And then the next day I got a whole bunch of rest again. So it was really good. I'm actually sleeping better, which is weird.
Well, good.
Well, I actually got 7 hours of sleep in one shot, and I hadn't done that in many years.
A lot.
Yeah, that was
I
like
don't
double
sleep
my
much
normal.
either.
I couldn't believe it. So, there's transition. I read something where somebody said, "Well, can't you just feel it in the air that everything's changed?" And I went, "Maybe," So,
Yeah, right. I
maybe.
sleep well now. I mean, I used to have terrible insomnia. It was very bad. And now it's the polar opposite. I sleep so good, so sound. I don't sleep much though, like maybe 4 or 5 hours a
Come to
night.
think of it, we're supposed to be getting hit by a solar wave today, and
Okay.
I've seen a little bit of stalling on your phone, but not much at all. But we
Yeah.
were supposed to get hit by like a K class flare, and they were all warning about it. And most of the time, I'll take those in a grain of salt if they're anything below an X class flare. And but we were supposed to get hit. And I'm paying attention to the frequency of what they're saying, not actually what they're saying.
Right, right.
But we have to pay attention. And I haven't been doing a lot of research on the stars and our sun and that lately. I go in stages back and forth.
Right.
But
I haven't either done much on that part.
Well, Jesus does a lot of study into a lot of the cycles and stuff. And
Yes.
he bases his out view from that in ways that we don't. I look at it one way and then you look at it another way. And you've gone off on some things, on some file journeys where you come up with some really interesting stuff. And I went, oh, hey, I never looked at it that way. And so, and then he does as well with his different camera use and everything. And there she is. Back with a smile.
Yeah, she is. She's done great. I mean, this is her first time, being on the show. And
where'd you come up with your back screen?
So Rebecca asked me the other day. I don't remember. I think I found it on Facebook, and there's a part that you can't see because it's cut off, but it says, "I love it and I resonate with it so much." I just got to figure out how to make it smaller so you can
just
see it.
Just tell us. Don't change it. Just tell us.
No. I'm not going to change it.
Yeah, you just tell us what it says.
I'm looking for it. Hold on.
She's got to find it.
Says,
she's teasing us.
Speaking of change, it says, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
And it feels very right.
Absolutely. But then, you can't jump on the bus and wave the flag too heavily because you get knocked off by that sign on the road. Yeah,
Yeah.
Green road sign, plank, and you get knocked off the top of the dump truck or whatever, waving your flag. With me, I'm always try to stay in the middle. Don't watch your highs and your lows.
Yeah. Stay even kill.
Jesus says, "I love that."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I shared it in Montana Skywatchers Anonymous when the group was first made because it fit well with the group meaning, what the purpose was. So I was like, okay.
Jesus, are you free to hop on here just for a couple of minutes? If so, I'll add you on here just so you can say hi.
Background picture.
Well, yeah, that's Atu's moon, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see some other layers, I think, in the background.
Well, of course. Just look for the core.
Of course.
Yeah. Let's see.
Well, everything. I mean, our sky's been full since 2019 again, where Nibiru started coming back around on the other side.
Wow. Sorry, I didn't know there was volume on that.
I'm now awake.
I'll
play it
again. No,
play it again.
Oh boy!
People all over the country just sat up in their living room. Okay,
right. Yeah. What was that? I didn't know there was.
Oh yeah, I'm still watching this boring show. Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Well, I'll fix that before Tuesday. That was a good test.
It was definitely loud.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was going to play the sound, but we'll fix it. So, but yeah, that's what we're going to be doing Tuesday, is going through a lot of his videos like that one. And
Oh gosh, you can do.
I know. I mean, he's got so many good ones, you guys. So many.
Yeah.
So many.
You could do 10 shows on those, at least.
He says, "Hey guys, I'm working and tuning in as I get a minute." He's working.
Okay.
I figured.
Yeah, and I wish I could post pictures because I've of course got thousands of them, but Google won't even let me in. So
yeah, Google Slides.
Yeah, they tell me my email address doesn't exist. Okay, how am I using it then?
Oh, something is overhead. Let me see what's going on here. Hold on. No colors yet. Ooh. I wish I could show you.
Yeah, I like her backdrop picture also. I mean, just because it has the planets, and the stars. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I was thinking about trying to use those graphics that Andy got me. I might have to shrink one or two of them or something, but or Andy can make me some smaller ones if he's listening.
Yes. Yeah.
Hopefully,
maybe
I'd enjoy those
on with us.
I'm getting ready to use my Halloween picture that he made for me.
Oh yeah. Okay. I forgot about that.
It's just got little ghosts on the background of the same picture with the circle and all of that.
Yeah.
But he made me about 8 of them, and I like the one with the guy in the Gandhi suit, and the little doctor's outfit and the space. What made me think of that was the space suit that I'm looking at now that she's up and walking around, and we get to see the space guy. But I got one with me in the space suit, so.
I think I've seen them all. I think I have.
Yeah.
Those are cute.
I believe it's Atu's moon above me currently.
If you need me to try to change it to where it will fit, I probably can. I get to alter your pictures to where it's horizontal instead of vertical. So just.
Oh, that's the problem. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes you have to shrink them and rotate them and all this other stuff. Sometimes if you rotate it, then it actually changes the format of the picture to a shrunken version, and then you could save that copy of it and then shrink it down.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all that stuff that I barely remember how to do since my 3 computers ago, since they kept changing everything. Every time I turn around, they're changing, what I used to know. And so I got to the point where I never had time to do a lot of this stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
It was intimidating. Go ahead.
I did manage to get the house in order for fall pretty well already. And I imagine I'm walked around a little proud of how clean everything is and working. It's like, yay.
Nice.
And
good.
I, felt a little bit better about coming on the computer rather than, being stressed out by it. So, that's a good thing.
There you go.
Right.
Very good. Very
organized. Good. I know you're more organized now than you were, because you had almost moved,
Oh,
so.
We had things in boxes forever, and I finally started getting rid of some of that stuff, and we had everything in disarray, and I'm still moving my tools around, and I still haven't found where everything's going to go back. And so, and that makes me uncomfortable too, because I'm in disorder, and I'm the kind of a guy, I straighten things out and magazines in front of me with little OCD and all of that, and so
sure
that makes me edgy when my stuff isn't square, and that kind of thing. So
yeah, I get that way too. It's not perfect, but it does bother me at times, when things are too
to Sheldon Cooper, it's an environmental disaster, so
okay.
And you call, you get out the still suit, and then you call the authorities, and you have them come back and he moved my magazine,
Right.
But years ago, that went out the window when I had my daughters.
Of course.
So they beat me to death with that one for a long time, and I finally, I'm finally in the middle of going, okay, I'll settle for sort of this,
Yeah.
And your kids I was pretty OCD, and I like things. And when I was managing the bar, it was, bleach everything, and clean it 3 times, and every week it's got to be done just so. And I was organized, and that way you can control your inventory and you can reorder because it's all right there and organized. And when in my house, that's kind of how Cancerian male, I like to cook. When I want to stir my damn soup with my spoon, I want to know where the spoon is, rather than argue with. But then when you got kids, you go, oh, you had the spoon. Is it in your toy box? So.
Let me tell you what's worse. When you don't have kids and the excuse is yourself. That's what's worse.
There you go. There you go. Well, I learned a long time ago that when everything is a circle, and when you take something out, you need to put it back.
Right.
And otherwise you can't find it later. And that's always bothered me. I'm a circle, and try to teach that to the girls, and then they give me a funky stare and go, yeah, right, Dad. So
they will appreciate it when they're older. And
yeah. When it becomes their living room that they're messing up, then yeah. But kids go in a pendulum swing. It's like I'm the opposite of my parents, and that sort of thing. And then the next child comes and they do this, and then the other one comes and they do that. It's all cycle. Everything's in cycles and circles. Period. Chemistry, astrophysics, everything. All the way down to the carpet fleas on your carpet.
We'll talk about those.
He said fleas.
Oh, you wouldn't believe that. Have you ever seen close-ups of the human skin?
Yes, and it gives me the heebie-jeebies.
You wouldn't believe the life forms that live on us every day, everywhere, and they live on these massive feasts of human dead skin, and it's like, And I watch those pictures because I like micro pictures, but I don't watch them too well because, oh my God, and that messes with you. And that's why I'm a chronic hand washer, and I use lots of bleach, and I kill all those microbes as much as possible, And that Sheldon Cooper thing, get out the spray, rubber glove. Of course, I didn't use the rubber gloves. I'm allergic to latex, but anyway.
Yeah, Katie Jo. She says so many parasites, and that's true. We're surrounded with them.
We are horrible animals. We really are, hairy creatures with foot fungus, toenails.
Oh boy,
we got a lot going on.
I know. I would think that at first, but yeah, seems like it. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's talk about. You want to talk about your donations real quick? Just to mention that we are asking for donations for Sam and his daughters for the holidays this year. Every year we raise money to help them have a little, better time throughout the last couple of months of the year. So that's what we're trying to do. I have a PayPal link set up, and then I'm on Cash App and Venmo. So I'll let you talk, Sam.
Well, there's also my PO box, which is if you want to make a small donation, cash your personal bank account or money order or whatever in a Christmas card. You can mail it to PO. Oh, there it is. PO Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847. And I've had the same PO box for a decade now. And we're here. And we can use your donations big time because, the only way this is ever going to grow where we're all going to up our equipment is also other donations beyond the Christmas donations. So, it takes everybody out there to help us get forward so that we can actually get the likes and the views so that we could actually monetize it through YouTube or whatever, or through other sister sites joining forces or whatever. So we'll see what happens.
It's needed. I mean, because this could really continue to grow and grow, but we're getting to a point to where, things are getting more expensive. We've added this podcast service and things like that. That's not free, and all the apps I use.
If you ever want drone shots, drones cost money. If you ever want camera shots, cameras cost money. And it's like this morning, or 2 days ago, I picked up the phone. Phone's ringing. I walk up, pick up the phone, and then boom, it dies in my hand. So I'd like to actually try and upgrade, but not spend too much money. But I mean, there's ways all of us can upgrade so we can do a better job for the viewer. And if you guys are out there and you got a few bucks, price of a cup of coffee or a $10 bill or whatever, mail it in. And we don't make a lot of money doing this.
I don't think we make any money.
We do need to get by on donations.
Wait a minute.
Right. Wait, do we make? No, actually, no. I did make $75 on TikTok last month. So $75 on TikTok is what I made.
We got to keep the funding going so that we can go up. Yeah. We can't go up without funding, and we can't do it by ourselves.
Right.
And
where's the PayPal link? Maybe we could put that at the bottom.
I did. I've put it in the comments earlier. I'll have to go back and try to grab it from Facebook because, yeah, I will. I'll put it back into the comments.
I feel like donating on the base level comes down to people putting their time and energy consistently into a project. People should be compensated in some way for that. Sam's been doing this for ever.
Yeah, yes. Forever. Right.
And that is what I'm saying, forever. Rebecca's been doing it forever.
A while. Yeah, a while.
It would be nice, and I know that they would appreciate it if every month they don't have to decide, okay, if am I going to pay this bill? Am I going to still be able to go online? Am I going to be able to have the same quality of pictures? Because maybe I can't afford one of these apps that I use to make the comparisons or whatever. So there's so many members between all the different groups that stuff should be taken care of. There should be
I need to pay techs to come in here and go around things and have them teach me how to go around things because my normal thing just doesn't work. And we found that out over the years where all of a sudden it changed and I couldn't even upload anything anymore. And then like I said earlier, 13 views. Hello. Yeah, so if we were to go into a different scenario, then different IP addresses, etc., could be used.
I know what you mean.
I agree with Jesus. He says, in the endless hours we spend doing this, I think some compensation is not too much to ask.
Exactly.
It's true. I mean, we really do. I mean, I spend 8 to 10 hours a day involved in this.
Yeah, it's a job. It's probably more hours than a lot of people work at their normal 9 to 5. So
just that 1.5 minute intro I made last night took me 4 hours because I had to find the music, I had to find the videos, I had to put it together and add the words and the stars and the
that takes time.
On. It does take time,
energy.
So, yeah,
people have kids, people have pets. You have to take all that into consideration. So
if I had a nickel for every hour I did this.
Oh yeah, you'd be rich.
I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore for a while.
But I feel like we are at that point to where, like I told you, I mean, like I feel like this is growing and other people, we might as well be able to compensate a little for all the work that we've put into this. Why should we have to struggle, whenever we're putting so much of our time and money into all of this? I think a lot of people maybe don't even realize that, I spend like $200 a month every month just to pay for all the apps, and to, make this happen.
Yeah.
So,
and you've gone through a lot. You've gone through a lot of, figuring out what worked, what didn't work.
Yeah.
And then phones and all of that.
Right. That's true. Yeah. But we could do more. We can do more if we have.
Well, like I said, this is my 15th computer in 10 years.
Yeah.
So, and I go through computers regularly. It's not anything I'm doing. It's, it's the average of how many times in a row we got stomped on. in the middle years, and they pretty much have kind of left me alone a little bit. Knock on wood, thank you, and moved on.
Were we just talking about that?
Or, yeah, I know, but I should shut up.
Knocked on some wood for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you got anything else for us?
I don't think I do. I think I have shared everything that I had planned on. Each week I'm going to keep adding the current stuff so we don't just keep repeating ourselves, so I'll keep adding more and more new stuff and more videos from people. And like I said, it's just going to get better and better as time goes.
Because we keep posting the same thing. No, we don't. It just changes slowly. And
right.
People who aren't studying don't notice the differences, but the people who are studying do notice the differences.
Subtle changes.
And the patterns, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, you have what the hell you're talking about. Like, oh, I see it. Shit. Oh, God,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But all it takes is for you to go back and look at the older ones and then look at the newest one. It's like, there's changes. Some of them are
and go back and look at old movies from the 70s and 80s and how the sky is nothing in comparison, especially that earlier video we saw from Sweden. I mean, we've never seen that in our entire lives, where you're looking at that array. I don't know how filtered that was to create that array of colors, but oh my God, that I've never seen a sky like that.
I want to say minimal filterization, because we have the same phone. I think we probably have different models, but all you have to do is just change it just a little slight bit and it brings out those colors even more. So it's nothing intense that he's doing at all.
No, I didn't see it as that. I just, and I mean, we had a lot of people for the longest time that would post these highly oversaturated pictures, and I would have to beg them, please just barely change, the colors.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we went through a whole bunch of people that sent us 80 pictures instead of, 10 or 5.
Best of the bunch.
Can you go through my pictures? I sent them to you. Yeah, you and about 80 other people.
Yeah.
And we don't have time to go, we want the best of, and that's how we do our work faster and better. And of course, people take time to learn that. And like we said before, it's like sometimes the best shots come from people who don't even know what they're taking, and they take 1 or 2 photos, and then they've got, this giant, unbelievable capture.
It kills me every time. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I'm out here fighting for my life, trying to get good captures. Y'all don't understand. And then you just willy-nilly.
Yep, I noticed there was a weird thing over there, so I took a picture of it. Yep, bingo, $1 million capture, and God, there's some going back into 2013, 14, and 15 that I've got that are exactly those that you wouldn't have captured them in a million years, except there it is, and there's some of the basis of the original. When Atu was first becoming large enough to actually say that, oh my God, look, that's a purple planet, and you could see it perfectly. And I've got a couple of those. And the thing that blows me away is that we can't share that with people because we lost a lot of them. Yeah. And there is so much that it barely even rates on the beginning of the story, that you bypass it within the first 5 seconds of this picture, and then you have to show how big it is today and all this other stuff. And because you don't want to teach the wrong way. You want them to understand now and not lead them into a distraction point where they get lost in the middle.
Yeah.
But you kind of have to start at the beginning, but you kind of have to start at the now also.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what do you think is the best and easiest way for somebody to intake this information? Give them current and work backwards, or start at the beginning and work to current?
I always say, start with the dark sides in the picture. Right. Have them look at the dark areas in the picture, not the sun in the middle. And of course, if you take half pictures, like I've also suggested, where you get one side of the sun and then you get the other side of the sun with a little bit of the sun in it.
Like that.
Right.
Yeah, if you split that up into 2 pictures, the one that you just posted, it's a whole lot easier to see the shadowing. And the trick is to start looking at the dark areas of the picture first, and then point out the big, massive round that the sun actually is, instead of it being what the sun should be, which is a round, smaller ball, instead of this big illuminated flare with blue objects on either side. And I was watching other videos on YouTube, and that's where they show up. You can see the absolute, unbelievable, undeniable, big, round, dark things on either side of the sun. And I don't know how people miss that, because it steals my eye away instantly. So
there's a sound.
yeah, don't look at the illuminated area. Look at the blue and the red and the yellow that's in this.
Yeah.
In the blue.
And how perfectly it's curved. I mean, there's no reason why the blue sky would curve on its own. So yeah.
And then you get the yellowing, and it's just hints. And the trick is to reverse learn. You got to just throw out what you know and just start with the dark, like that. Yeah, if you start with the dark, you see the rest of everything that's there. If you start with the light, all you're doing is seeing the light flare, and you're blinded about everything else in the picture.
And like Katie was saying, like she goes out and watches every day, especially take pictures, because you can see things in photos that you can never see with your eyes, So take pictures and go back
and gray black sunglasses, not blue. If you have really good, clear gray black. And now also, we have to say 1,000 times, never film through glass, because you're going to get a glass double every time. I saw a whole series of welding glass pictures come up again the other day, and they had some cool stuff in it, but I can't even use it, because we can't use it for any documentation whatsoever, because it's going to be a double and triple, and
Right.
And here we see the side of Uri and some asteroids, which we know is part of the salamander group on the side of Uri, and they're right there where they always are, being illuminated on the side of Uri. And we have thousands of pictures of that.
It goes on and on. There's another one like that.
There you go again. Then you see in the rings of Uri with the asteroids alongside, and that shape that looks like the dragon and everything. And
sure does.
You have a roundish thing at the bottom, which I'm not sure is a full asteroid. It could be. It could also be a lens flare, so I would discount even viewing that. But if you look up at the upper, you can see the big three, or something rounding the edge of Uri at the upper top by Fiesta Americana. There's that group of three right there.
Yep, I see it.
That's just, I mean, look at the sunlight. It's like shaped like a bell, if you could see both sides.
Well, and you're looking at the side of the planet, that blue area.
Yeah.
If you look at the blue area first, and not the bright illumination on the right-hand side first, which is what most everyone does, and you start to learn to look at the dark area, and then all of a sudden they'll pop out to you, and then you'll go, oh shit, how did I not notice that before?
Right.
Because it's just that simple. And then once you step across that threshold of the light and the dark, there's another example of it. You see that there's a focaling going on around that dark area in the upper right. And that is the side of Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon, which is why the yellow blob at the middle of the bottom of the face of Isatum is there. Beyond the strait.
You don't see it at first, but then you do see it. It's like, wait a minute. It's
you start to dissect the picture of what you're looking at, because you start at the dark and then you work your way to the bright. And that's how it works.
And notice how, like the sunlight is just, a weird curved shape there to the top right. You can tell that something is blocking it, and shape.
And if you look up to the middle of the upper right, there sits the green asteroid on the side of Isatum, just like in the ground, And there it is. We know it to be patchy and weird looking and illuminescent. And we've seen it. And there's also some graphic squaring there too in this picture. So I mean, we know that somewhere in that group right there on that side is the long box cube, etc. And here's another side of Uri, or the side of Atu. because
Obvious.
of its shape. It's smaller and rounder.
I mean,
it doesn't get more.
I love that one.
Yeah,
I know.
Depends on when it was taken, the year.
Right. I don't know for sure either. But yeah, it doesn't.
Crazy.
Because our view of Attu has changed, and it went right, left, right, sort of semi-right, and then went back as it was going over the top of us. Now this is why we were looking earlier at the 2019 and 2020 close passes of Attu's moon, this is a representation of a very close Attu's moon, and then the asteroids are right down in the bottom center, and then we know that Attu is behind that, and then we know that Uri is off in the distance behind that, back at the horizon, which is the dark blue. The rainbow above the building, at the front tip of the building, there's a rainbow hue, and we know that's the asteroid groups under Uri. That's why they're rainbow huing.
This was in 2018, huh?
Yep.
Yep.
When Attu and Uri went for their first run over the top of us, and come spring of 2019, they were visible in the western sky as of sunrise for the first time, where they'd actually passed Earth and were illuminated. But then they were so big and encased in clouds, like gas giants are, that identification for your average person was not the circus that we love now, but it was also still hard to describe it to people. We get a better view now in a lot of cases than it was then, but. And this is another one you can see the ion tail of the Saturn cutting in.
Yeah. These two are so much alike, it's like.
Yeah, I like that one too. And that's
confused.
2021.
Yeah.
And that's when Nibiru and Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon were coming in much more predominantly than 2019. And then I knew they were coming back around in a different orbit, and I knew we were heading into the middle of them. So I'm trying to adjust my shoe here. It's not working. I had an itch. And so the trend, and then we got really, there's another big round, and that's most likely a Saturn as well, cutting in to the sun. And when you see the flaring, that's showing you it's there for a reason. You look down on the water and it's centralized, and that's the real sunlight. And the spokeling is you in the camera looking forward at it and seeing the spread out light that's trying to travel between these passing bodies. And of course, look over to the right again. What do we see? We see a round ball with an ion tail, and there it is again.
Right.
Time after time after time. And there, and that was 2021. And same thing here. We see the illuminated yellowish area on the right-hand side, ion tail off the yellow moon, which is unfortunately behind this cloud, which is probably the long box cube.
Right. That makes sense.
I can see that. Yeah.
See the flat edge right there at the edge of the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the light refracting straight line that goes down at a slight angle. Saying that the light is breaking around that object.
It's not like
that looks like the long box cube to me.
And then the three lines on top.
Yeah.
Well, three. There's less four,
now,
but
they leave straight lines in a group of 3 to 4.
Right.
Pretty cool, because that one is so much like this one. Look at the same
right
cloud
there,
right there.
It's probably right there too, but it's being rounded off by the light, and we can't see most of the craft itself, but it's there, and we know it's there, and it's been there for a while. This would be right after arrival if it was 217, because we know that the long box got here in 2017, supposedly, as far as I know. I mean, it could have arrived and we didn't see it for months or a year or whatever. But I mean, we were, of course, paying attention to the Texas cube, which at that time was still in front of the sun. So, and hard to see.
Scan through here. See. I haven't looked at this one today. It's one of the special ones.
That's Nibiru and Uri, and that was 2021, 2022.
Yeah, that sounds
right here. That's so funny.
Do you? Oh, you sure do? Yeah.
I'm looking at my shadowing pictures.
Yeah, and there's another example of that.
Similar.
And that's more recent. That is literally a few months ago.
Yeah.
Is that in Antarctica?
Well, I don't know. That might have been.
I used to know. I
was trying to quiz you, Sam.
I might have been in Canada 6 months ago. We don't know. I know that it's a new picture because I remember it being semi-new because I remember the red truck. It's actually, I have a bigger copy of this where it's a little farther away. And then, of course, Mexican webcams, and it says 2021, I believe. The date's cut off. Yeah, but that flaring and glaring, and you have to look at that blue area and the light blue area. That's not normal. And then you go, oh, it's a camera anomaly. Yeah, right.
No. Over and over again? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Different cameras? I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. And, like I said, I'm watching YouTube and I'm watching other normal videos of other people road adventuring and this, that, and, driving in their cars. And there it is, there it is, there it is, there it is. It's like, and I see it going on and other people. Yeah, there you have Attu and Attu's moon. And that white puppy is the face of Attu's moon. And the asteroids in front of it. And probably somewhere up into the middle of that is the Texas cube.
Right.
We know it, we know it's there.
Bro, reset.
That and ships and all sorts of stuff that are all hiding in this, orbit pattern. And they're like a week or two old, and I think that's the size of a Saturn's yellow moon currently. Very big.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Let's see.
Wow.
I was looking to see if I had any other.
I know we got a bunch in this week that are very similar to this, although this angle, it's much higher above the sun than the rest of the places that sent this in. So I don't know where this came from.
So this one here?
The one we're looking at. Yeah, there's nothing else coming from that direction. That we know there's nothing else coming from that direction except the Saturn's yellow moon. And yet, boy, it's high over the sun in this shot. The rest of the shots show it lower on the horizon. Mm-hmm. So it could be that they just posted this picture recently and it might be from a month ago or,
I don't think it's that recent. It's from Jonathan Dubourg. He's in Belgium. And I want to say it's been several months now since he originally shared this.
The yellow moon has moved farther back, and lower on the horizon in the end of the PM, which this is sunset, I believe. If it's sunrise, that would be different. That would explain why it's higher. If it was sunrise, I don't know for sure. And you have to weigh that too. When was the picture taken? Where was the picture taken? I see something red right there below that, but I don't know if that's a double off the lens flare or what.
I was looking, trying to find something I haven't shared yet, something new. I can't remember. Let's see.
That's a hell of a cutoff flare. That's that hourglass illumination.
That looks so crazy.
Right. You can see how it's just flat across, going above the sun, just perfectly flat.
It's shining on something above our view at sunset, and that's that angle refraction where you at sunrise and sunset, you can see it shines on the bottom of something. Now, I don't remember if you remember, but in like 2020 and 2019, people were going, God, it stays sunlight out until 11:30, almost midnight. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was because the sun was shining on the bottom of Nibiru, and it was very illuminated all the way until about midnight. Because we were looking at the bottom of the planet, and it just showed very light blue.
They were like, "What's going on here?"
That changed now that we're in a different location, so the refraction is the sun isn't staying up as long as it used to, and that's why it went mega red yesterday. Froze from light angle refraction color, and that That's probably the sun and then the yellow moon. And then if you look, then there's something over to the right as well that's illuminated. And I bet you anything that's the green asteroid.
Man.
It's crazy. It's like it's pouring down.
Unless it's rain bomb in the middle of a flare. Because there's sort of a rain bomb thing going in the background as well on the left.
Okay,
so maybe
that makes all the sense.
Rain bomb flares or two sides.
I don't know if we have so many of those examples. Rain bomb flares. That's a new one,
I've never
Rebecca.
seen anything like that, but I'm saying it's hypothetically possible. It could be one of 3 or 4 different things. And that, of course, that's the Tan asteroid. That's the side of that's the beginning of when I knew that the next rainbow illuminations were about to start. When the group of the salamander asteroids are illuminating as the light shines under Uri. That's why that's illuminated.
I see.
And you're looking at the side base cloud of Uri. That's that gray area up at top.
Oh, I remember this one. People were like, "Is that a portal?"
Yeah, and then for the longest time in the earlier shots in 2018 and 19, everybody said, "Oh, look, it's a second star." And then we had to go, "No, these are the asteroid groups underneath Uri, and they illuminate." But look how big they are, and because they're getting closer, and that rolls back into the 180-day cycle. This looks like the bottom of Nepacity, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
It's a lot going on.
Yeah. Maybe multiple
to the electric universe.
I wouldn't want to be underneath that. That's all I know.
And there, of course, is the bottom of Nepacity with the little stripes that she does.
Little finger signatures.
Yeah. Presses in. And that's, again, I think, a backlit. Or it could even be just a regular rainbow. But look what's behind it, That looks like
Attu's moon?
Yeah, it looks like Attu's moon and purple Attu behind it.
Yeah. It's a really nice shot.
Let's see.
Looks like the dog is looking at it too.
Right.
We can't even imagine what spectrum dogs see, and
He's like, what is that?
We know birds probably see better than we do. We're just little mud hens here living on, making everything work. We don't get all the fun. The animals do,
We're not as advanced as we like to think, huh?
Come back as a horse, I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
Trying to find something I haven't shared already today, at least. Here's an
2018. That's the winged. This Saturn passing over the top of the sun in the transition that it went from when it went right to left, right to left. And that was like 2018. I think we recently had an event somewhat similar briefly for a day or two, but I didn't catalog it too heavily. I think this is the old version of it. And and if you look over to the right, you've got bluish Nibiru in the barely visible to the right, and then white striped Uri to the left.
So the round area directly above our sun, are you saying that is Ice Atom?
Yep.
Or is it Ice Atom's moon?
No, the moon is close to the sun. That's where the yellow comes, and the wings come off is because we're staring straight at the winged planet, and the stellar material is adding to the view because there's a direct flow of, and so just because it's right over the top of it, it illuminates the way it does. But at different angles, we will usually see just one wing, if we're looking at the side view of it. But it does go around the planet in this very luminescent trail, and that's the winged planet. And most likely this picture is 2018, 2019. There's a possibility it might be newer because there was a recent smaller similar event, but I didn't see it very much to actually document it that heavily. I noticed it, but I didn't probably save a lot of it. But I believe this is 2018, 19 and it used to be in 2016. It was much bigger and it was on the left. And we also saw the yellow moon because it was more visible. And that didn't go very far with people because they, and then oh, it's Nibiru, it's Nibiru. No, and then I went in circles on that for months.
They want everything to be Nibiru, which I understand the excitement.
Yeah, well, because everybody thought that Nibiru was red, and that was the gossip.
Yeah.
The winged planet Nibiru, and it's red, and then there you see these pictures to this day on YouTube where they depict this red planet. The mystery planet traveling through the galaxy by itself with no star.
The destroyer, the purifier.
Yeah, Planet X.
Ooh.
Dun, dun, dun. And these, of course, are their planet, their light pinches between the two bodies, and that's why the light looks like that. Because there's bodies on either side that are changing the light.
Y'all don't mind me. I'm snacking just a little bit.
I already did that. I did a while ago. I had when the girls made me go into the kitchen and help them. They wanted me to cut their pizza, so I had a slice of their pizza.
Right.
Of course,
and
they needed that.
The side of the Saturn digging into the sun.
I know, it's just so subtle, but then again, there it is.
Yep.
You can see it
over and over, and then we, we watched it, and then we started drawing it bigger, and then it came in bigger, and then it came in bigger, and then all of a sudden, that same size globe was started to be a Saturn's yellow moon because it got bigger. And then we started drawing the cloud patterns and the faceplate that it does when it insets into atmosphere and all of this.
Right.
And that's when we really turned a corner on everybody finally starting to listen that, hey, there's something to this. Even though years before it was huge for a long time, and then all of a sudden it got quiet. And that was when after. Go ahead.
I saw the cube around the Empire orb. If you go back, I looked real close. I was like,
oh, really? Yeah, that's.
I'm like, maybe it's an asteroid, but I looked real close and you can see it, right?
Yeah, we have pictures of the cube behind the Empire orb in that square. Yeah, and we could definitely see that, and a couple of galactic cruisers. So, yeah, and that's 2018 where they were hiding, and then in 2019 they came out of the hiding spot, and then they moved to the current orbit placement that they're still in now.
Yep. And my captures are from 2022, so it says a lot. It says a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
when hundreds of pictures match time after time, including chronologically ordered with timestamp. That's why we date stuff.
That's exactly why.
Yeah, because it was confusing for a long time on my drawings. I didn't even know what the side drawings weren't dated, and then I started doing that because I was trying to show that I did draw them ahead of time. Because that's kind of important just to.
Here's Afan. He's with us.
That's my
Afan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
God, some people get to sleep through the boring part of the show. Now it gets exciting, right?
Oh man, it's good to see you.
Right about the time we've been talking so long, we all get giddy and crazy.
I know.
And say way too much.
True.
Yeah.
I'm surprised your voice is holding up. Doing good.
I owe it all to water and cough drops.
There you go. Water and cough drops. That's the remedy.
And I'm trying not to breathe one in. Last show, Rebecca and I were talking for 5 hours, and I inhaled one, literally about choked right on air.
Oh, no.
Speaking of which, I'm going to go to the bathroom real fast, and I'll be right back.
Sure.
Okay, it's okay. I'm going to grab some more hummus.
Yeah.
BRB.
Let's see.
Now that I know how easy it is to do the slideshows and add the pictures, I'm going to do more of them. It's super easy.
Right.
I got to figure out the sizing a little bit better so certain things don't get cut off or whatever, but it's super easy. if you have access to
right. This isn't complicated. It's easy for anybody to operate, which is nice because I'm not super high tech at computer stuff. So,
they made it simple for people to be able to start their own.
Anybody can have their own show, basically. It's funny. Let's see. I was going to pull this one up. I don't think we even shared this the last show, but it's just some neat pictures.
Ooh.
It's just like, the drawing too. I mean, because you got the sun, our sun, and then I believe behind it, the lead object and the yellow moon. So.
Oh yeah, that was recent, September. And what is that in the background? Is that the mountain range?
Yeah.
You see that?
I do now. Yeah, I didn't see that before. Huh.
Interesting.
It's in Taiwan.
Over water, and there's some type of mountain range. Interesting.
Well, we see doubling, and you have to ask. I hate to always go there, but did this get taken through glass?
I think
I hate to discount any pick at all, and then you have to question size. Now, if that second object just above the sun was a little bit smaller, I would say yellow moon. But this could actually be a glass where we're seeing two panes of glass, be a triple.
Okay.
And it could also be a cutoff because there is that straight line bottom cutoff flare.
Let's look at here's another one. Let's check it because how's that? What do you think of that?
Yeah, that one you can't argue with. That's lead object and yellow moon exactly as tagged.
Yep.
That you can't argue because they are both smaller. It's a double object, but we know. And if you look directly above the M, there's our little friend, the green asteroid.
There he is. He likes the right side of our sun.
And if you look over to the left of the letter O, the blue asteroid is hiding in that little straight line pattern.
Oh,
you got some good eyes. I'll tell you what.
It's habit.
Yeah.
And then right by where it says WM, you see the ion trail going off to the right, where it's supposed to be, which also establishes that, yes, that's the yellow moon and the lead object. And we have, I don't know how many cycles, Rebecca, have we seen that, where the lead asteroid and the yellow moon are in a real close proximity to each other, heading directly at each other, which is really amazing. And yet, they're nowhere near each other.
Right.
It's just our out view. And that's how they centrifugally clock in towards each other in the center. And I still don't understand how that works. And the view, it just blows my mind. It's like, okay, who's putting on this weird, wind up puppet show? There again, you got a triple. And so I've got the same person, and that shows you that they're most likely shooting through a double pane of glass because the exact same shape and size.
How about that one?
That one, now knowing that this is the same photographer, I'm still going to give you that same. Now they're direct, glass doubling. It's hard to call. Now, however, the asteroids above and the cutoff sun,
and you see
that's why you have to
reflection.
discount the picture because we have too many objects in here.
Too many objects.
And this is why I scream. Do not shoot your captures through glass. No car windshields, no nothing. Because when we get this doubling and the count goes wrong, we can't use it credibly for science. We really can't. Now the only thing that we can use is the refraction of the water off the bottom of this picture. That we know is real. And we know the sun in the center is real, but do we have glass doubling? So it's because there's two panes of glass that's showing on either side of the thing because it's actually similar to the size. But then there's another object. So now we're spinning circles in supposition. And that's why we can't use it.
Yeah.
So it's most likely that those objects above the cloud line are lens flares from the double pane of the other
no, not above
objects?
the cloud line. There might be 2 to 3 objects there, but we're seeing a doubling, maybe a doubling of one or two of them. But those look like descending asteroids.
Okay.
And that pattern we have not isn't being doubled that we can see. It might be. There might be just one object there with one tail and being doubled with triples, because we've seen triples from the other one, this same photographer. So, and that double pane of glass messes with it. And this is why, when I first saw this, I thought, okay, cool. Yeah. And then the more I looked at it, the more I wanted to go, I can't really go there. And I try not to correct everybody all the time.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's better that you do say something than not. So,
well, true. I try to keep it real and we stick to the science and that and everything, but it's not absolutely mandatory. But yeah, it's really hard when you got the sun picture and you look down at the water, and then that's what tells you if it's a real object or not. If there's no refraction on the water, then those objects aren't there and glowing.
Yeah.
And then you also have to judge size versus each other. If you have different sized objects than each other, they're likely to be very possible. Is there the same cloud pattern in front of the bottom of this sun that the same cloud pattern in the bottom of the sun next to it? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, is it the same shadowing or do they match? If they do, well, then you have one object with a glass double. If they don't, and if they differ, then you have a real object. And of course, we took a few years to learn that too, after numerous lens flare and bad sightings and people arguing and all, the original day of all of this, everybody was arguing all the time. And that's why I pretty much just started taking over and saying, excuse me, but I know what I'm talking about. And this is the format and this is how we're going to do it. And if you don't like that, I'm terribly sorry. And we did lose members over the years because of that.
Sure.
But, we are a little strict, but there's these rules so that we don't go diving off the deep end and tagging and citing things that aren't real.
Yeah. End up like some of these other sites.
Right. Because time after time after time, we've tried to maintain that so we don't end up like these other sites.
Mm-hmm.
As I chew on my cough drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't bite. It's like the old, how many licks to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop?
Got too specificity.
Which we grew up with. But anyway.
Look how much our sky is even in that picture. It's crazy.
Well, also think about how much our sky has changed since June.
Yeah, this is true.
Because it's now, we have even less showing.
I hardly ever see our sky from my perspective, my vantage point. I don't know about the people, but I hardly see it.
Well, I go outside, I spin around in a circle, do the parking lot 360. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at a planet no matter where I look.
Yeah.
So, and then they blend in, and sometimes it's hard to tell one from the other because they're so close to each other. And only with the light do you actually see through it. Yeah, like there's another one of those light things. You wonder which is the side you need to look at. Is this the illuminated side of Uri, or is this the dark edge of Nibiru, or is this both?
Both.
Right.
Yeah. You weigh it, but yet there's evidence of an absolute sunlight shadow.
Yes.
Now the ones with the cloud banks, that's a little harder to call because you could say, okay, it's a supercell. And you're just seeing it shadow you in your photographer position, which is better wise to get a picture like this in a much wider lens. That way you can show if there's any major shadow affecting the other right and left of you. Whereas this close up, it shows you a great shot, but it doesn't prove what you're looking at. Where this is the light shining underneath the bottom of probably A2. Notice the color.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this one
it's all about the light, really looking
great.
at the dark areas first. Same thing.
Yeah.
You're looking at everything above that light is planet, and once you realize that's a huge ass planet,
I know.
And our clouds, you're looking at the cumulus nimbus clouds in front of you in this picture. That is the top of our atmosphere as far as weather goes. And everything above that is not our clouds. and you see the bottom of this big dark ass thing that light's shining out from underneath and causing this effect, and it's there. It's like when they put the sea trails up and then there's a secondary shadow.
Yeah.
I laugh at that one every time. And it's like, and you don't get that there's a shadow actually falling from the light on that planet above?
No, people don't get how shadowing and light works too much.
Yeah, it comes through a central focaling because they're so close that the light is bouncing around underneath and in between and getting flared and cut off. And, like what we went through for the last 6 months with Nepenthe being directly overhead, and all we saw was half the sun. And then
I noticed a lot of over the last week or so, we saw a lot of Nepenthe open core angles.
Right, because she's raised up, she's up higher. And so we're seeing more of her core, where before her core was so large, you'd have to literally look from one area to the other to establish the core even. But now she's higher, so her core is more easily definable.
I thought that was cool. I was like, huh.
And the pattern, the onset, walking into us and walking away from us is also different. And I it's like I'm constantly trying to fathom that. I don't get, I'd have to spend about a week outside all day, every day to probably understand it again, because I think I get a handle on it and I know what's going on. And then it changes. Yeah. And then I go back out and I study again and I try, okay, it's doing this. Oh, okay, I think I got it. And then it changes. So, I'm still winging it. This is the first time for a lot of this, and repetitive in other ways.
Well, it makes me feel good because I feel like just when I get it, it changes on me. Like, wait a minute. But if you feel the same way, it's like, okay.
Well, it's
we're doing good.
Well, and that's where I was talking about my Star Wars game. I'll be uncomfortable and it won't fit, and it's not fitting it's not comfortable in my head, and I'm like grumbling and self-chewing or ruminating, as you say, animal re-chewing his cud, and I gotta make it fit, and I gotta make it fit, and then I play that game and I get to that one level, and all of a sudden it just sort of falls into place. And then I kind of sort of understand things better. It's not always, but I mean many and often that the answers come because I distract myself. And then it's like trying to remember where you put something, and then you kind of forget about it, and then 10 minutes later you go, oh yeah, now I remember, that kind of thing. Or
when you stop focusing.
I can't think of the name of this, and then an hour later it comes to you, even though you're not thinking about it any longer. And that's kind of how stuff works. And placement and all this twist in my brain. And then a lot of it has to do with shock value, and I'll walk outside and all of a sudden it says, holy shit, you're way bigger than I remember. Speaking of which, look in the upper right corner.
Yes.
That's the green asteroid.
Is it? I was getting ready to say that.
In the middle of the picture, up at the top, is the blue.
I see it. I think
that white dot
in
the middle.
Yeah, right. That's the blue asteroid, and the green asteroid is that poofy thing with the extra.
That's
extra stuff around it.
Wow.
Yeah,
and then the dark
what those two black dots are. But Saturn's yellow moon is directly larger behind the blue asteroid in a big circle, and you can see the ion.
I see it.
And if that was a shot of Nibiru, which it could be, that could be Nana and Amel Saru. That is literally the size of those two moons. Although I can't call it, but that is literally what a Nana and Amel Saru look like next to Nibiru. They're small.
So they're always close together.
Yeah. Nana concentrically orbits larger Amel Saru, which is tidal locked off a close distance to the side of Nibiru.
Got it. Okay.
And close depends. I mean, our moon's 65, or God, what is it? Yeah, Earth to brain. I think it's 65 million. I have to go relook it up because it changed on me, and then I can't remember what they said it was recently. Because our moon distance is always changing. Anyway, supposedly it's getting closer all the time. I'll have to relook that up now that I can't quote the distance. But yeah, who knows the distance between their moons? But if you look at that one older drawing of mine, they are actually very small. And that's as I remember them in 2012. And this is literally the same angle of the planet that I saw in 2012 off in the south. And I watched it and tried to point it out to people, and it was so damn big that nobody could see it because they couldn't fathom a planet being that big.
Google says that it is about 251,000 miles from Earth to the moon.
251. Okay, then it was 265. It used to be. Yeah, okay. Last time I looked it up was 265,000 when that's part of the math for NEOs. And then they changed the tables on me. Now it's harder to look all that crap up and do the math. And you got to sit there with a calculator. So I don't do it as often as I used to.
So what do you think? You think it's getting closer?
What, our moon? Yeah, I know it is. It used to be 285,000 miles away when I was a kid. And now,
I mean, it definitely looks a lot closer sometimes. I'm like,
Well, there's another object too, so behind it. And we know that. We watched it for years. And I mean, you'd take a whole hell of a lot of convincing and have to prove a whole lot of shit to me to prove any of this wrong. It would take me massively a long time to believe you,
It makes you wonder because, we see, but maybe I just don't know how to recognize it. Maybe it is there. We see it in some of the drawings and the cave drawings and the ancient texts. They talk a lot about illuminated asteroids. They talk a lot about our second sun, but I don't remember having seen anything so far about a second moon. So it really makes you wonder, is it a second moon? Is it a craft?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a craft.
Well, NASA did announce that. Yeah. I'm in that same quandary. NASA did announce a second moon, but they didn't say where it was.
Right.
And then
they're good for that.
It's been there for a long time, and it is slightly yellower.
Mm-hmm.
So behind our white moon, and then those times that our moon face changes and jogs, goes forward and tips and does this weird stuff, and then goes to the north sky, which has happened probably 4 or 5 times in the last 8 years or so.
Because there's
a whole lot of weird shit going on that they can't explain any other way than how we explain it.
You started noticing it when up in Montana.
The second object behind the moon? Oh, God, about 6-8 years ago. I'd say maybe closer to 6. I don't know, but I definitely saw it, and I went, I can't believe what I'm seeing, and I couldn't believe. I got the binoculars out, couldn't see it with binoculars, but my bare eye, there it was, and then over the years, it's just there it is. And I even asked store clerks at the gas station one time, and one guy said, "Yeah, I see it," and another guy said, "No, I don't see it." So, I saw it yesterday, and I absolutely see 2 crescents, a slightly larger crescent behind our regular crescent. There's 2 bodies there. And I can't deny it. I cannot deny it.
Then it also makes you wonder, well, what happened that day in the UAE where both objects were so clearly visible? There was all types of videos of it, and it was so clear. So it's like, what happened this day?
And we're still seeing examples of it, and a lot of this is, and then the UAE is not necessarily attached to our world social
exactly
mixings where they do their own thing, whether the United States approves of it or not.
Exactly. So maybe they don't have a reason to lie.
Whether England agrees with it, whether Australia agrees, they're not following the G7. So and then they did a moon project about this. So if they're serious enough to send up a rocket to that shit, then it's real, and we know we have examples of it.
Yeah.
I saw an example of it yesterday too, clear as day. There's 2 crescents standing there. Holy shit, And I saw the second one was slightly larger behind the first one. It's like, there it is. So and I keep for the 5 years I've said this is insane, but no, it's there. Then of course we're looking at a picture of lead asteroid. No ifs,
then
ands,
I
or buts.
wonder if it is a craft, right? It must not be there all the time, right?
Well,
So
I
why
have
would it go
predominantly
there?
seen it there nonstop for many years. I don't recall a time I hadn't seen it behind back there, and it's more yellow. I know that. I haven't sat there, gone out every month looking for it either. That's, I see it when I see it.
Right. Because that's where my mind goes to next. Okay, if it's not there all the time, why does it go there certain times?
Well, if it could be the Norway spiral orb. I'm gonna be conscious of that, I guess. If it's the orb, that'd be a great hiding place, right behind where nobody can see. And then we believe it to be bigger than a moon, so that also fits, and wow, but then there's the NASA announcement of a second moon, and then they didn't describe where it was, so that's still also open and up in the air. But that also raises the misinformation misnomer, because that's what breaks people into lack of a conclusion, is by having too much information sometimes and not knowing which is right and which is wrong.
Yeah, I said that earlier. It's been like
Quandary,
this.
the quagmire. Real science versus gossip. Film at 11. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I really think that you should definitely have your son do a intro video voice again. He did a really
He
great.
will love to hear that.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard that the first time that you had that done, and I went, "Wow, where'd you get that guy to do that?
Professional
That's great."
voice actor.
Yeah, he did it great, man.
I will
mean,
tell him.
Yeah, I even like the music intro. Now remember, you got to worry about your copyright. On the tunes you use.
I do.
Pre-70s. Right,
Right.
pre-1970,
Yeah.
and then you're free of copyright issues.
That too, right.
That's interesting. I was gonna say, if you know anybody that makes music, you can use their stuff with their permission too.
Yeah, because then it's already been shared.
That's true. There's you can go on. There's so many places on YouTube that you can get no copyrighted music.
Yeah, me, I've been doing the Eastern Asian techno music lately, techno space music lately. Some of these, I gotta be careful. Coffee and techno music, look out, man.
Really?
Yeah, I'll start studying this and start studying that, and then before you know it, the whole day's gone. Like, wow, did I look all that up?
What happened?
Yeah, where did the day go? And Christ, I didn't get the dishes done, and I didn't do the laundry, and dang, the garbage was supposed to go out today, and I'll have to do it tomorrow. That kind of thing.
Right. The days just fly by. They really do.
That's the thing. You start down a path. You put a file together, and you start collecting stuff, and you move this around, move that around, and before you know it, there goes 5 hours. Wow.
Well, like today, we're almost at 7 hours. Almost. I don't know.
I don't know if anybody out there is going to listen that long, or they're going to clip in do people come back to it.
I was getting ready to say, I've had so many people message me and say that they've watched it in parts, even because they want to hear all of it and how great it is. But you'd be surprised how many people really do watch and listen to all of it.
Well, I don't know what people think. I only know that I try to get this out there. I mean, I try to listen to everybody, but I'm sure there's a lot of different opinions that I don't know about. And
honestly, though, I mean, I haven't needed a moderator per se. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we're not getting trolled or harassed. Honestly, the comment section has been positive and friendly.
Excellent.
So it's nice. Yeah, it's true.
It is nice. And it's been a big change. And then you'll see a lot of people have been paying attention and will respond properly, using binary solar system descriptions and not just
outlandish stuff. I think they needed to see other people talk about it. It wasn't just me talking about it. And when other people, and like the first Rebecca and Jesus show, there was real people talking about this, that that it's not this, gossip group of conspiracy theories that everybody's talking about, green goblins and blue glowy things that flew by at 300 miles an hour.
Right.
And
Yeah.
seeing you guys out there, watching you guys talk about it, and the fact that you know your topic, you know what you're talking about because you've done the homework and you've gotten yourself to this point, and seeing that level of confidence, just like you guys talked about me, when people start to see that there's really people behind these statements, not just
Right.
somebody shared and posted here and posted there, and there's a 30-second clip of here and there. And we've of course put many hours into doing this because we like talking about it and we enjoy it. We're all
Yeah.
obsessed with it because it's real and it's happening and it's awesome and you guys are all missing it. Oh my God. You know, and
Wake up.
I don't
Yeah.
want to be the screaming guy on the other end of the phone, but I mean I could be. I'd go hoarse in about 5 minutes, but anyway.
No,
You sure?
I know. But
Yeah,
it's true. I
after
mean,
screaming at my
Jesus
kids
and
too long, no voice.
we were talking about how, I mean, it would just be a dream come true if this could just be a full-time gig for him, especially, but just, I would love to see that happen where he can
Well,
just get
I'd
the
like to
camera
see you have
equipment he
your
wants.
little silver YouTube plaque behind you in your background
Yeah.
for your first
Okay.
million subscribers,
That works.
and then after that, then we're talking contracts for shows. I'm teasing.
Hey, I'm ready.
I'm not trying not to sell them the information yet, but I mean, it would sure be nice if we could change how we have to live. It would be very nice.
I think that it's going to get to a point shortly here where it's not really going to be a matter of selling the information. People are going to want to pay for the information because they find value in it. They understand that it's rare. So it's just going to happen naturally. It's not going to be
let's hope.
We have to pitch it type of thing. People are going to be willing, more than willing. And
I know I watched some pretty interesting subjects on YouTube that surprised me to this day that I'm actually still interested in. It just amazes me.
Yeah.
From haunted house people going in with spirit voice boxes and me laughing at them and going, oh, and let me tell you stories, but ghosts. Woo. You want to learn about witchcraft? Okay, don't flush, bury and burn that Ouija board. But anyway, going back to hopefully back to topic. Whoa, Nelly.
The future.
When everybody else comes in here and starts sharing it, it makes it more personal. And I think that's the attachment that we've been missing is the fact that there's this topic that is strange and new, and yet there's a whole bunch of fabric and proof and everything behind it. And how didn't I see it before? And after watching the both of you and all of us talk about this and how long we could keep doing it, which also made me smile and was slightly humorous.
Mm-hmm.
It is what we needed to do. We needed to do this.
Yeah, it's the next step for sure. I agree.
Only because, I mean, we can share such a huge amount of information. I mean, the pictures and Sam being on here and talking about it. It's just a great presentation. It really is. It's like way more than what a video clip can show on TikTok.
And then who else has this? Everything that I scrolled and looking for some inch and stitch of credible information, and the closest stuff I get is some of these new Anunnaki videos where they're actually getting the dates together, and they're actually talking about the changes in climate during the beginning and the fall of the Sumerians and all of this, and the intervention, where they're actually talking about topic rather than mythos and so said this to so-and-so, or these undescribed gods that they keep talking about with no attachment to reality. And when they intermix the intervention of the kings who affected the last cycle of people as well as the cycle previous to that, and how this whole factory planet thing works, when they start to touch on that, then I'm interested. And there are a few shows that scrape on it, and then they briefly bounce off the edge of the surface of the factory planet Earth. And yet then they extend it into this one occasion instead of it being a cyclic thing that's happened for generations.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's where a lot of this new information is just, it's of course man's interpretation of it, and then they try to mix in the mythos of, well, we got this from the Bible. The Bible says this, and the Bible's a very short record. And Egyptian mythos and Chinese mythos goes even farther back, and you go into the Sumerians and the other earlier recorded languages, and you go into the Greek, and you go into even some northern tribes. There's all this information going back, and then we can go back to the pictographs and the stone carvings and all of this that have been laid out, and these earlier cultures, and they're the ones with the standardized actual stuff that we can use, and we've used it because it's helped us prove that we were accurate, because we tried to blend all of this together because of countless hours of research, because everybody provides a little bit of something.
Yeah.
And I've been sent a whole bunch of stuff by a whole lot of nice people who have been very tolerant and very good and very kind. And then, of course, I've been sent a bunch of junk too, but I'm from bad people. Ooh, bad. Anyway, but and sad, poor lost people that buy into
Sad
stuff.
And bad.
They sometimes forcefully want to hammer down your throat, whether you like it or not. And the moment you question them, then they take out a plot to get you.
Yeah.
Wow. I've had a few of those, still do. And so, that's the funny part. So
I kind of enjoy reading into different stuff, looking up different stuff, and just challenging myself to be able to discern the truth, because I know what I know. So,
right.
But where
it.
Yeah, but where I really just kind of get turned off is when they approach this whole system as one planet. I just can't really do it. It's like,
right.
You're missing so much.
You start to get bored in their story, and that you can't have a race of people, the Anunnaki, who live on a planet unless they have a star, because they can't be alive without a star. And therefore they have to have a solar system. And most of these shows refer to it like it's something that drifts in from nowhere.
It's a rogue planet.
Yeah, rogue by itself once every, God only knows, and they don't talk about the reoccurrence of the fact this has happened over and over and over and over, and where the human race came from, and how many versions of ape there were before us, and hominid, and how archaeology has sort of termed that everything within 9,000 years and beyond scratched their butt and was hairy and climbed trees and lived in caves. Right. And that's not the case. And now they're stumbling on history and lore that are going back 50 and 60 and 70,000 years. And that's not even the full picture either, because they've got already a biased science going, and only certain types of archaeology is still discovered, where the open archaeology is pretty much gone after 5,000 years. Anything out in the open that's not in a cave, not buried in some sort of swamp or cold temperate zone where the clay conditions are just perfect, not to deteriorate whatever. And do we actually including, we talk about Doggerland and how they've got mammoth bones, and yet we know that there was this entire civilization living there that was much higher than they're given credit for. And there's the other delinium or Denisil. Yeah, I finally remembered what the name of that other genome. Denisil. There's beyond Neanderthal, there's another genome in humans, and it's known as Denisil. And they still haven't accounted for that yet. And
I'm going to let my cat inside. Hang on, I'll be right back.
That's a different genome pattern that they've proven exists, but they don't go into great detail of what it is and where it's from. And that's an older older aside genome or something. And that was the one I could never ever remember. And then the other day I saw a brief video on it. And I remember,
I don't know if I've ever heard of that one. I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
I remember the name because I remember the name Denny. Denisyl, I believe, is what it is. And that's that other that's in the genome and all of that. And then we know that there's alien races also mixed into the human race. And we know that also from the previous original model of what we are. We're genetic manipulation placed because of the clipped 24th chromosome. And that's pretty much.
We're a much smaller version, aren't we?
No, we're a rekindled herd that keeps growing and then getting snuffed and growing. The survival of the fittest. And there's far less of us every cycle. And then the Earth reboots and moves and does this and makes new stuff that we go after again and rebuild and start all over. Just like the court, Georgia Guidestones tell you, you need to cut your number of people, blah, blah, blah. And if you have 50,000 cattle and they're living on a ranch and you have grass for 30,000 cattle, well, you need to sell a few off. And we are a herd of biotools and they want to keep their system working. So they do what they need to do to change the herd. Keep it strong, keep it going.
I wish people understood that, because if they did, they would understand that all of the depopulation agendas that are in all countries, they're not getting their directives from the people that they think they are. It's coming from way higher up and just
and depending on what source instituted that. At what level of control. It's like we can either come down and blast a few people, or we can do this, or we can do that. And maybe our governments chose the lesser of two evils by slowly, manipulating the population. I don't know. Now we could go all the way back to the in 1850 they did a study, and I can't remember who paid for it exactly. I don't want to quote the wrong family, but there was an English family that studied. And it is said in rumor that World War I and World War II were intentionally caused in order to make money and depopulate the planet. Otherwise, by 1970, we would have been elbow to elbow people.
Is it the Rothschilds?
It could be the Rothschild, Bilderberg, Bloomberg. Yeah, I believe it was the Rothschild. I think it was the Rothschild Commission. I think you're right.
It rings a bell.
That was like 1850 or something. They actually paid for a scientific study, and they said that if we didn't have depopulation, literally by the mid 70s, we'd be elbow to elbow and not be able to feed the population of the planet. So they killed off, and I don't quote me on the totals, but they killed off a few million people here and a few million people there, and thus which slowed the population in certain regions.
That was a part of the plagues.
The plagues, I think, were more natural than anything else.
Okay.
Although we know record of the American Indian population being handed blankets with smallpox.
Yeah.
We know that for a fact.
Highly suspicious.
Yeah, and brown people with foreseeing cultures of wisdom and tribal shamanism have been suppressed for a reason.
Yeah, that be my ancestors. Some of them.
yeah, some of mine too.
Yeah. Very interesting. I know that somewhere in the 1800s, the Rothschilds had a big part in messing. I'll just say it
there's been numerous
messing with the education system.
Well, just your point of view, who's affecting what? How did what political action committee change history without even knowing it throughout history? And these, of course, are factions that have great deals of money, which is part of why I don't down them publicly, because they have immense levels of power, including Rome. The Roman Catholic Church is massively powerful.
Woo! That's a whole subject right there.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Well, they've become that which they sought to stamp out when they were formulated.
Isn't that how it always happens?
Yeah, that's what happens. Power corrupts absolutely.
Power seeks out more power.
Yep. And only a wise man does not seek power.
Right. But it seeks some knowledge.
You know, but the levels of control are also in people's later life parts of their life. They try to control because of their knowledge. And if you're
Yeah.
rich, that's far easier than if you're poor.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
With varying degrees of greed and avarice and evil or ill intent or good intent. You know, sometimes people who are rich, they try to give something to somebody to make their lives better. By the way,
Yeah.
we need a philanthropist, please. You know, we need,
Somebody.
That would be
yeah, we need
nice,
somebody
wouldn't
to
it?
fund us so we
Time.
can go into actual production. But then and he just even saying that, it's just like, oh, do I dare
We need
say
a
that? You know,
we need a philanthropist and we need a top flight security because both of those are going to come hand in hand.
and no red M&Ms.
What else? What else are your requirements?
Yeah, yeah. That you got to pay somebody to go, buy you a whole bunch of M&Ms and pick all the red ones out.
Yeah.
Heard about that.
Oh, we had a few writers like that in the nightclubs when we were booking in bands. They had some of the craziest shit sometimes. Oh my God. And you'd be running around for a week trying to get all this crap together before they got there.
I bet you they would still find something to
Oh,
complain
well,
about.
they mess with you and we weren't serious. We were just seeing how much of the rider you were going to follow.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a one said they wanted a half quart jar full of dead flies. I am not kidding you. It was a joke.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and we went out and got a half quart jar full of dead flies. And, oh man, I had to get about 6 different people to give me all their dead flies, man.
Yuck.
Yeah,
Dang.
yeah. Sweeping them in with a little broom and dustpan. Oh, we had some weird stuff. We had Toad the Wet Sprocket. We had, we had a lot of the Northwest bands. The techno early hip hop 90s. So we did good. I mean, we also had reggae, Muda Baruka, and all that there too. We had Three Dog Night, blah blah blah.
I wish I could time travel. Well, I probably can, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I wish I could time travel to the 60s or the 70s.
Oh, wouldn't that be cool? I would love to go back to see the Haight-Ashbury days of 1969. I would have liked to see San Francisco. Huh?
You were in San Francisco?
No, my older brothers were.
Oh, you're jealous. You didn't get a chance to
Yeah,
come.
I said I would have liked to have seen the Haight-Ashbury in 1969. I was 8 years old then. And my older brothers, one of my older brothers actually lived on Ashbury, Haight and Ashbury. And and he sort of ran away from home and the family was highly concerned about him for many, but he went and dippied out and he went down there and did it.
Sounds about right, because that's what that area was, probably forever will be.
That brother is one of the older ones that turned me on to a lot of the music that I listen to still to this day. Because I heard a lot of music far earlier than I normally would have at my, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Yeah, they exposed you to a lot of stuff, I'm sure. But it was...
And that brother has since passed away, sadly. And I do miss him. Yeah. And
I'm sorry.
He actually did the Haight-Ashbury hippie thing. And I would have loved to have seen it because there's so much to the posters and the art and the vibe at that time. And I knew about Woodstock. And at that time I was living semi close to Woodstock. And I knew about it, and I was just too young to run away, but I wanted to.
So where was Woodstock exactly?
Somewhere in like New York State. Woodstock, New York, I believe. You can look it up. You got your phone. You got that magic tool that I don't unfortunately have one. I could look it up too.
This is true. Wow.
You guys are on a 43-inch screen in front of me, so all I have to do is shrink it. I can look it up.
There's so many interesting stories surrounding what actually happened there.
Oh, Woodstock was unbelievable. It was, 40,000 plus. Don't quote me on it could have even been bigger. people that got together and had a hippie movement. That was a beautiful, wondrous thing, and the music is still fantastic to this day.
What?
Yeah, it was in Bethel, New York.
Bethel, New York. What
Yeah,
New York
on a farm.
Woodstock Festival in 1969. August 15th through 18th, 1969 in
Wait
Bethel,
a minute.
New York.
What did you just say? What were the dates?
August 15th through the 18th in 1969.
Oh, 3 days. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was a couple of
3
years
days
long.
of
I was like,
Eastern
wait.
music.
I was 4 months old.
And you
Yeah.
can still go there, and they have a big, stone marker. And I mean, it was the most outrageous thing you ever, I mean, people running around and semi-nude and mud covered, and they were doing hill slides, and everybody in there was drunk or wiped out, stoned on old marijuana. On the old marijuana, Christ, you had to smoke a whole bale before you actually got high. And
that's the real stuff. This other stuff now, it ain't cool. It's so mixed and tainted.
yeah,
and
well, you have to take the stuff they make now. You can get sick and die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm, pardon me, I'm a lightweight, so
addicted to it.
a teetotaler. So I can't party with today's stuff. So
you don't want to. It's not cool.
No need to. I don't have the money anyway. So
the natural mountain grown stuff.
You can't do hangovers. They suck. You got your kids the next day.
Ruining everything.
Yeah. It's like you go, no, I'm not doing it. No. Tomorrow. Thank you. And that's what, that's what always kept me with I got my kids, and then that's it, Sorry.
Party days are over.
Yeah, party days are long over. Thank God. I mean, woo. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, if I had every penny I spent on bar-priced beer and just, bought a 6-pack and brought it home instead, I mean, I'd be a rich man. But I didn't drink. I didn't drink at home. I only drank socially. And of course, then I worked at nightclubs and restaurants and all of that. And service industry people take care of service industry people, and that's the way it works.
Right. Well, you would be sick now if you went out and seen some of these prices.
I mean, literally after the turn of the century, I pretty much decided not to even. I mean, God, beer is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
That shit's expensive. So
It makes you want to learn how to make some, because it's like, wait a minute.
Well, yeah, I did learn. I've been looking into that too. I mean, if you want a workforce, or if you want a happy little village, somebody's got to make beer.
Facts.
Yeah, you don't build barns or houses without beer. You're not going to invite 12 guys, and they're not going to work all day unless you get the beer after the work.
Right.
And they'll go, okay.
That's the reward.
Yeah.
There we go. And there's not a lot to it. It's pretty simple. And you need rye, and you need hops.
Fermentation process.
You need the biggest part of it is you need clean containers and clean water, and then good knowledge of how to go about it.
Yeah.
You need a little heat, and you let it ferment and do its thing. You also have to understand what natural starches and natural yeast is. And some of the natural yeast is something you don't want to tell people about, but just about like the same thing that's in ketchup that you don't want to know about. I'm teasing you unless you really want to know.
Oh no!
Oh, I want to know. Tell me.
Well, if you want to make good wine, you don't wash your grapes. You leave them.
Okay.
You leave the space dust and the bugs on there, and the bugs are a good yeast product of natural biology yeast, and then the dust and the dirt on the vine and some of the vine, which is where you get some of the tannic acids as well. Forms the natural yeast to make a better wine, so you have better production of alcohol.
I was gonna say, not washing the grapes and doing the whole normal fermentation process sounds like how they make organic wines, natural wines, and sounds about right. Yeah,
there's you have to let nature do its chemistry as well. And then a lot of people, if they're going to do a small wine press where they're going to only bottle a few bottles of wine, they're more inclined to probably wash off their grapes more carefully and pull all the rind out of there. And I went to wine school, and there's got to be a certain amount of, the product of the vine and the leaf and the bugs and even a handful of dirt, depending on where it's grown, if it's in Spain.
Yum.
I'm not a fan of Spanish wine. I like French wines, and I like German wines, and I like Beaujolais and Italian wines. Italian wines can be kind of acidic, but anyway.
I like
I'm
natural
sorry,
wine.
Italy. I know we have fans in Italy. I'm not downing your wine. I love it all. Not that
What
I
about
drink.
champagne? What about champagne?
Oh, I like that too, but it gets you a little bit, I'll be doing the waltz there, and about a half hour later, I'll go, "Good night. I'm going to bed." I'm
That's
a
me. That's
Well,
me. One glass. Good night,
well,
guys.
yeah, right, yeah. I was actually talking to you and telling Rebecca the other day. I tried to drink a beer and I couldn't even get through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been so long, and the last 6-pack of beer I had in my refrigerator, I think for 2 years, and then it went bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No more 6-packs.
Oh, thank God, it's so much cheaper. I'm such a cheap date. You wouldn't believe, wow.
Once you don't drink anymore, it makes
Yeah,
things
big
a
pile
lot
of
cheaper.
nachos and some salsa and a good
Yeah.
old-fashioned Western, and halfway through the meal, I'm asleep at 6 p.m. I'm joking. Well, when you hit your 60s, it has happened to me, I think twice or 3 times now, where I just absolutely, out of the blue, I ate dinner and just drifted off and didn't even know it. And it happened
What's
while
my excuse?
I was doing something one time, and I was trying to do this and try to do that, and all of a sudden, boom, I'd fallen asleep. It's like, wow, how'd that happen?
No, what's
And
my
so,
excuse? I'm only in my 30s, and I do the same thing because.
yeah, you eat good, and then you get to sleep. It's just like tryptophan. Here we had Thanksgiving dinner. Good night, right off the bat.
Right.
I when you get older, you start to worry about all of those hinting, warning signs that you don't want to see, but yet still do.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of, I'm trying to be humorous and yet semi-serious at it. It's a good punchline if you're doing stand-up comedy, but me and my achy ass getting out of this chair after sitting on 5 hours of live talk,
Yeah.
podcast.
Right.
When I got up and I went over and dealt with the girls, it was like, oh my God, that chair is killing me, And it's a good chair. I have an expensive chair, so. And that is, of course, thanks to the Christmas presents for Montana Skywatchers.
Woo!
Yeah, there's another plug for the Christmas presents for Montana Skywatchers.
Yeah, throw it on like up there, Rebecca. Donations are needed.
You don't need to do that. I hope I actually hate plugging for money, but we do need it.
Don't worry about it, because we'll do it anyways. Donations are needed.
Where did it go? We do need.
And we have to tell everybody to do it a little early because we have to still get everything together.
Right.
And we've had stuff that comes in sometimes after Christmas, which isn't bad either.
Yeah, but.
And it's lively in Oklahoma tonight.
Oh, yes.
Do you guys go get trees?
We have a plastic tree. We stopped going out in the forest and getting our own when they were selling them at the lots for $80 to $100, and I went, I'm not doing this. Yeah. So my daughter actually said, well, Dad, let's get a plastic tree. And we've upgraded from a smaller one to a big one now. We have a big, like 8-foot tall plastic tree.
Yeah.
And we got it at Walmart. It was a display model, and they sold it to us really cheap.
Yay.
I couldn't believe it. Well, we asked for the one that we saw in the catalog. It sold out of those, and the only one they had was the one that was already set up in the store. So we said, how much can we get that for? And they just gave us this huge discount. It was unbelievable. I think we got it. It was like $150 tree, and I think we got it for about $50. And so that saved me a whole bunch of money I couldn't afford in the first place. I'm trying to get the kids what they want, bending over backwards around Christmas. And so we got this hell of a deal on it. It was like a Christmas present in itself from Walmart. Right. I couldn't believe it. And then so we got a plastic tree, and now we use big construction bags because it's covered in glitter, and I hate glitter, but girls. So we have big, huge construction bags around them, and they're out in my shed, carefully placed in their own little corner.
Yeah.
And three big, gigantic pieces that we have to assemble, and they have flashing lights and all this, and then we have We have tons of regular lights and all of that. And the girls do Christmas, and now they're teenagers, and they were kind of yelling. They were thinking that I was moving the elf on the shelf. They thought it was me. Can you imagine that?
That's good. I love that they still were that innocent in their thinking.
Oh, well, they got mad at me. He said, "Well, Dad, we saw you move the elf on the shelf," and I said, "No, I wasn't me.
I would never. I would never.
I didn't do that." Do you ever see how much those things cost? Oh my God!
No. What are they, like $50?
They're way more expensive than you would dare pay for it. Except your child's going, "Dad, I want an elf on the shelf," and so you sucker in and buy that shit. Oh, you should have seen, when you go through with kids, you have the season's hot toy, the number one toy.
Oh yeah.
And, oh, this is trending, and then you got to go try and find one of those.
I remember I was bad about it during Christmas. I had my parents in stores.
I've done numerous years out battling to try to get one stupid, but in my case, it's two of each because they both wanted the same thing all the time.
Right, and they want their own.
We had these My Little Pony castles that I spent hours trying to put together, and then the moment you touched them, they fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like over $100 a piece. And the damn thing, you couldn't, no matter what you did, you couldn't even super glue them in place.
Yeah.
And the moment the girls would put one of their My Little Ponies on top in the castle, it would fall into pieces.
It's not funny, but it's.
And then you spend another half hour trying to assemble the damn thing. Oh my God, it was insane. And then one Christmas year, I'm putting two of them together. Oh boy, I tell you, talk about revenge for World War II. Wow.
What's crazy is that they make you buy like those big doll houses, which are expensive by themselves, but then you keep having to buy little accessories, this, that, the other. Right.
Yeah, we went through. We probably purchased every My Little Pony ever made.
I believe it.
And then we went through. They went into their scary pets and we what the heck were those called? Those little pets with teeth. And
the pets with teeth.
Yeah, they were little kind of gnarly little animal. And then they went through Five Nights at Freddy's, bears, plushies, all these different phases.
I remember being into Beanie Babies.
Yeah, we have a mountain. We have a collectible mountain of Beanie Babies stored away.
I used to have so many. I don't know what happened to them.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to ours either, and I hope to God we didn't get rid of them, but I know we have tons of them.
Yeah.
And I used to just buy them a little toy all the time, and because, we were poor all the way up through the childhood because, this is where I've spent our time, back to that thing, but so the girls went through, they were well cared for over the years by Skywatchers, and it's made a huge difference in my ability to get them what they want for Christmas.
Yeah.
And it's been entertaining, and we've been through all these cycles, and the girls are a little spoiled, which is okay, but they're good kids, so.
Deservingly spoiled.
Yes.
They're good.
And they're not out causing you trouble or anything like
that.
No,
so. I've never had any trouble with either one of them. And we've
fortunate.
They're very intelligent, and they keep me in check. Dad, you didn't do this. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, there's no milk. Oh shit,
Yeah.
I didn't think ahead. Usually I am, and they expect it too, that I'm usually ahead of things. So
sometimes.
Oh well, kids are kids. They expect things because that's the way it's always been. So why shouldn't it be that way tomorrow?
Yeah.
And you just don't know where it comes from. You just know it's always there.
Mm-hmm.
And including the internet, which every once in a while I feel like reaching over and pushing that button on, and while they're in the middle of the game, ignoring me.
Don't you do it.
They'll get mad at me if I do.
They'll have a meltdown for sure.
It took me 3 weeks to get there.
Yeah.
I had the cosplay outfit I wanted.
Right. Oh, gosh.
And all that crap. Oh, I only need another gift card.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I could get this outfit. You know, you're buying nothing, something that exists in cyberspace only. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't tell me
Meanwhile,
that.
somebody's retiring off of our dime.
True. Very true.
That's how my youngest son was. He always had to buy gyms, for his game, gyms.
Yeah.
But thank goodness he grew out of that. He
I
did
just
grow
need
out
one
of
more gift
The
card.
Sims.
And now my controller doesn't work, and now I need a headset because my
Yeah.
microphone isn't working. And,
Mm-hmm.
and then you go through that. I just went through the what ear pods, not ear pods, but ear. Anyone's the one with a wire. I don't know what we call it. It's pods or pads or whatever. They stick the wire in the microphones at their neck. Anyway.
The
I don't know.
headphones?
Well, not
Talking about-
headphones. These are the cheaper Sony. They're like $10 a piece because they
Yeah.
went through the expensive headphones left and right with the
Yeah.
microphone and all of that. And we were going; those were like $60 a piece, and they kept breaking over and over again. So then they thought, well, we can go to these little earphones with the microphone in the one wire cord, and those are $10 a piece. And Sony actually makes them, so those have lasted longer than the really more expensive headphones.
Yeah.
And after games, they got to talk to their friends, so they have to have a microphone.
Of course. They gotta have a whole setup.
And they're getting interaction through people that way, and that has its benefits. And they learn skills, and they learn good people and bad people, and trolls and arguments and friendships and all of that. Not saying that it's great, but they are definitely a product of their age.
Yeah. They have to get some socialization in.
Yeah, well,
so.
they're teaching me things here and there every once in a while. I'm going, oh, I didn't know that. Well, thank you. Oh, yeah, Dad, that's 2 years old. Oh, okay. Wow. I just heard about it,
Right. It's new to me.
Yeah. There's lots of that out there that I haven't seen yet, and I'm still amazed at how many. I mean, if you want to know something, it's on YouTube. If you want to know how to change a headlight bulb in such and such a car in such and such a way, and it's there.
Yeah.
It's amazing what YouTube has become, and the
Isn't
resource
it?
power for it. If you can type it in, you can find it.
Right. Or
Probably.
even
And then you got
know the keywords.
Right. And you got to work through 5 copies to find the right one. I've had that with auto repair where I would look stuff up and I'd see, 8 listings and 2 of them would be right.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's a lot of bad stuff out there too. And then, like I was saying earlier, there's a lot of, news stories that have been messed with and clipped and shortened and given one side of the story and that sort of thing. So we all have to be careful who we're clicking on to open this YouTube video. Who put this out?
Yeah.
Before you give them the view count. I don't want to hand out, and I've become more discerning about who I'm handing my view to. I'm not going to click on this if I know this is not a source that I really want to hand any count to.
Yeah.
And accreditate and validate and et cetera, including certain trolls. Snicker. Even though I'm occasionally interested in watching them just to hear their one-sided opinion about it. And it's like, okay, and
Honestly,
that's
I forget they exist till somebody mentions them. I kind of forget about them.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
I found a piggyback video today, and I sent you a copy of that piggyback video today, Rebecca.
Oh,
and
yeah? Okay.
I asked, did you see this? It's in your PM right before the show. And that's somebody else that I've never heard of, and he's using our material, and he mentions us, and he's put his name on some of his capture and gathering the information, and it's good on one hand.
Okay.
And it's on your PM from me.
I wonder if I know who it is.
It's on Montana Skywatcher Anonymous.
He's in my group.
Right.
I'm not sure about your group.
No.
But Right.
Right.
I'm
And
familiar
I
with
don't
who
know the
he
dynamics
is.
or the person behind it. So I watched it and I went, oh, okay. I
I
wasn't
think he
upset
has
about
good
it.
intentions, but I
Right,
think the
right,
information is
right.
not
I see it
correct.
as a positive
You know?
video and I have
Yeah.
no issue with what he's doing. And it's
Yeah.
just as
Okay.
long as, we keep the facts straight and you don't start tagging information that's incorrect, which a lot of
Right.
people have done in the
Right.
past. We've had, some of the money boys took off that way, and some
Yeah.
of the guys over in New England, that New England Sky Watchers, and
Uh-huh.
I could be wrong about the name, and if I'm insulting somebody, I don't mean to. But there have been offshoot people that thought they knew what they were talking about, and then they went out and put out their own videos and then just butchered the information. And we've
Yeah.
seen
So
that
you
Uh,
for
be
many
extra
years.
cautious.
And
I
those
was gonna
guys finally went
say,
away too. I haven't seen anything from the Money Boys at all, and I was highly surprised when somebody mentioned Steve the other day. I went, "Wow!"
yeah, he's still
No, I
around. Someone, let's see. We just had a
His
viewer
channel.
ask what channel. It is the Nibiru Watch / Alternative Astrophysics. That's the name of the channel
okay.
that we're talking about. That yeah.
Okay.
So
I didn't have his name to plug him, but and it
right.
appeared. For most of what I watched, I was in the middle of doing three things at once, of course, and for most of what I watched, it was accurate and used with good intentions. So
I agree. He wants to do his part and try to share this. I mean,
right,
he's
right. So
created
if he wants to run his channel,
another.
as long as he's sticking to time proven
Yeah,
information, then I have no problem with it.
and I'm
You
sure
might
he's
have
open
to.
to.
You might have
Uh,
to use gentle correction.
I was getting ready to
Oh,
say,
yeah,
I know he'd be open to being corrected
Yeah.
because,
yeah, that goes without saying. Everybody's going to make mistakes, and I mean,
Oh yeah.
even I still
yeah,
slip. So Rebecca throws in a flaw here and there, and I don't necessarily jump on everyone. Nor do I. I'm sure I
uh,
probably don't catch everything, but we all
yeah,
make mistakes. And the thing with it
Definitely.
is that we've got. And remember that one semi. It was a complaint, not a complaint, but it was a comment more of and then going, how come you guys keep using old pictures? Do you remember that?
I saw
The
that.
old
Yeah.
drawing.
just a
And
few
I
days
just
and
I
ago.
just let
Yeah,
Rebecca respond to that one.
I was like, it
sometimes we
doesn't work
have
like
to use
that.
sometimes we have to use old drawings because it
It
matches
doesn't.
closely on the fly, and that way you can answer the question quickly
Yeah.
and also give a not maybe a complete answer, an accurate answer date wise, but an answer enough to show you a correct reference point. And that's
Yeah.
why we
And
use the old stuff because it matches.
yeah,
Well,
exactly.
because it repeats itself. It
Yeah,
matches. It's
right. It
older.
hasn't really drastically changed that much, except gotten bigger, 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 and bigger. And
Yeah.
then the patterns and the facials and the base clouds and the asteroid placement and it changes minutely, but it's literally been the same for a decade. It's just
I
gotten
think
bigger.
that
It's just gotten bigger.
using the old pictures and referencing the old pictures is just a tribute to
Right.
the accuracy. Because if I can go back 3-4 years and pull up a scenario that's even a closer match than today's, that says a lot.
Yeah, and we're seeing patterns that we haven't seen in literally 3 years because of proximity distance, and and like lately we were seeing the core differently. And because the core was
Right.
so huge under necessity that it was hard to even look from one side to the other to actually see. Now that it's smaller on the inrise on the different of the axis approach, then we can actually say, oh, hey, there's the core and there's the little now we'll watch the core, and then there goes the snorkel. It starts to form, and
Yep.
then close pass, and then followed by rainbow or
Mhm.
planetary weather effect or derecho or whatever push cloud it creates in a boa effect or whatever. And it's information we haven't completely proven that, but we've documented it. So,
Mhm.
and of
It's
course,
there.
because we've had the reports of the South Dakota storm, the San Francisco storm, the Ohio storms, et cetera, where we're talking wind speeds that are above hurricane force that run up to, almost 60,000 feet. So there's something major going on there. And we've accredited a lot of it to necessity.
Oh yeah. Sometimes
So
with the
this,
side of that too.
yeah, I was gonna.
Well,
We have
Atu has the lightning storms from hell. as well as the close path of the Salamander asteroid group under Uri, because they're both running in a straight line over us. And that whole group is discharging because it's static.
Necessity would have liked to pulled us up by our roots a couple months ago.
Yeah, Nepesi is still a very small planet, and that's why it does the thing.
But she's strong.
Yeah, well,
sometimes.
Well, because it's so small, it gets very close.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have a repelling force as much. Now, some of the largest lightning bolt width-wise I've ever seen have come from Nepesi. She puts out one hell of a lightning discharge. And it's
so big.
Yeah, it is wide. It's the biggest, widest lightning bolt I've ever seen. Yes. And we started seeing that, especially in the first close pass of 2018. And I have a direct picture that I've always used. And
I think I know which one you're talking about.
It's unbelievable. You can also see the Pocky atmospheric poke holes in that close pass. And then and that happened on the Alabama, Louisiana, Florida coastline, and that was, I think, 2019 maybe.
Yeah, that's when I was there.
And everybody watched Nepesi come in over the Gulf and lower itself down, and then it did all those freaky discharges from hell right at the coastline. There it was a really killer storm, and I think it was about September as well.
Yeah, so, that's when I was there. I didn't see any of her green. What I saw, and I'll never forget because that storm was crazy, was Attu. I saw the purple lightning over and over and over and over again.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Well, that probably they're in the middle of the dance and they're close to each other. So in a lot of cases, you're seeing a dual event going on, and we can mix it as one. Yeah. And then this is where the extremes and the winds and the crazy and the shit that's really hard to attribute, because you see so much going on there, and yet there's that massive distance between us and way out in space, and yet it looks so damn close to you, it almost looks like it's going to get you.
Right. No, it felt like it was going to get me.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And you wonder why the animals are nervous.
Right. I'm nervous, so I know they're nervous. They could feel it, many multitudes times more. So it's like, ooh.
Well, I still chuckle, and everybody's already forgotten about when the birds started singing at night, at midnight in 2011, 2012, and they were out of the blue, waking up like it was dawn in the middle of the night, and it happened around the world over and over again. And then it started going off at like 3:00 in the morning. And that's when Isatum showed up, where she started getting more visible. And that red in the sky triggered a visual effect that the birds see that we couldn't. Mm-hmm. And that's what partially what led me to believe that they have a different vision scope. They see better than we do. I mean, they can see a mouse on the ground, 3,000 feet in the air. So, and when the birds are chirping and singing in the middle of the night because they're trying to do sunrise, there's something going on,
I know. No, that's completely normal.
Yeah.
We have a question.
I was going to say we have a question too. Yeah, this Avengers captain, they're just asking about Radio Wasteland and if you had any current, interviews with them, but I know you haven't. And I do know somebody in 2 shows ago said that the reason Radio Wasteland has not had any new recordings is because I believe it's the man, Chauncey, has had some health issues. So no, there hasn't been any other shows since Sam's show, which was the last one they aired.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for part 2. I talked to him on PM, and he said, "Yeah, I'll be posting that for you right away, and you should have it by Monday." And it was literally like Saturday, and so I thought, okay, and then it's the last thing I heard from him.
Right. Mm-hmm. He says, "Dang, hopes he's okay."
And I hope everybody's safe. And they were going through COVID in the office at that time again. And they were shut down for a long time during COVID. I mean, this was a production facility. They had a producer, they had a host, they had technical people. And
wow.
so it was an actual, yeah, they were, and they sold time on AM radio on the Oregon coast. And some of the shows, I think, played to some radio airtime of 1 million plus people in the PM. I don't know what radio station, but I know it's like, God, I'm tempted to say San Bernardino, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know what market it was, but they were based in Oregon, but they were selling to Northern California or something on AM radio or some talk show. And then there was another one, that production company that was getting in the East Coast for a little while, and I never heard much more about that. So
what about Bad Baby?
Oh, Bad Baby was a YouTuber that she had some really controversial topics, did a bunch of shows with a bunch of people, and I don't think she ever hit pro. I think she had a tendency to, unfortunately, be in the gossip realm.
Okay.
But you did do some interviews with her?
Oh, God, I must have done 10 shows with her. I could never keep her on topic, and we even pre-laid out show topic and guidelines, and then within the first 5 minutes of every show, she'd literally never look back down at her own notes. So after about the 10th show, I started getting a little bit, and even Radio Wasteland did that with me too a lot. They'd go off of my area of expertise, and then all of a sudden I'm throwing out my opinion, not stuff that we've proven. And then this is where it's gotten into, him asking about the geopolitical things with the aliens, and why some people say, well, Sam, you don't talk a lot about the aliens. It's because I don't have a lot of facts. I know things. I have personal experience. I have met 3 races face to face, not through channeling. I know they're real. I know there's many other factions. I know other things from the government I can't go into. Not that it's, heinous or serious or criminal or the world's going to come to an end, but there are just some things I have to not discuss yet. Moreover, yet than ever. But
that's positive.
There's things that will make some people very uncomfortable, and we don't need any more. And that goes on to the discussion of the grace that we've had. Been on topic 3 times now tonight. You can't down other races because you don't know, and you may end up regretting that. And that's the thing we all have to realize, is that it takes all of us to fill the box or the bag or the world or the ball or whatever you want to call it, because we're all variations for a reason. And they're good. Then you go, oh, well, God knows what he's doing. Well, excuse me, real God is higher up above the demigods. And there's a whole lot of stuff between us, them, and other factions even higher than that, and other factions even higher than that. And there's also the spiritual, mystical world, which there's a lot to, and that's real. And there's connections to it that I don't recommend you play with, although it is findable.
I have a question.
Sure.
What do you, if any, what do you think about Alex Collier? Do you have any thoughts?
Alex has a whole bunch of information, and he's been doing a lot of studying. Don't think he has all the puzzle. I think he's got a lot of the puzzle.
Yeah.
It is, again, and I'm sure that you guys who are close to me know that when I say human information versus off-world information, there's a whole football field between those 2 goalposts.
Mm-hmm.
And Alan and the other people and numerous, semi-well-known people all the way down the spectrum are usually talking about human information, and we can even go all the way down to Zeta Talk. And I'm not trying to down these people, and they really, in some cases, I imagine that they believe some of what they're saying. Mm-hmm. But there's a huge difference between human information and off-world information, because there's a level of reality of for instance, factory planet. In these conditions in which the factory planet exists, and why and how it functions and why it works the way it works and how it's run, that from the human point of view doesn't mix to reality. And we all base that on, well, why me? Why am I subjugated? Why is it that there's this race of Anunnaki or whatever we call them above us that require us to do this. Well, we would not exist if it was not for that. So we have to have a level of appreciation, respect, and also a level of awareness and fear. And I'm saying 4 different conditions of one existence. There's got to be respect. There's got to be understanding. There's got to be respect from fear and respect from reverence. All the side of the spectrum, because there's so much more really going on, and it depends on where you want to go. If you plan to hop off this planet, I don't suggest anybody's got any free tickets laying around, so you're going to have to kind of earn it through a level of enlightening yourself, and the information is available.
I like Alex. I find that there's a bit of overlapping in the stuff that he talks about and says that he knows about with things that you have said.
I think he deals with a secret state, hidden an agenda scenario that he's trying to hint that he knows about, but yet doesn't dare. Now, he could have a level of awareness I'm not aware of. I've not watched a lot of all of these guys' stuff. I watched some of them for periods of time, off and on. I dip my toe into people on a regular basis.
Yeah,
but
they're
talking from that mysterious secret state, which is what sells books. That's the premise.
I do know what you're referring to. Something that I liked that he mentioned recently was something similar to something that you've been talking about for a while, that eventually it's going to come a time, the near future-ish, where we have to share Earth with other races. We will have to get along. We will have to work together.
But we're already there now.
Yeah.
We have to get along. We have to share. But they haven't come here and slapped us across the face because we're not. And and that boils down to, are we ready to even know about this? And then once we do, how are we going to react? And then after we react, are they going to have to walk up and slap us across the face or welcome us? And that goes boils down to, since the 70s, there's this bigotry toward little green men. And if you talk about them, you're crazy.
Yeah.
And it also boils down to race and what we're still going through on our planet. If we can't treat each other kindly, how are we going to welcome something that we don't really enjoy looking at?
Something we don't even understand.
Well, not all the races are attractive to us, nor are we to them. And some of them are smelly, and other ones think that we stink like all get out. And there's a whole lot of United Nations that it's going to have to go on in between this scenario. And that's why it's, not openly happening.
Yeah. Something that he said that stuck with me. He said, by the time that humans ascend, I think he was talking about going into 5D, which I'm not sure about, but he said by the time we do that humans will have a PhD in what it means to be human. Lots and lots and lots of lessons of acceptance and love, and
that's what enlightenment is you have a lot of lessons that teaches you just how on one hand, just how gifted you are, on the other hand, just how stupid you are, that you get slapped down by your own learning. And hopefully you actually do learn from your mistakes. And that's the difference in some of the astrology. An Aquarius behaves this way, and a Gemini lives this way, and a Cancerian lives this way, which, by the way, Cancerians are the coolest. And Aries is an absolute pain in the ass. Oh, did I say that out loud? Anyway,
don't talk about the Rams like that. People.
I've had quite a few friends that were Aries, so they were still my friends, and I love them dearly. But anyway, yeah.
They're stubborn for
sure. There's a lot to that, and then we talked about the metaphysical and other beings, and there's other dimensions, and there's all kinds of stuff out there.
Yeah.
And it's so vast and so big. You have to get a doctorate just to basically even, be able to sleep at night. And yet, the more you learn, the more you question, the scarier it gets. The scarier it gets, the more insane it gets, and then you try to talk yourself out of it, and then you go back and forth on either side of the street every day.
Yep. I feel like that's the whole purpose of enlightenment, is to go through the lesson,
grind
learn the
and
lesson,
regrind and regrind.
Don't repeat them. Learn what you're supposed to learn. Move on. Don't stay in these repetitive patterns, because
Well, I found some of my best times was, during some really good home chant meditation music and stuff, and I've got the opportunity to just let my mind, or Mozart, for instance. I love Mozart. Just let your mind wander, and the answers actually sort of just fall into place, sort of like rose petals dropping off an apple tree in Japan, or apple petals, or apple blossoms. That's the word I was looking for. Little white apple blossoms just falling into place. And then, the Kung Fu Panda and all, and that power, that magic is real. If you just believe that those apple blossoms or cherry blossoms or whatever are dropping right where they belong.
Right.
And that's the magic. And that's the same thing with studying and using your own eyes, and trust what you see, and trust you, and no matter what other people think or say, oh, you're an idiot, or you eat crayons. Okay. All right. Yeah. I particularly enjoy the wrapper.
You're a part of a cult.
It has a woody, robust flavor. I enjoy the roughage.
It's my favorite one.
Yeah.
However, the lime green is one of my favorite, but there's only one per pack, so I have to keep buying them.
Yeah.
It's got that fruity, waxy flavor. My favorite. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Mango, kiwi. There we go.
Oh my God.
Thank God they don't put flavors in crayons. They'd be too good. It's like, those pens that smell really good, but no, don't chew on it. No. Oh my God. You have a blue mouth,
I remember those.
We've all caught ourselves doing that, wearing a pen.
Jelly pens.
Yeah. It's like, oh, geez, was I just sitting here reading, rubbing that highlighter yellow marker on my cheek for the last half hour? Sitting in the old school library when before computers, where you actually had to go places to learn.
Yeah.
Or you read
we don't have no excuse. We don't have no excuse.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's what was so nice after 2008, 2009. All of a sudden, the information was available, and 2004, 2005, you couldn't look anything up. And then when we finally got all this, YouTube reference points, wow, the information just boomed. And of course, most of it was crap.
I was gonna say, what do you think? You think that it's for the best, that all the information was kind of more free flowing, or do you think it did more damage?
I think it's 50-50 still.
Yeah.
I think there's a bunch of crap out there, and I think there's a bunch of great stuff.
Yeah. You gotta
and that also boils back down to the consumer having the intelligence to understand the materials he's looking up. And therefore, also, if the person doesn't want to take the time on a longer film or a longer video, well, then they don't deserve to learn it, because they're impatient or too impatient in order to fully study this topic. And, the diehards that have hang out for 4, 5, 6 hours, well, those are the guys that want to learn.
Yep. I say master the art of discernment, because
you have to.
You need it bad.
Oh God! Well, look at all the years we went through telling everybody Nibiru was not red. That alone was a nightmare.
I know it was.
And and the first year we saw it come up from under the planet in Antarctica, it wasn't red then; it was blue. And then when I saw it come above in the northern hemisphere and it was blue, well, excuse me, that's not red.
I haven't had to tell somebody that in quite a while, and I am happy. But
I can't see a red water planet either. We know this is a giant planet that has water and oceans and land masses on it and people.
Yeah, and you would think people would kind of know that, since I thought it was kind of common knowledge that it was a twin of
Well,
Earth.
Star Trek, the movie, even, you know, the new Star Trek series, they put out the Nibiru planet being red, and all the people were, you know, buried in red atmosphere and ochre body paint, and you know they were still tribal and worshiping, and then they blew in and corrected the volcano so it didn't destroy the planet, and they sort of blew
Haven't
Nibiru off.
seen that.
Oh, that's a
Interesting.
Star Trek movie. It's a great movie.
You said it's new.
Yeah, that's the newer Star Trek series.
Oh no!
With
So they're
new Spock.
reiterating that old mess.
Oh yeah. That, you know, God, it's actually not new. It's sort of like, God, 8 years. They had 3 of them together, I think. I'll have to look it up for you.
Darn
But
it!
yeah, and they're good series, and they redid it pretty well. But they're doing a whole bunch of new stuff now too. There's another series I haven't even watched it yet, and I've had it sitting on the shelf forever because I don't want to replace my old stuff in my brain. Sometimes it's sort of like savoring and yet afraid, you know. It's like trying to watch the old Doctor No, and then watch the new Doctor No. It doesn't work.
Who's Doctor No?
That's a British sitcom mystery that goes back generations.
Ah, interesting.
There's been
British
several
sci-fi.
Dr. No's. Yeah.
It's fantasy sci-fi. Doctor No, and he has the TARDIS, and he travels through time and deals with other races, and
that sounds cool. Doctor Who. Okay.
Yeah. I was like, that doesn't sound right, but yeah.
Is it Doctor Who? See here, I'm wrong. Okay, Doctor Who, whatever. Yeah. Okay, Doctor No. I wonder where I got that. But anyway, yeah. Okay, Doctor Who.
I was like N-O or K-N-O-W.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I have been talking since 2:00 here, so I'm entitled to one brain glitch.
Yeah,
Doctor Who. You're right. Yeah, you know, in the TARDIS, and they've had like 5 different guys, and I never got over the first 3. I liked the first 3, but after that, I started, I went, no, I'm not watching anymore.
Yeah, I feel it.
And, and I'm still, a huge Monty Python fan.
Monty Python. Okay. Don't know about him either.
Them. That's also British humor.
Them.
Monty Python and its Flying Circus. They started in the 60s, and they are still, very popular today for the surviving members who have not died from old age.
It's a band.
No. It's a comedian actor group.
Sam, I don't be knowing none of these references.
Right, I know. That's why I'm telling you this stuff so you can look it up.
I shall. I'm writing it down.
Like, for instance, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. My all-time favorite is Jabberwocky. I like the Dead Parrot series. You can type that in. Monty Python and the Dead Parrot. And that was actually referred to in political scenes recently, and I laughed about that. These are these old cultural icons from my generation in the late 60s and early 70s.
That has to be kind of entertaining.
And then there was the Monty Python actors doing the Fawlty Towers series was really good. It's hard to get a good copy of it for the whole series run, but you can get 1 or 2 of the shows. And that was absolutely insane. And then if you know anything about, British actors throughout the generations, And, right. I watch a lot of world TV. I don't watch a lot of German or Dutch, but I do see a foreign film or 2 from time to time.
Let me ask you a question. So we talk about a lot of movies and TV series that get things wrong about our binary solar system. Do you have suggestions? I know me and you talk about it, but do you have suggestions for people to watch stuff that has more accurate information?
Well, always, of course, the Symbols of an Alien Sky, which is far from the Thunderbolt Project, and David Talbot, I believe his name is. Yes. I always suggest that. And then, of course, as far as the actual planet count and orbitation and all of that, there's very little documentation other than, people like Dave's Waffle House and the guys that have been around.
Yeah.
And there are, there's only a few of them. And there isn't anybody that's really got the level of information that we all have gathered around and stuck to. It's just not there.
What about old movies that had maybe not the whole thing correct, but certain good major pieces?
There's really not a lot out there. There really isn't. I mean, you can look into Velikovsky. You can look, Worlds in Collision. You can look into the information that comes from Zechariah Sitchin on the Sumerian tablets. Try to look into that. Look up Egyptian lore, and the overgod tales. Not the Egyptian dynasties themselves, but they're all intermixed.
Right.
And Sumerian lore, Sumerian cities, early developments in archaeology and history in Turkey, which is believed to be the center of the Garden of Eden, and where wheat and mankind's earliest civilization have been discovered, going 15, 60,000 years back. And of course, you can look up how the genetic makeup of wheat has been discovered to be not from Earth, and that's recently published science. And you have to sort of graze through stuff and watch your news feed, and some of it's bullshit, and some of it's interesting, and some of it's a half truth. And other than that, there's not a lot of stuff out there other than a couple of movies like
Dune,
Prometheus, and some of these really crazy sci-fis, and Arrival, and Knowing, and there's these sci-fi movies that have twists that show you a larger side of alien activity and how fragile Earth is.
Yeah.
And how easy we could be snuffed out. And we still have to worry about the asteroids that are coming that we know about versus not the ones that we don't know about. And we know they're coming within, 7 to 20 years. So there's lots of stuff going on, and we know there's a presence of alien forces here. We know that, in the return of Nibiru, we know we're going into the 6th stage off the Mayan calendar, and that's where I think they get that fifth dimension crap from, is because we're actually.
I think so too. I think
that's a mixing, a blending of metaphysical and the Mayan calendar. But we're going into the 6th stage according to the Mayan calendar of our placement in the ecliptic plane of our galaxy. I believe that is what the best way to describe that.
But you notice nobody says 6D. They only say 5D, and it's like, are you guys calculating that correctly? Or
well, I think that's a mix in also with the 5D upgrades to all the smart meters and the Wi-Fi towers and all of that stuff. And that's so your devices, like your refrigerator, can talk to your air conditioner, and then you can talk to your house from your car, and you can turn the heater on before you get home. And that 5D, or was it 5G, got mixed in with 5D, and then before you know it, you've got and look how many people said, well, we're going to another planet, we're going to another existence. Well, I don't see that happening. I don't think we're gonna wake up, and that goes with the rapture, where suddenly all kinds of people are going to vanish, and they're going to supposedly wake up on some other place.
I just don't see it happening either.
What do you got to die to do the rapture? I mean, I have questions here. Excuse me.
No, thank you.
I'm not volunteering for this. No, and so I don't think we're going to another dimension. I think 5G got mixed in with, the 5th age and the 6th age, and the age of Aquarius and all of that. I think that all got blended into a bunch of rumor, because that's the only way I can see forward through it.
It just doesn't seem feasible to me that everybody would just, I don't know, go into a trance or all of a sudden just be on another planet. It seems more likely to me that maybe certain people would be allowed
a few thousand people may be picked up been removed out of a really negative area where they know something's coming. I could see that.
Right. Something like that seems more
I'm
like.
going to save a few thousand of you people while the rest of those bastards down there roast. Okay, yeah, I can see that, but I don't think, or like, what if they're being taken away and placed on some other planet, like, I don't think I want to do that, I enjoy my mountains just the way I am, thank you.
I like the show, The 100, and it talks about Earth being in dire situations, cycle after cycle after cycle, and humans having to go up into space and live on different planets and
right. And who's to say that isn't already occurring with clones or something already?
Yeah, basically they're working to repopulate Earth and giving Earth a break from humans. So letting Earth recover essentially. Then they come back down, they mess up, they go back up. It's this type of thing. I'm like, yeah. That's interesting.
Hi, and welcome to Disneyland. How can I take your order? Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I have no plans to go into any strange dimensions willingly, nor get on a FEMA bus. Thank you. I have to do that. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Leave me to save myself in my current situation and inform me of what's going around first.
Yeah.
Rather than, you're being evacuated, you must go. And that happened. We had that Lolo fire here, and we got evacuated, and I came right home.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Where did they take you guys?
I sort of snuck past them.
Oh, Sam.
Well, hey, my house was almost burning down.
I was gonna say, was it safe for you to do so?
Yeah,
but it wasn't.
No, I made it safe for me. I went and got my dang hose.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I was putting out the farmer's field while there was a wall of fire erupting next door to 40 yards across the road from my house. And I didn't want my vinyl siding to melt, and of course I have a metal roof, so I was least worried about my roof. And I just was hosing down and sprinkling down my whole yard and everything around me, as far as my hose.
Who's to say if you didn't do that you would even have a house?
And they evacuated us, and they just told, get out. And I went, oh, okay. And then I drove away, and then I got a look at it, and then I saw the fire change, and it went to black. And I saw it go from white grass fire to black smoke where it caught house fire.
Yeah.
And the two people across the house angle from me, kitty corner from me over here, 80, 100 feet away from my house, both lost both their houses. And I mean, it was across the street across the dirt road from me. So yeah, I came back just in time.
Yeah, that's good. That is good.
And then I had water pressure for a while, and then after that I lost water pressure, and then I had to call a plumber, and anyway, that was just recently. But that fire was this summer, and it went black, and it was ugly, and it was gross, and the whole area burned down. But now we have beautiful green grass growing across from us.
Wow.
Yeah, before it was very tall, almost pawpaw like deep grass, and now it's just barely a fresh green lawn. So I mean, it burnt everything all the way down to the down to the roots. That fire went through big time. And they borate bombed it with airplanes and everything to put it out right in front of my house.
Wow.
A bunch of my neighbors had pink cars. Fortunately, being that I have green grass, and we were in less danger than the people who had, way too much summer grass. And I knew that ahead of time that summer grass really grew last year or this year, this spring and summer. And I even said to people, oh my God, that grass is ready for a fire. And boy, we had one. So
did it grow so much because of the rain?
Yeah. We had an awful lot of rain this early spring and early summer, which we normally would have been spread out differently. And we had a weird rain pattern this year, and we're not as drought ridden where I'm at as we are, but you go 50 miles to the north and they're more dry.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but we had a hell of a fire, and that taught me a huge lesson of just how easy your house can go bye-bye.
Yeah.
Your house will burn down in 15 minutes. I'm not kidding you.
They say like a matchstick.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast a tiny little fire will go. All of a sudden, full born goodbye house. Within 15 or 20 minutes, everything in there is gone, and it's so fast. It's unbelievable. And we had high winds and everything that fueled it, and it hip
Right.
stopped. And it jumped from field to field to field, and it burned a bunch of people down the road. And then it burned down these two houses across from me, and then it burned up the field. And that's right when the Borate bombers came in and they saved the guy across the street's house, because they actually Borate bombed it big time with big, huge planes.
That's what I feel in my spirit happened in Maui. Like, I believe that there was a lot of gross governmental negligence, but also there was natural high winds that
Well,
helped.
they say they believe that it was electrical lines because of the high winds.
Yeah.
That, and that those high winds, there was a hurricane some 80, 90, 100 miles to the north of the Hawaiian Islands going by.
Exactly.
And they had 120, 150 mile an hour winds, which is what
Yeah.
leads me to think maybe there's a little more going on. And maybe it was a short, quick, fast discharge, or maybe it was just the power lines that blew down in front of an on-wind storm from hell that blew just the perfect conditions to create a firestorm.
I think it's multiple things
Well,
happening in
years ago, high winds used to be 35 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at 75 and 90 and 100. They recorded on that typhoon that just went through Taiwan a couple of weeks ago, like 200-mile-an-hour gusts of winds they've never seen. Highest, like the third highest recorded ever, and the only two higher was one on the Himalayas and the other one on some mountain in God knows which mountain range in the United States. Big high mountains. But this was, this wasn't on a big high mountain where those wind speeds were. It was on sea level. So that's a big difference. That's a huge difference.
They said that they were aware of the hurricane, which is like, hello, how are you not going to be? And that
it was a super
failed.
typhoon.
They failed to turn off the electrical whatever connection.
Oh,
so
yeah.
For me, government negligence plus natural weather.
Well, that happened in California too, with the California Electrical Power Company.
Exactly.
And high wind. And then, how many superstorms they had there that went through with high Santa Ana winds. And that, some of that is negligence. But I mean, they'd never had that before. So how could they be ready for it? But there is negligence.
Right. There always is a theme. It's like you could have did more. You could have moved faster.
Are taking profits and not replacing infrastructure.
Right. It's always profits over people, and it's very unfortunate because the people
that's what's going on with auto strikes. The companies are making billions, and they're not paying the workers. Dumb. Not okay.
Yeah, because what happens when they go on strike and they're tired of it?
Well, what's really scary is look at the cost of a brand new Ford pickup right now.
Oh, I've seen. I've seen.
Excuse me, but I call that insanity. I do not call that a sticker price.
No, and it's not a price markup either.
Yeah, I think they're a little happy with their brand.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. People are not going to be able to afford to pay for it, so it's like, what's the point?
Oh no, I don't even know how anyone buys a new truck. I don't know. I mean, who do you steal from to get that?
It's the same with Toyota too. All of them are doing the same thing.
Well, everybody's starting to realize they can't even afford to live right now, and it's like spooky.
Yep.
And we have to get common sense back into reality and stop overcharging for everything just so the corporations can get wealthier and wealthier.
Yeah.
And because the system is completely out of control.
Greed is running everything, and it's like,
we're
about to run ourselves into the ground.
Where did we lose Rebecca to?
I don't know. Perhaps she had to go to the bathroom.
I got a cat that's meowing at me.
Hungry?
I think she wants in the door in the other room.
Oh.
There you go.
The part in the cobra that talks about transforming. I have no idea what that is, but the cobra. What's the cobra?
Yes, the cat wanted fed. You were right. She was saying, "Feed me, feed me, feed me."
Are you familiar with the cobra?
Yes.
Avengers Captain says
I have read it about 3 times, not cover to cover, but I have definitely read it cover to cover more than once.
Oh, good. Okay. Avengers Captain asks the part in the cobra that talks about the destroyer and the Exodus Egypt by the Jews. Why doesn't it talk about the Anunnaki or any aliens?
Because the destroyer is a natural part of the process where the Anunnaki and alien information was probably removed in today's modern version. Must be cough drop time again. I got a cough here. I just fed the cat. I got close to the cat.
And now you're sneezing.
Whoa.
Oh, no.
That's what happens when I get close to the cat.
Your allergies act up just like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, if I get within 3 feet of that cat, I'm coughing.
Oh.
And I'm the one that brushes her all the time.
How do you do it?
You just do. Sometimes family members are a pain. This is that cat that we expensively saved. So she's kind of a member of the family. So I tolerate it. And every once in a while, I'll put on an N95 mask, even if I'm going to brush her. Or
I was just going to ask, do you wear masks when you have to deal with her?
Sometimes I suffer through it, and then, and then I'll go outside and breathe for a little while. But a lot of times it ends up burning my eyes pretty good.
Does your face?
Yeah, get the old scratch the cat hair in the eye thing, And it's not prolonged. Every once in a while, I mean, it's an absolute. I can't quit sneezing, but I do react with her, and I bent down within 3 feet of her, and I was right next to her, and that's what happens to her, and that's what tells me I'm allergic to that cat.
Goodness.
And I wake up in the morning, and there she is in my armpit all the time.
She doesn't know you're allergic. She just knows you love her, and you feed her.
Yeah. I spoil her, and she is so fat now. And she was a skeleton when we tried to save her, and that was the best fundraiser we ever had. We immediately got the money within 3 days to save that cat.
Well, people love animals.
Well, it was Nova's cat, and that was so important to her.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I would have listened to the doctors. I mean, 3 different doctors told us just to put her to sleep.
Oh, what was wrong with her?
She had a tumor in her uterus that blocked her ability to swallow food.
Oh my goodness.
And it got bigger and bigger, and she was throwing up, and it got so big they said they literally removed half a cat. But it got blocked, and so she couldn't keep food down, but she was slowly starving to death. And she came out, she was gone for a couple of days, and she came out, she was a skeleton. She walked out, she didn't even stand up, and she fell over as a skeleton. And I went, I totally freaked out because I hadn't seen her in a couple of days. And we were looking for her and looking for her. We could not find her. I don't even know where she was hiding. And then she came out, she was a skeleton. And we had, and then Nova was going, Dad, we have to try and save her. And so we took her to the vet, and then we found out what it was going to cost. And we told everybody we needed help. And boy, they came through.
Brought her back. How old is she now?
Oh, she's probably 5 or 6 years old now. Or more.
She's not very old. Wow.
She's an adult now.
Right.
And boy, she's fat now. And she wants to live on only expensive cat treats,
He's
I went inside just now, and I got ganged up by my cats. They were looking at me like, where have you been? I'm hungry.
I tried to hand her fresh breast meat of chicken the other day, and she just looked at me like I was crazy. That cat won't eat what normal everyday cats would normally just leap at. She doesn't eat it, period.
You're
just
so happy about it.
Weird, finicky cat.
I have one like that.
And you have to feed her over and over again, and she has this mountain of food, but you got to walk her in there 8 times a day. And here's 3 more kernels, and here's 4 more.
3 kernels.
Well, you know, a little 3 or 4 of the brown things hit the top of the pile, and she sees it hit there, and then she goes to eat 1 or 2 of them, and then she bugs me
Oh,
all day long. Oh,
That's
feed
great.
me, feed me. You're getting up. Oh, I'm coming with you. You know.
Yeah.
And then she'll
she
sit and
probably just
stare
What are they
at
going
me
to
and meow
lose?
at me and go, okay, you have to take me into the kitchen and feed me again. Like, you know, by noon I've already fed her 4 or 5 times. You know, it's like, God, cat, come on. Here's 3 more. You know,
Uh-huh. I
it's
have
just
one cat that's a big cat. Like she just loves to eat. She's always hungry, all of
my other
that.
cat
She's
only
like,
wanted to live on tuna. You know, and
yes,
they're all special in
they're
certain
all
ways.
different.
And when I moved out here into this house, I went, oh, thank God I don't have any pets. You know, because being allergic to cats and still owning cats all these
Sure.
years. It actually got older or got worse as the older I got. My allergies were there. I always had eye problems with being around cats, but then it got worse and worse. And now I'm, coughing and sneezing and that kind of thing.
Right.
And,
I
doctor
just
said, yeah.
noticed. No, I was just going to say, I just noticed that we're not on Facebook any longer. I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, good. Then we might as well end it and close
we
it then.
timed out. I think maybe.
Maybe it was like right at 8 hours. So maybe it is an 8-hour limit on Facebook.
That would be a good thing. Yeah. I'm past the point of even remembering how long we've been here.
Well, we've been here 8 hours and 23 minutes.
I am shocked.
That's crazy. That's like a full day's work.
Yeah, and you realize I'm not even going to go to sleep now. That's the problem.
I know. I'm about to go watch me a movie.
Yeah.
Distract yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
Make myself
okay.
sleepy.
Well, then I can make it really easy and quick.
Go ahead and call this a show. So
good night,
and
everybody.
I guess we'll probably plan on being here next week. I'm not sure about Leighandra, but if not her, somebody else.
Same time, same place.
We're trying to. Okay.
Same that channel.
That'd be great. Yeah. We'll be talking about it throughout the week, but I just want to tell everybody thank you. We had a really, actually, for a long while there, it stayed around 50 viewers, but we still get several hundred views in the next few days.
Right. Yeah. And, the other time it went up to 80 in a matter of hours.
It's growing because last week we never really got over, I think, 30 viewers. So, it's higher. I think each week it's going to get higher and higher.
Yeah, but by the end of the next morning, after the last show where we had 30 or 50 or whatever views, by the next morning it was 280 views.
Yeah.
So, and then now it's up to way more, but
it's cool. Yeah. Shows. And I was going to say the Avengers captain, well, Jesus Marquez and I will be here Monday night, 8:30 Central Time. So we have a show lined up about illuminations and planets cutting into the sunlight. So we're working on that. And then the open session, like we're doing today, planning on every Saturday, same time, 2:30 Central, unless something changes we can't do it. But that's the plan at least. So
I'm into it.
It's great.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, I'll be working on next week's show and getting videos and new pictures and, keep it fresh. Yep. And segments. I want to do segments. I got ideas on, weekly routine, segments that we can break away. And so it'll come together. It's just going to take a little time to get it rolling. But when it is, it's going to be even better. So.
Not like you're not super busy or anything, so
I know, right? I am. I am definitely busy now. So this fills up the rest of my time. So
yeah.
But anyway, I guess we'll go ahead and close it out here. I'm going to end the stream, and we'll all just hop off together. Okay, guys.
Okay. Good
Thank
night.
you, Sam. Okay. Bye. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Have a good rest, everybody.
Okay. Bye, Leighandra. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.